nostalgia still rules the world through a photograph. Counting down the days the future's past, so you do the math. Living with no fear and new ideas, so I take the ship. We could fly away and set the sea if we don't crash like. Yeah, yeah. Open up your eyes, let it manifest. Hold the sign, hold it in the air till you see what's next. Move, baby, move. If you know how to move, baby, move, baby, move, baby, move, baby, move. Life nostalgia still rules the world through a photograph. Counting down the days the future's past, so you do the math. Living with no fear and new ideas, so I take the ship. We could fly away and set the sea if we don't crash like.
That's truer than you can even imagine, man.
All right, everybody, what's going on? It's your boy Jay Banks. Tuesday, Taco Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I haven't had tacos on a Tuesday in years, bro.
Hey, what's up?
What's cracking, AI? How you feeling?
Dude, feeling great, man. We just got through a huge weekend here. The weather's picking up, so feeling good.
Here for it, bro.
Yeah, me too.
As soon as the weather changes, man, I feel like everybody's just really, out and just ready to enjoy it and you know, dig in their pockets.
Yeah, it was like the best weekend since we saw Christmas because all the weather's good, and then people are in here in the gallery hanging out, going lines out the door at Brickery. Everyone's loving the Legos since they've been here. The Levy's just definitely at this point where, because all these new changes are happening, people are starting to learn about it and come down and, I'm still hearing people haven't been to the levee in 3+ years. I'm like, you've been missing out. Like, we're here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
Which is we had a meeting the other day with the PR team, and that was the one thing was like, we've got to get the locals back down here because being the native brand, as soon as you walk in the door, we're asking you where you're from so we can guide you to if it's 317, 502, 614, we got to figure it out. So we learned right off the bat that it's out of towners that come to the levee. There's a lot of a lot of attractions here that people are like, oh, it's right by downtown. You got the aquarium, you got the movies, you got food, you got shopping.
So you guys getting paid to do all this marketing for the levee? Are you in their line item on their marketing budget?
Hey man, like to be honest with you, I actually told them, I was like, look, bro, let me be a part of the marketing team because I've been here since 2019. I see what's happening. I see the holes in the ship, and I know how to fix it. And they do too. They see everything. North American Properties, they're really smart. They're family oriented. So everything they're doing is like get the whole family down here, not just dad, not just mom. So they're smart at making it an experience. You know what I mean? But yeah, bro, I'm here for it, man. I want to be a part of this marketing team. I want to see it blow up.
I'm here for the marketing. I mean, I've been on the levee since 2014.
Yeah.
So
you grew up here.
No, I just worked at the bowling alley. When it was Star Lanes, Axis Alley, it became Rotolo, and then eventually it's Velocity. I didn't work at Velocity, but I just moved up in the ranks just because it was a job I picked up when I was an intern at a music venue. I needed extra money, and that was it. And then Jay shows up on the levee. I came up to the store, and then the rest is history. But
yeah,
man.
Who was Andrew 10 years ago? So you said 2014. I mean, that's a decade, man.
I was hyper focused on a band, trying to play music out of town as much as possible, and promoting. We talked about off camera about doing direct messaging. I used to message people. I probably sent 2,000-3,000 messages to individuals trying to get them to check out my band. I did that for a long time. The legwork. When at the end of the day, it was just about passion, and that's what I'm here for. So that's what I was doing, and then also booking shows, promoter, working at Madison Theater, still there. Decade there as well. So actually that internship got me the job on the levee. So that kind of coincided, and then now fast forward 10 years later, still here, just at a different position, different line of work, but still same person, just more experience, I guess.
Were you this guy did you have this level of charisma that you have? When you were 16, 18, 22, the first time you met him, Jay? Was that you?
I don't know.
Look,
I think so. I'm just asking. I think so.
Yeah, I guess I'm the same. I'm just more mature.
Check this out. Something that I don't know if you know yet, but he was a screamo band. So he was the lead singer, bro. So this little guy's got the vocals of Chester from
He was proud about that, man. You start talking about it, he starts cracking his neck and everything.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna have to break it out real quick.
He tries to get me to scream. Now we're cool, but I did that for a long time. I learned how to do it just to control my own destiny because I was playing bass in a band, and they were just like, man, just play bass. Don't worry about this marketing things you want to do and all this stuff. We'll do that. We'll worry about that. You stay in your lane. I'm like, all right, cool. That's fine. And then I tried to write music, and they're like, no, we're not writing that kind of music. Well, let's write in heavy metal. I was trying to put some pop aspects. They didn't want that. So I was like, all right, fast forward. I was like, I'm going to learn how to scream myself. And I was already singing. So I was like, I'm going to do it myself. And then I learned and parted ways, and I did my own thing. And I got way further on my own.
Than with them.
Yeah, really.
What's our takeaway on that with were you all the same age, or were they a little bit older?
We were all the same age.
So they were trying to be the adults in the room when everybody was the same age.
Yeah.
I'm sure as we get older here, we live this life and we think we all have these opinions and we think we know what's right, and all these youngsters coming up after us. But how do we know when to listen and when not to? How the hell do we?
I don't know.
Let me jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I just want to, for everybody watching right now, my man over here is Mark. He owns Pivot Realty. So if you guys have seen Pivot Realty signs out in the yards, he's a master at his craft. He's got an entire floor over there. What was it? Fort Mitchell.
Fort Wright.
Fort Wright.
Yeah, let's not talk Fort Mitchell too much, man. That's a little bit next level uppity. Right? I don't know how many Fort Mitchell people you got going on, but they're like Fort Thomas. They're like Hyde
Fort
Park. Like, come on, man. Just one Fort Wright.
Fort Wright.
Yeah. They go to public schools. They don't go to the private school, man.
I hear you, bro.
Independence.
Fort Thomas and
Fort Mitchell.
and Fort Mitchell, bro. I had a buddy that lived in Fort Mitchell. Like he was the first guy of our friends to buy a house.
Yep.
His hand got caught in a he was working for Ford over there.
Transmission
His-
plant.
Yeah, his hand got caught in a machine, and the stop button was on the other side of the machine, so he wasn't able to stop the machine. So it took his hand in and started cutting his wrist open, and he lost a lot of blood. It's Cadell, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna
So-
start, I got a weak stomach, y'all. We're gonna start
Yeah.
this out talking
Yeah,
bloody and
that's-
stuff.
that's-
So
doesn't do well for me. I'm the same way.
he was like the first guy to actually like buy a house when we were kids, and it was in Fort Mitchell, bro, and it was right there on the
Dixie
avenue,
Highway, right
Dixie
ac-
Highway,
yeah,
right there, and every time the cops got called, like they just did not like the fact that there was like some 20-year-old kids living in Fort Mitchell, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
Odd
what to say
story.
about it, man. I guess there's some okay folks over there, man. But I think I've got such a chip on my shoulder about growing up, and I like it that I had to learn how to hustle and grind. I don't want to interrupt an awesome introduction. I mean, I don't want to get in the way of
no
that.
worries.
Right? But I think there's always there's a chip on my shoulder, and as you build wealth and you gain knowledge in life. The goal is always to do better than we're currently doing, but there's a chip on your shoulder from all those rich kids growing up, man.
Right.
That it felt like it was handed to them a little bit more.
For sure.
But then the perspective in life I realized was like, oh, wait a minute. I was actually benefited at a higher level how I grew up.
Mm-hmm.
That I had to hustle. So the guy I woke up at 25 and 30 and 35 years old, I was actually ahead of them.
For sure.
It didn't feel like growing up, but I actually was.
Yeah, my dad told me the same thing, man. He was like, "You're always going after this brass ring," and I was like, "What's the brass ring?" He's like, "This MTV era." Now this was 25 years ago. When you're
That me and you could talk about.
Yeah. So basically, like what all the kids are doing now, how all the kids want to be TikTokers and they all want to be influencers, and it's like it's us OGs that are like. There's a lot of legwork. There's a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears to even get to that point, right? And people don't realize that, that by the time, we say it in our video, it's it takes years of blood, sweat, and tears to become an overnight success.
Right on, man.
And then as soon as you pop up on the scene, they're like, "Who's this guy? Where did he come from?" It's like, bro, I've been putting in years of work to get to this point where you can actually finally hear my name.
Yeah. You know what I've
I mean?
realized in the moment is, that's the moment you got to drop the chip off your shoulder, because you can't still be angry and mad once you're getting the recognition.
100%.
And once you're having the high achievement, you just have to say, hey, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Right? I'll let me live in your world as an overnight success because I'm glad I'm there versus never arriving.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's just like, hey, man, I appreciate you. Like, you probably don't understand the context, but I'm not going to force it.
Sure.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell the stories. I'll share all the experiences. But also, I don't think wherever I arrive, man, I don't think I've gotten there yet.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
And that's a good
Same.
mindset to have, man. Is like goals. Like it's not like I want to be here. It's steps. There's levels to this shit, right? And it's like if you plan on shooting for the moon, that's great. But there's a lot of steps that you need to take to build that foundation of the house to get there.
So you guys are doing that here at Native. How long have you been doing this?
So I started Native out of my backpack in like 2014.
So a decade as well.
Yeah. So actually, ironically, March 30th, like right there around then, will be the 10-year. So we should definitely get something going for that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one of those things, man, where like, it was only a hobby until it wasn't. Like all of a sudden, it's just my side gig, and all of a sudden it's like, the levy says, hey, do you want to do a 28-day stint here? And it's like, all right, 28 days. Let's knock it out. So I built the store out where it was like I brought the 6-foot graffiti can in behind me. Like, I had to pay somebody just to drag that down here for 28 days. But it was one of those things where it's like blow them out of the water, bro. Like make it to the point where they don't want you to leave. So after the 28 days, they said, hey, do you want to, what do you think about the store outside? Grab the store outside on a 24-hour lease. So if anybody wanted the spot, if I messed up, if I did something wrong, I had 24 hours to get everything out. and we spent the whole pandemic out there. It was like it's one of those things where when we were coming into work, we're turning the lights on through the parking garage.
Just
there's
nobody else has been there.
Nobody
Period.
here at
No,
all.
just us.
But it was one of those things where like it was such a growing, like a pivoting moment, bro. And that's things that we're huge on is like if it's not working, pivot. If something's not working, don't sit there with the ball. Don't get the 3-second violation. Pivot and fucking get that ball out of there. Pass it. And it's one of those things where like we've thankfully me, Tyrell, and Andrew like we're like-minded to the point where I could pass something to Andrew and he's gonna throw some whipped cream and cherry on top that I didn't even think about.
What kind of whipped cream and cherries we talking about?
When it comes down to it, man, it's all outside perspectives. I see what I see, he sees what he sees. So when I come in, like I love the fact that I'll come in here and I'll see the stores rearranged. You know what I mean? Because of the fact that, hey, if we're slow, like I know that Andrew's going, what can we do to, entice these people? So, and again, like I noticed it in the lab. So you took the bright colored alien tee and kind of
Everywhere.
dispersed it amongst the entire room.
My placeholders.
And like I said, I love this guy because he does the stuff that I want without asking. You know what I mean? Like, and you need a team like that. You need a team of like-minded individuals that go, look, bro, I changed this. And it's like, fuck yeah, that looks better than what it was before. You know what I mean? Without me even having to like dial in, being the artist and the whole thing of this is one thing, but having Andrew and Tyrell here to critique everything and say, look, this doesn't look right. You're like, we got to move this. We got to get this out of here. Like there's little things, when it comes to the team that is the cherry on top that you don't realize, man.
Is that how you guys really operate? I mean, is it 3 individuals working together as a team and not really people covering you up creatively? And
No, yeah,
That's it, bro.
I feel like personally, like I just like to do what I like to do, and it just happens to be what he doesn't want. That we just do this different things the whole entire time. We've never had an argument really over anything. We just do what we do and what we like to do. And when I walk in the store, I like to make sure the aesthetics looking, like when I walk in, I survey the store as if I'm shopping. So I grew up with a parent working for Delta, so we traveled a lot when I was little and all over, and a lot of tourist destinations, and taking that all in Disney World and all these different places that they took me when I was like younger. Until then, when I moved out, I did my own thing because I wanted to pursue the dream. It can't stay home and do that. So like, but early on, I got a lot of hyper information that I just took in, and I thought it was so cool. And I was always on the creative front of things, so like I took what I saw and I was like, you know what, I'd like to do that one day. And then I had the opportunity to open a store and dive in. I was like, let's make the most of it. And I'm very happy with what we've done. Just would like to see more people see it, of course. But when the store dynamic, I walk in looking like I treat myself like I'm a shopper. How would I feel if I'd be comfortable? The people that I'm talking to in the store, how much are they just there slinging shirts because they're there for a buck, or are they there because they want to be there? Because I don't expect anyone to know my role in anything. It's not my place. I'm not trying to. That's not even the point. The point is just to make us keep going forward and forward, faster and faster. And then when things start to get harder, we pivot to things that we know work as entrepreneurs and as creatives. We pivot to stuff that we know is effective based on the past experiences, pick up the pieces, and then back to what we were doing prior. So that's my mentality. That's not a new mentality, but it is a mentality that I look at every single day. Since I was in the band too, same thing. Anytime I'd play a show, we'd have the merch table. I'd look at it. I'm like, they'd be setting up. I'm like, we need to do something different here. Like, we need to have a section where stuff looks more important. So let's have this corner as more important things rather than have all these shirts and be oversaturated in shirts. And I would just change the way the merch table looked. And they'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'm like, yeah, man, look at yourself as a consumer, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And on the creative end, because people that are shopping aren't necessarily the ones that are trying to be creative. They just want to support something, or they want to be a part of something. And I recognize that, and I just go at that, head first. And he sees it obviously the same way. But even if it wasn't Jay per se, anyone, that's how I'm looking at it no matter what. It just happens to be someone that is really good at what they do, and I like.
Hey,
to,
appreciate you, bro.
Where's the being good thing come from? Like when you say that he's really good at it, like where's that come from? Because not everybody's interested in being really good at their thing. They're not.
Yeah. Where's it being really good?
Like when you said he's really good at it, like why does that happen here?
I think it has something to do with
Styles and trends.
passion, and I also think it has something to do with understanding you could work at a lawn service, or you could work behind a desk at a bank, which is what I did. I did mortgage processing. We talked about that off camera, but like you could work at these places, and that's hard because you're not happy and you're dealing with all these other mental situations and building life, but you're maybe not be happy. Or you could go another hard route and build something you love and send 2,000 messages to people over Facebook and go that hard route and do something you want to do. So that's what I look at it, how I view it. But that's just, I mean, he's good because he works hard at his craft. And
See, there
he's
you
put his
go.
time. Yeah.
Right.
It's like, but you want to.
Well-
You have to want to. If you don't want it,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how good you are. These athletes out here, man, are amazing, but they don't necessarily want it. And then you got someone like, you
Kobe that comes in. Kobe said something about, waking up at 9, getting to the gym at 10, getting off, having lunch, going back to the gym at 3, 3 to 8, and then coming home to his wife and kids at 8. He's like, if I can change that, if I can go to the gym at 3 in the morning and then get out and have breakfast and go back to the gym at 8 in the morning and then get my workout out and then have lunch and then get back to the gym and work. He's like, I'm going to have by the time that you realize that you're that good, you're going to be so far ahead of your competition that there's not going to be a close second.
Yeah, and it's the effort, but you have to love what you're doing to start.
100%.
Because if you're not, then
You're not waking up at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
to do it.
and you're not putting that extra time. You're like, all right, it's done.
You think you think you have to love it?
I think
This is good because I think you guys do. So let's have this conversation.
I think for something like this, where you have to go out and find your meal, and there's easier routes that you could take, I think you do have to have some love for it, because when someone walks in and they're gonna buy your shirt, they're not just buying a shirt with a design on it. They're supporting the people behind the shirt. So you representing the brand, regardless of your role, is on a passion front. It rubs off on just even the customer, on the guest in the store. So when they come in, they are like, hey, okay, like I'm behind this because I may wish to love what I do and I don't right now, or I'm trying to be a creative, or I'm trying to start a clothing brand or whatever. So they see it and they may see a point of their head. They're like, oh, I want to do this, so I'm going to support in that front. And then before you know it, you have people coming in every week because they want to see what new drop is, because now they're aware of the culture. And once you're aware, it's all knowledge is power. So once they know, they come back and we get to know them personally. And before you know it, they're on a podcast with us. You know what I mean? So it kind of just like trickles down. And I do think it starts with love. There's actually love on the locker right behind you.
So lots of love.
Lots of love,
There's
man.
love spread around here.
Love's important because I have a child. So I do the things that I do. I would be willing to go broke as long as she has the one little item that she needs. I'll spend the extra money even though I'm struggling for whatever reason, if I am.
Yeah.
So that she's happy. I'm not worried about that money I'm banking on. It's not doing any good sitting there as a number on a computer screen. But if she gets that moment that she can tell all her friends at her little school and her 4-year-old friends that it's just a 4-year-old. It's not even someone that's like, paying taxes to society or doing anything. She's just there, right? She's just enjoying life because I'm setting that up because I love what I do there. And if I love what I do at work to get her that, then that's just like where I stay. I mean, that's just what I want to do. So I'll do it. I'll do whatever it takes. And that's where I stand on that. What is why love's important, I guess.
Yeah, and about do you have to really love the thing you're doing, right? That's the question.
Do you have to? No, but I think that it helps for life overall, quality of life.
Yeah.
Quality of life really matters.
It's good when you're waking up smiling in the morning, pumped about the thing that you get to go do. How do we put together this thing with Jay? He's over here, man. He's techie, man. All this stuff happened behind the
Trying, we're
scenes.
still live. Still live.
Yeah,
We're
I've
good.
got the camera.
So how
There it is.
do we plug in this part too about like passion's awesome.
Passion's awesome. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
it's awesome.
Yep.
Loving things and people, great. I just watched. Me and my lady just came down here last weekend and watched the Bob Marley documentary.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Did you like it?
I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some stories and other documentaries out there, but I liked it. And
And I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
Did they mention anything about the Converse shoe and the cancer that
no, they mentioned that somebody kept stepping on it while he was performing or something, so I think maybe they touched on a little bit the type of shoe, but that shoe didn't cause the cancer. He already had cancer in his body.
Mm-hmm.
It was just when he had that toenail injury, it wouldn't heal because of the blood cancer.
Okay.
So that was it. They
'Cause
don't.
there's a guy going around that says that he was a CIA agent that brought him a pair of Converse that had a needle in the toe of it. That the second that he put his foot in and it stubbed his toe, he said that he saw him jump and he was like, that was it.
I think that could have been it. What it did though was it did indicate and let them know he had cancer.
Right.
So if that wouldn't have happened, then he probably would have died sooner.
Okay.
Yeah. Even though he didn't take what I don't understand about some of these guys. You're super talented, and you're making a cultural impact in society like he is, and it's no different than a Steve Jobs who started Apple. That guy knew he had cancer, man, and he thought he was going to heal himself in all these unique, I don't know, man. Just some more natural ways.
Yeah, holistic healing.
Yeah, and I guess, man, it was a part of it, and that's awesome to think that. But it's proven that modern medicine is incredible. Yeah, I don't love pharmaceutical companies and all this shit they're pushing down our throats. Well, let's face it, man. There's a lot of people that get sick now that aren't dying from shit that they used to.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
so
Life expectancy is very, very high compared to what it was back in the day because of modern medicine, regardless of how you feel about the pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
But modern medicine is
it's awesome.
wonders. Yeah.
It's awesome.
It really is.
What are you talking about? Jason's got
shout out to
something.
Crystal Lynn Harrell. She said, I went straight to Google to find Baby Andrew's Screamo band. It's so good.
See, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody, of course, Elijah's on here. He says, the homies, man, I miss Ocean Grid.
Yeah, Elijah's the man. He's the one that created the OG. There's an OG fan page, an
Yeah.
Ocean Grid fan page. So he created that. I didn't know who had done that. I was like, that's super cool because they sent me a friend request. I'm like, what?
The original
Fan page?
gangsters, man.
Yeah, it was cool.
OGs, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man,
they
there's
even had shirts that had big OG on it. It was
OG,
fire.
yeah, bro. There's people that got Ocean Grid tattoos. There's my lyrics on someone's arm, the OG symbol. Like, people actually went all in on Ocean Grid. It was a pretty amazing experience.
So why'd you stop?
My little one. When I had Charlie, I was like, I didn't want to hold other people's back. I didn't want to go on tour and risk ruining someone else's dream. So I just told the guys, about 6 months after having her, I took her to practice, but I was like, I just don't feel like I can leave town. And I was like, I brought the financial in and I wrote most of the music and we just did most of it was like my heavy hand. So I was like, when I leave, it's going to be a major change. They tried to keep it going, but it ultimately fell apart. But it is, I just wanted, Charlie was everything. Once I had her, I was just like, hey, this is where I really want to put my time. I've been putting this for 7 years now of just grinding for this band. And it was like every time we get close to the fire, get close to success, a guitar player would get cold feet like, hey, man, we're starting to do some real touring here, man. We're booking real dates for months. I can't leave my job or whatever. And I'm like, all right. So then we'd have to reel it back, shorten things, do something else because it's a hard industry because you do have to take a risk. You have to go out there in faith and be like, hey, we're going to make magic out of something. And it was metal, so it's a harder thing to sell, but I didn't care. It was about the message to me. Mm-hmm. The message. I would always try to speak to my 16-year-old self. What would my 16-year-old self do when I'm 26? And just speaking to myself in the lyrics, that's kind of how I viewed it. And then talked about mental health a lot. It was a big part of it. I'd give speeches about it.
Why was that important to you?
Because I deal with it. I deal with the depression angles of things and anxiety like anyone else, and I know that it holds people back, and it held me back to some degree. And once I realized it shouldn't hold me back, I just went full force. And I was like, if it's not holding me back, let's talk, let's have a conversation, send us messages. I'd always bring people on stage on the show. I'd let them have the microphone, give them their 2 seconds to scream. I would just bring as many people as with me as possible, have big groups. We talked about earlier, bring everybody with you. I kind of have that mentality. When I started the band, my goal was to become an A&R rep. to help get bands in Cincinnati signed, because there's a lot of talent. There's just not a lot of fans. A lot of friends, not a lot of fans. So like because of that, I was like, you know what? There's some bands here that could really get big. So I was like, if I get my band signed, I can bring everyone with me. And that was my mentality. There's a band called the Earth Laid Bare. I tried to get them. Like there's a lot of like story back there, but like they were the ones. Like they had been a solid band since 16 years old, and now they're in 30s. But like at the time, these guys were like blowing up as you know, just driving recently. And I was like seeing them grow, and I'm like, these guys could get out of this.
Are they still doing it?
They are still doing it. They're going to be part of, I do an event at Madison Live monthly, and they're going to be a part of an upcoming event in a couple months. But yeah, they're still doing it. They're doing their thing. They've been through some member changes, but still one of the best bands at all of Cincinnati metal wise. And it's just, this talent is here. It's just the city is getting slept on, and it's opening up now. But like in 2010, bands skip Cincinnati. They go Louisville, Columbus, Cleveland. Cincinnati is just not the spot where bands were coming. And it's just Warped Tour would come here though. Warped Tour was a big part of our culture. But when Warped Tour ended, there was no, Taj Mahal of some goal to achieve, because Warped Tour was gone. That was where everyone strived for. So when that kind of tour goes away, what are you working toward? A tour, maybe small festivals? Like, it's harder now that doesn't exist. And I saw that also happen because I stepped away in 2019. I was like, what else are we working for here? So that also was a big factor, knowing like what you're working for is going to be even harder now because there's not a main catalyst to get yourself to that next level. So a few factors let me step away. And then I walked into, Native, and Jay was like, hey, let me show you something. He took me to the back, showed me some podcast equipment, and explain what he was trying to do, and here we are now, 4 years later, just cruising along, just trying to figure out the next step. But yeah, I no regrets, man. I'm here for what I'm here for, and the universe puts you where you belong, and keep pushing. So, but the band really helps me because it helps me. It's helped me build a business, and formed an LLC of it and everything. I built a nonprofit. Had a nonprofit organization called the Monsters Project. So I was doing some stuff with it. So it was a lot of education and on top of fun and meeting thousands of people that I would have never met that still come to the store to this day to support Native because they supported OG. So it's like, there's something there.
I got some bad news.
Okay.
So we were speaking earlier about trademark infringing and all that stuff.
So
Okay.
somebody just dropped something in some comments on you?
No, here's the bad news, man. We've been I ordered 50 skateboards.
Oh, we have an answer?
Yeah. Just 5 seconds ago, I want to throw up, bro. So we made limited edition skateboards. I designed them and ordered them in October. They were shipped out in like mid-November to be here by December 15th. They've been held by customs for over 90 days. And I just got confirmation like 1 minute ago that they're just destroying the skateboards. Destroying them.
So what do you do? What do you do with that?
I think we just lose $2,000 on what we spent. Plus, I've got to spend, what was it, $5 per pound if it gets confiscated. So I've got to spend money. Plus, I've got to refund everybody that bought the skateboard.
Board. They can come to the store and use the same amount of credits if they want to
To buy the next ones.
to buy the merch at the store.
Yeah.
But
So what do you do with that? Where's resilience come in here, guys?
So the skateboard themselves, they were fire, man. It had a Native logo. Actually, it had this logo. So it was the Native Nike logo, which is obviously it's infringing. But like we were saying earlier, we push the boundaries on what we can do and what we can't, because that's how streetwear became streetwear. You know what I mean? By pushing the boundaries and by doing things that weren't allowed.
You go to New York City. See a lot more of it there than here.
100%, man.
Right.
There was a company called Chinatown Market who had to change their name to just Chinatown, or actually no, not just Market.
just market now.
But
They removed the
they
Chinatown.
started their entire company off of just bootlegging other logos, which is, like I said, that's a streetwear style. That's the way to separate yourselves from the Cincy shirts and the other companies, right? But in the same regard, it's always a risk.
Always a risk.
There's always a risk, and like the only thing that I'm sad about was that was probably the dopest looking skateboard that I've ever seen in my entire life. The fact that we designed it and printed it,
So why is Customs lock that up? What happens?
the Nike logo underneath the native. So they pinned it. I guess November 25th was when the last time that it had any movement. So it's been like over 90 days, and I've been on the phone with these people like at least every other day for the past 3 months trying to figure out where this thing is. And I just got confirmation that they're going to go ahead and burn the boards.
Burn the board. So they're not going to end up on some street in China.
You know what, man? I think they are because the last shipment was to a Chinaman. Is that racist to say? It was a Chinese guy. It was a Chinese guy who signed for my skateboards in China somewhere, and we haven't seen any movement since.
So they didn't get out of the country.
Didn't even make it out of the country.
Didn't even make it out of the country.
So, and
You wouldn't think they would care about trademark infringement.
Oh, they don't at all.
So
Yeah.
how did it not get out?
I don't know.
Because someone
Yeah.
else wanted the boards, they saw value, and they saw they could sell it in their store, and it ends up somewhere else potentially. I don't know. I'm not there, but I can only imagine. Why would you burn a board? Like, why would you burn? I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't make.
It's just like
It just sounds like that's
Would-
a way for them to get around it. Get around it. Yeah.
I don't think that that's what's going to happen. I genuinely feel like that they're going to try to do something with those boards.
So do you guys just order more? Like, do you give up on this cool idea, or do you just order more?
not from that company.
Not from that company or not from that board. I mean, we could do another Mad Scientist line, which that would.
Yeah,
be
we've
fun.
got a ton of other boards that we've designed and came
But
out
that
with.
board was
but that one
fire,
wasn't
especially
ridiculous.
like the fact that like so it was there was different colors. So the white one and the silver and the gold, and then the higher like a
holographic version.
one. So people would get a random one, whatever they got.
So you buy the skateboard and then you had a chance of getting either the white version, a gold like a gold foil, silver foil, or a holographic version that was lenticular. Like as you moved it, all the colors changed.
So what did you get? That's the best part.
Yeah.
I had a guy on my podcast a couple weeks ago, and he said a skateboard company for a long time. He has Hot Sauce brand. He had a skateboard company, and he said the skateboard industry, skateboards aren't selling. Is that true? Has that changed right now? He said they just aren't selling at near the level that they were.
Oh,
No,
sure,
they're
yeah.
no, they're not. They're not like Supreme skateboards are
Yep.
$65, free shipping after $250, and they still got skateboards in stock. So, but when it came to this skateboard, like I wasn't looking to put wheels on it. Like this thing was so badass that this was something that you put in the office
Yep.
on the wall. So everybody that pre-ordered one, I went out and bought wall mounts that I was giving everybody for free so that you can mount it to behind the office desk type shit.
So what do you guys do with this passion, right? So I think it's awesome that this world of entrepreneurship out here, everybody that starts a business. Could be the coffee shop over here at the Levee that we bought coffee drinks beforehand. Those little macaroons were good. It could be the sneaker guy over here.
Jay
right?
Sound the building.
Yep.
Right. It could be, you got Wooden Cask Brewery. You got those folks.
It's all local too.
Right. That's awesome. But so the idea of having a business seems cool. Doesn't it? The idea when
Sure
you have it, you're
does,
like,
bro.
here we go.
Yeah.
There's some independence. Nobody's going to tell me what to do anymore. I get to dictate my own schedule. Like, let's go do this. All right. We know all the stories of tragic moments that happen after that. Just like this skateboard thing that just happened. That
This-
shows up every day in the world of entrepreneurship.
This has been 4 months of heartache.
Yeah.
Every single day trying to figure out where it's going because they were supposed to be here by December 15th, and it's almost March 1st. You know what I mean? So it's like it's one of those things, bro, where like you roll the dice, and it was like, of course, when we're designing the board, they're like, oh, there's no worries. You'll be able to get them.
Yeah, the sales pitch.
Yeah, of course.
So,
And
so,
that's-
so what do you guys do with this? So we've talked about passion. You talked about having your daughter 4 years ago, going on 5 years, right?
Yep.
We all have
August.
our lives. There's people in
Yes.
our lives that are relying on us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They are that we have to produce income. We need to produce revenue. We need to contribute to family, and so passion's fine. Like finding some joy every day and some happiness is fine, but what are we working for? Like when you wake up, you're talking about the Andrew of the future.
Okay.
So in the Andrew of the future, when he wakes up, if you're fortunate enough to you wake up at 52,
Sure.
your daughter's going to be like 20, man.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. What type of life do you need to be building
To get to that point.
Yeah, so you're living the life then that you want to be. Because, see, the decisions need to be made now.
Mm-hmm.
So the passion and the fun and the happiness, because I can tell you guys from my perspective, I don't just have one business, but real estate was the foundation. It's commercial properties now. It is receiving rents from residential apartments. It's running podcasts. It's multiple tiers of business. And there's many moments throughout my day. It's not fun.
Sure. Yeah.
Right, it's not. And
Right.
there's days when you have really bad days like you guys have had. Like not just a bad 2 hours, bad days.
Yeah.
And then there's bad weeks.
We've had 3 bad months in a row,
Yeah,
bro.
it's been a struggle.
Okay, so
Like even December didn't hit.
Not great.
We did more sales from December 26th to December 30th than we did from December 1st to December 24th.
that's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Like and that's one of those things, man, where it's like, and the problem is in November you spend all that money to stock the store and to get everything ready and to get the skateboards and to do all these things to get the store ready for Christmas time, and then it doesn't hit, and now you're like, all right, well, I guess everything's either going on sale or it's just gonna trickle out of here. So it's like we're at a pivoting moment again.
Yeah.
Where it's like we've had 3 bad months in a row, and I understand that January and February are slow for everybody.
Fuck that idea.
But bills have to be paid,
Yeah.
and
you got commitments in life.
and like we said earlier, nobody gives a fuck. Like you've got to pay your bills, you got to get it done. There was a moment when Jack was talking earlier, and it was one of those things where it's like, nobody gives a fuck. And I had that moment where, I had the ear bitten off and my eye was completely white from all these.
Oh, you mean you're missing an eye?
I sure am, bro.
Oh, I thought that was just a cool.
All right.
People ask that too, man. People always ask, is that for show? It's like, come on, player.
Trying to be on the next Mad Max. What's going on here?
Dude,
Right,
I'm
yeah,
here for
yeah.
it, man. Yeah, the lights
Yeah.
are out on this side of the house, bro. Like if I wake up and if I'm sleeping on my right side and my right eye's like buried in the pillow, and
I mean, let's be honest. That's gonna be fucked up because you're blind in that moment.
well, no, bro. Like you want to talk about a panic attack? Like you open your eyes and you can't see anything at all. That's like an immediate panic attack. But anyways, I've gotten over that point, man. I'm just where we've gotten to this point where like we're I don't even know where I was going with this.
Well, it's like it's the whole the process. I'll jump back in because I know with Andrew, he's like, "Hey, man, like it's my job to read people and have intuition." He's like, "Man, it doesn't have to be that hard, man. Like, be nice. It has to be cool." That's an aggressive way I talk. I don't know if that's what the vibe, but I talk because I think
No, not at all.
like life's serious, man.
No,
Like,
very serious. I think
Yeah.
that I think
Life's-
how you go about it is how it should be. And
Yeah.
to me, regardless of the questions,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm not. This
Yeah.
isn't the first endeavor I've taken on. You know what I
A
mean?
lot of
And
things you've done.
Yeah, there's all those experiences, and I would rather figure my way out of the smoke in the dirt and whatever it takes than go, hey, I'm gonna jump back into mortgage processing. I'm gonna get my application back at Fifth Third Bank and let us see if I'll get another opportunity. No, I'm not in that mental framework. I'm like, you know what? Well, if this is struggling, well, what can we do? We could probably do some more native pop-ups. I could probably do some more events at Madison Theater. There's other ways to go about it, but like outside of that, I want to make my path. I want to create my journey, and it's my story to tell. And that's what I take over everything is the story and the journey, because there's no final destination. What is the destination?
Oh, we
You
could
know,
go deep on that.
Right. The destination is whatever your goals are. And once you get to those goals, you're probably by that point, you're going to make more goals. And then it's going to just get bigger and bigger.
Levels.
So levels
Yeah.
to it. Right. And then, and that same thought, the levels to it, you're also going to start dealing with higher level of people. So you're going to start elevating yourself, and then like all ships rise. Right. So that mentality too. So once you get higher up, then you start going into other industries, maybe like real estate,
Real estate,
or whatever.
buying some rentals,
Exactly,
some investment,
like,
passive
yeah.
income.
Right.
I'll buy some crypto, whatever the hell you want to do, right?
I'm a homeowner. I
Yep.
have property, so like
Yep.
that's the thing. Like I understand that, but in this time where I'm at, all that work I've put into it, why let that go to waste? So I should just use what I like to do and I'm strong at, and sometimes I have to make sales here. I don't love making sales here. I'm not here to be a salesman. I've told him that many times. I have to do that right now because we're at this point, but I'm not here to be a salesman. I will hire a salesman 10 times over, and you guys can do fish customers, and I'll go figure out something with the lab, and we'll go figure out what to do next with the store. Will not lose sleep over not making another sale, but I have to right now. So that's where I stand. And to me, the 52 mark, at 52, I'm hoping at that point to be able to just let things be able to manage more and start cooler projects, start another nonprofit, maybe do something like, something that like where I'm making more of an impact. Because that's where I'm with it. I'm like, I like just making impact when I walk into the room. Doesn't matter how long I was there, as long as I make an impact in that time.
Do you think hope's enough?
Hope?
Like, because here's the
Hope,
thing. I think hope's bullshit.
I don't know about hope. I'm about hope or luck. I think it's opportunistic and,
It's like what you're doing to take action to go dictate your
Yeah, what
outcome regardless of what
opportunities.
comes your way, right? I mean,
Yeah.
listen, the hope thing is like, man, I can sit around and be like, man, I hope that happens. That's the like, I
You
don't
got to get out there and get it.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
here's the thing. So do I hope it's going to. But what do you want to hope? You want a lottery tomorrow? You want to hope for that? Like you want to hope that somebody wakes up and you got an extra $100,000 in your bank account? Come on, man, that ain't gonna happen. And so this idea about hoping. Now let me go out here and control my hope, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so I just think the struggle is that I'm on board for trying to enjoy life, finding some joy. I don't necessarily know happiness because there's a lot of moments where there's not happiness in all of our lives. It's called a human life, man.
Yeah.
And so now trying to find some joy, things you smile about, right? These momentary moments of like, man, I just met that cool person. Or, even though I don't like sales, that person just walked in. I sold 23 of those things. And I know that that's X amount of dollars to the store. Man, if we can keep doing this, and I've got this belief in ourselves. So this idea about building towards that 52 you. So I want the momentary joy. But, man, in the midst of hustle and grind that it takes to live a big life, I don't live like some rich, wealthy person. Like I can drive the nice cars, but I don't live that way. I could,
Sure.
but I still don't. I have that mentality, that poor kid, right, out in Boone County. So the challenge is that, like, how much do you go all in? Because this new hustle and grind culture, to a lot of people now, to a lot of young people, that ain't cool. They want to find balance, right? They want to find, like, no, man, if I hear one more time that I work to live, I'm going to slap somebody. Because it's like, okay, well, what do you mean? Are you working to live to just pay your bills every month?
Right.
Because that's a suck-ass life.
Yes.
Financial stress, isn't it the worst stress?
Yeah.
It's the worst.
It's the worst. And so it's like, what do you need to do? What do I need to do? I agree with you on no regrets, man. Right? Whatever we've done in the past, whatever's happened to us, we did it, right? Get over it. Ask for some apologies. Say, hey, like, I'm sorry. Can I get some forgiveness? Do better. Learn. We're going to fail all over the place.
Yes.
So the challenge is that, like, okay, no regrets, but how do you truly build the life that you want to live? And I like your mentality. Like, let me think about Madison Live and how do I create a collaboration and make some money on some apparel and stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, but you got to make sure you do.
Yeah.
And so that's so often I made
I
this.
think that's the easy part. I think the execution.
Yeah.
Is the easy part.
Do you?
I do.
Because a lot of people say they're idea people.
I think execution's easy because if I'm going to come up with an idea, I'm probably going to say I could probably execute it before I consider it a viable idea. So I'll probably think about the process before I present the idea.
Okay.
Rather than, because like you said, hoping, like I love dreamers. I'm a dreamer to a
man.
degree. You got to think big in order to shoot for
Yeah.
Mars, land on the moon, kind of a thing.
Shoot for the moon, land among the stars, all that
Whatever,
shit.
yeah.
Les
like,
Brown, yeah.
Exactly. We have space theme in here. I'm a big fan.
Yep.
But
So action isn't a problem for you, is what you're saying.
I think action is the number one thing you should do.
No, I
think-
know that, but you're saying it's not a problem for you. That's the easy thing for you. Because for most people,
I
I'm
want
just
to do it.
okay.
So like I want to do it. Like
Because I don't want to.
I do. I want to see. I
Yeah.
want to see it happen. I want to get the handshakes down on the ground floor. I want to meet the people that are coming there and appreciating the work that's been done. You know, like there is a level of like there's a humanistic factor when they're coming in and experiencing something that I built or I was like a big hand in, and
Yeah.
then they're like, "Hey, this was amazing." They don't even have to know like anything. We come in the lab all day. They have no idea. They just think I'm just a sales associate. I'm here to just show them the room, and they like give all the accolades. I'm like, "Well, thank you so much," and they're like, "Thank you." Like, well, and they walk out. They don't know why I said thank you. Like whatever.
Why are you that way? So you're
Why?
a guy. So here's the thing. You like
Why am I?
you
this
yeah
way?
yeah because like you
My
just talked
parents?
about making other people happy.
Probably my mother. She probably was a reason for that, and my dad's more of a business savvy guy, so probably the mix between those two. If that's why, it's
Yeah.
probably genetic, but it is what it is, and I don't even think. I'm not worried about what other people think. I don't have time to think about when I hear people talking about me or saying something negative or whatever. I'm like, I haven't given them a thought.
How'd you work through that too? Because you talked about depression and anxiety earlier, and that's tough, man. When your daughter's growing up and she's 12, 13, and 14, she's going to be dealing with that shit. And,
Yes.
with social media now, right? You all, if we go back to middle school times, we did care about what those kids thought, man.
Sure.
Like I remember feeling that judgment, right? And so how did you become this that if you truly don't care what people think? Hey, we got the sangria popping here over on the box
Hey,
line.
let's go.
Hey, he's got it right there. Let's get that sponsorship.
Right?
But,
Franzia.
yeah, let's go.
Is that how you say that?
Franzia? Yeah.
Man, I always look at that word. My brain doesn't process it right. So it's like, what do we? How'd you become that? Because if I could give a shot of that to every teenager growing up, and then even every adult to have some confidence and some self-esteem to just do what you want to do, regardless of all the judgment and what people are saying about you. Like that's the answer to living a better life.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that's something that like when I moved from Chicago, man, I felt that full force. Like I went from like growing up in Chicago, big Bulls fan, big Jordan fan,
To Union, Kentucky.
to moving to
coming
Union,
to
Kentucky.
Ryle. We
Yeah.
went to the same high school. We were just
Oh,
years
you
apart.
guys.
Yeah.
You guys.
So,
I'm Ryle as well. Yeah.
So
guys.
you know when
Boone
like
County High School.
No, Connor, man.
Connor,
Come on,
okay.
pig farmers.
You said Boone.
dude.
You said Boone earlier.
Yeah,
I was
but Boone County.
Fair. Boone County. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. We were the nice folks in the country. That's what we were. Y'all were a little snotty out there, thinking you're a little bit better, living in Triple Crown and all the
man.
all
we
these
had
places,
the
man.
Adidas football
Yeah.
jerseys. Let's roll,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah, we were lucky
Yeah.
to get triple generation hand me down Adidas anything.
Dude,
Okay?
I was so blown away when I went to Ryle. Like going from a school in Chicago, where like my middle school had metal detectors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I remember like all these moments of like bomb threats and fights where people were thrown over like balconies and in Chicago, and then going to like Union, Kentucky, and we were talking
But there
about
was
the
the-
grade
Yeah, there was some
scale.
The shooting, though.
Yeah, it wasn't good, man.
The Clay Stroud, yeah,
We
so
lived in
that-
my parents' neighborhood.
that-
That's the
Is
same
that neighborhood you lived in?
Yeah, it's still they still live there.
Yeah.
They still live in that,
That would-
neighborhood.
that-
I have to drive by his house every single
That
time I
house,
go.
man. That was me being
I
in
know.
real estate.
It's-
That thing sold for nothing, man.
Yeah, it's weird
Bro,
trying to buy it. The
like-
vibes
like-
are so weird.
The whole house
That
is
hill-
creepy, bro. So I
Yeah.
did Scott's lawn service, and Union was my area. And that house I treated, and I swear on my dad's grave, bro. Like 3 or 4 times that I've gone there, the front door was not only unlocked, but it was like open. Like
Man,
just
quit playing, Jay.
just like 3 or 4 inches. No one's answering the door. It was like the lady that owned it was in a wheelchair, but like I had to treat the whole yard, so I had to go into the backyard, like through the privacy fence and all that stuff. But like it was the most like it was a creepy feeling, even just being there.
That was all the
treating it.
power lines going through the backyard. There's
It's
power
weird.
lines going
Oh
They
man,
always-
there's power lines
They
going
always,
through
have,
Union,
they always
bro.
have the same light on. I always notice it when I drive there at nights. And I pick Charlie up on like Wednesday. The same light's always on. I always just want to. I look at the light window. I'm like, I wonder if I'm going to see something.
Yeah.
Because when you go down that hill where there's a speed bump in that neighborhood,
You can see to
you
the
can just
right.
feel
yeah.
of energy, and like I've driven so many times, and when there's like some fog, it's just that little section, and then you get out of that section, you turn on the Brady Trail, and everything's normal. There's
I knew you two grew up privileged. I knew it, man. See, I was talking about y'all earlier about the chip on my shoulder, man. That's an easy life. Y'all grew up with an easy damn life in those nice neighborhoods
Bro,
of
it
middle
was
America.
different.
Hey, I'm gonna
he's
go ahead and
different
add to
thing.
this
He's a
because
different
because
Because your
I,
dad was a print executive, right? Your dad was successful. Both y'all's dads were successful.
so I like
yeah.
He's still successful.
I remember the moment of my parents' lives changing, which is very cool, man. I remember, so like there was like a 3-month moment of my parents' lives where we don't go to church, we don't do any of this stuff, and I think I've talked about this on the podcast, so I apologize. But my mom, somehow I got tied into some church that was selling lottery tickets, and it was like the winner can win $10,000 or whatever, and she lost all of her tickets. And so it turned out that one of the tickets that she lost was the $10,000 winner. So my mom and dad were like, they had to pay the, whatever the entire roll was. So it was like, $800, $600, $700, $800 or whatever. It was $10 a ticket. And they ended up finding the winning ticket behind the bar. So it was sitting on like my dad's bar that he built, but it fell behind it. So
That
they
sounds like
ended up
a
finding-
ploy. They knew it was the case, so you only had to spend $800 for them, and you had a $10,000 ticket.
Yeah,
that sounds
bro.
like a ploy to me.
Hey,
Somebody knew some inside job here.
I'm here for it, bro. But they found the ticket, and then my dad actually booked a flight on everything to Disney World after we won the 10
With the
Gs.
profits.
With the profits.
Yeah,
so
this
we
sounds like some bullshit to me. We need to go back and talk to the banks on what's happening.
right, but check this out, bro. Right when we came home from vacation, my dad checked the voicemail, and like I was maybe like 10 or 11 years old, and the fact that I remember this moment so well. We walked into the kitchen, there was a bunch of voicemails on the voice recorder. He hit play, and one of the messages was a guy named Ken Fields. And my dad was like, "Holy shit, Charlotte! Do you know who Ken Fields is? He owns the company I work for." Like, and he was calling me because he had an opportunity available. Turns out, years down the road now, like it's at
Answering
the point
machines.
where
That's hilarious shit, isn't it?
oh
Answering
yeah,
machines.
bro.
Answering machines.
But years down the road, now me and Ken Fields are like buddies. Like he's like talking to me like Jordan, Dennis Rodman, like the Bulls and everything. And it's just like I remember that moment of being in poverty, my mom winning the 10 grand, us going to Disney World, them spending more than what they actually had, and then coming back and then getting that voicemail on the voice recorder. And my dad was like, "Holy shit, do you know who Ken Fields is?" And then within the next like 10 years of my life, like Ken Fields, he was there. Like he was a part of my life for the next 10 years. And it's crazy to think that like, because as you're a kid, like you just think you're living it. You don't think your parents are jucking and moving and making moves to solidify your life. You know what I mean? But like to be able to see that point where my dad's life literally changed, it's amazing, bro. It's so gratifying to be able to be a part of that moment and remember it. You know what I mean? Because like your memory is very fickle. Like the only time that you really remember things is, and I've actually done a little research on it. It's emotional aspects. So if something very traumatic happens to you, you remember it. If something very aspirational happens, you remember it. You know what I mean? But that middle stuff kind of fades away. So the fact that I remember that and I remember that phone call, it's like that was a big moment where like the Banks family went from, like moving up to the east side, bro, like with a big apartment
It's
in
like
the
the
sky.
Jeffersons back in the
Yeah.
day. man.
Jeffersons,
I was like,
bro.
Moving on up.
Yeah.
To the east side with a big apartment
Man,
in the sky.
Man, he was so damn funny. Oh my god, that was crazy. So what what we do here to come back? So let's say we're able to have this moment in life and we're on our deathbeds,
Okay.
right? And I'm not trying to be morbid, but the reality is like there's one thing that's going to happen to all of us.
All certainties.
Right? And so there's this story in this metaphor that they tell. They're like, hey, listen, when you're on your deathbed, what ghosts are going to be standing around? And I don't know what influencer it is that talks about it, but someone said they work so hard to live their best life possible and to become the most elite human that they possibly can because they're so worried about the ghost standing around of who they could have been.
I've got that on a different level. So like parallel universes, you know how like there's like a million different versions of Mark,
Yeah.
you know, that are out there on different.
Hopefully we know none of them that look as good as me.
Identical to you.
Right.
You know what? Isn't it messed up to think there's someone out there that looks just like all of us? That's crazy. Just like us.
There is.
Do you know yours?
I've met one that looks very similar to me. He's very close.
Is
We
he?
met. We met. Yep.
Do you have like a bromance kind of moment?
We were cool. He was actually in a band. He was in a band too. Played
shit.
guitar player. He's a guitar player. Really? Yeah.
Sorry, Jay, we interrupted you, man. I don't want to redirect
no.
it too much. But
No, you're good.
I'm gonna flip the hat around. This is a hat flip around time.
Hey, let's go.
Right, that's what we need to do.
I don't remember what I was talking about, bro.
No, we were talking about you had a different take on. I said the ghosts that are standing around our deathbed about all the lives that we
And
could have
parallel dimensions.
lived, right? And you said the million different marks that there could be.
Yeah, the different
Is
parallel
what-
universes, the different playing
Oh
fields.
yeah.
good.
Yeah. So the parallel universes. Thank you, bro. So the way that I look at it is like, you know, there's. Do you know like the parallel universe like theory where there's a million versions of you that are you know, the one that chose Pivot Realty is here. The one that chose, you know.
Let's go. No, but let's go on and keep on going there. 'Cause I think life's about
another-
choices. I think it's about the things we think and the choices and decisions we make. So let's go there.
So there's a million different versions of you that have chosen different paths.
Yeah.
This is the version of you that's chosen the path that you're on,
Mm-hmm.
right? And for me, like the one thing that really just kind of irks me in the background is the idea of another Jay Banks in a parallel universe that's doing better than me because of the moves that he made getting to this point here. And I understand that, like, you know, it could be fake, it could be real. Like parallel universes is a far-fetched idea, but the fact that I've got the mentality to think that it pisses me off
That you could be doing it better.
that there's another Jay
Yeah.
Banks that's doing it better because of the positives and negatives of my previous like chess moves.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I do know what you mean. I think, you know, comparison is the thief of joy in life. We got to stop comparing ourselves to others, but I don't think there's anything wrong with comparing ourselves to us.
For sure.
There's nothing wrong with me comparing the guy I am today to the guy I was last week, because this guy better be better.
Right.
I better be constantly growing and learning and evolving in life. And I don't think there's anything wrong with challenging ourselves to be the absolute best I can be in 2 or 3 years.
100%.
The best I can be in 10. That comes from reading books, of sitting and having great thought with guys on podcasts, right? Of listening to some of the elite thinkers out in the world. And way too often, people just want this easy-ass life, man. And I think you got to do hard things. We got to think hard things. We got to do hard things. We have to, because if you avoid the hard things and you're searching for an easy life, life's going to be hard.
Yes.
Right? But if you do the hard things and you become a highly capable person, the things that used to be hard are going to feel easy in the future.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it's just about a way to think. Yeah. So that's to me, that's like a phantom chasing my ass, man.
Yeah.
It's like that guy thinking that with some different choices, not necessarily my choices in the past, but I got to make sure that dude tomorrow, tonight, next week, that dude's making the choices now
100%.
Yeah.
that are going to truly dictate my outcome, to make sure when I wake up at 52, if I get to, that I'm living an awesome life, not just for me, for all these people I've committed to, right?
Everybody around you.
100%, man.
Yes.
Like building the house for my mom because, you know, she worked those double shifts as a nurse. When you got a piece of shit dad and the mom's got to step up, working those double shifts as an RN for a decade and a half just to put food on the table and have a roof over our heads. And to be that person, to be like, man, without people like that in our lives, I wouldn't be the guy I am today. So how do I go back and make their life a little bit better while we're here? Who knows what happens in the afterlife? Who knows what happens with all this shit? I don't know. Is there reincarnation? Do one of the religions have it figured out? I don't know. I think they're crazy as hell for thinking they have it figured the F out, right? And so I just know I got to challenge myself to hustle and grind to be more capable tomorrow. And that's the thing. Like I want to make sure when I wake up at 52 and 55 and 57, I want a great life, man.
100%.
And I think if we just let it evolve and just following our passion, like there's really wealthy people, Richard Branson, Virgin, the guys like that, they're like, you got to follow your passion. You know what? Sure is fucking easy when you're a billionaire.
Yeah.
Living on an island in the
you can say that.
You say all that dumb shit. And so how many people, though, have followed their passion and it's led them to a place of I ain't got any damn money.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
100%.
And life's fucking hard.
But the thing about passion,
Yeah,
though,
push back on it. Let's
yeah,
go.
the thing about when you go into the passion angle, so every action has an equal and opposite reaction,
Here
right?
you go, Einstein. Let's go.
Sure, right?
Yeah.
So that's just rule
That's
of
it,
thumb.
yeah.
So when you're putting energy out,
Yeah.
the energy you're putting out, are you putting out because you have to, because you want to? Now, and when you're doing because you have to, and you're doing it because you want to, and they have to work in cohesiveness,
Yeah.
I think that is where the magic's made, and that's why I enjoy execution. Anyone else is that makes stuff and creates stuff and does it and actually goes the extra steps, goes the 9 yards, goes as far as it takes to get that first down. Because there's the people that you talk about ideas. I'm an ideas guy as well. I love coming up with ideas and seeing if things stick or if they don't or whatever. But the idea only goes as far as you go. So like the idea can come out, but every idea has been thought of. In my opinion, every idea has been thought of, whether it's executed or not. That's how I assume. I assume I'm not first to the punch, but I can do it better, or I can do it different, or I can do it in a way that's so original you haven't seen it before. You know what I mean? And like I just want to do my thing, and if I execute, like someone else isn't executing, I've got to get there, and then I'll just get better, or I'll pivot and do something else. But if I don't get in the door and I don't take the opportunity, I'll never know. And then that's when I think that's part of like not a fear, but like I don't want to sit in a situation where like I should have done that. Then you start to build up
it is.
regrets, and you start to go there. So like you said, when you're older,
That's what we're going to regret.
Yeah.
When we're older, it's not the shit we failed at. They've done this research. Like when people are dying and they're older, even if you lived a full life, they're going to regret the shit they didn't do.
yep.
That's the shit you're going to regret.
Right.
It's not open and native and doing it for a decade and it's still not driving huge profits. That's not what you're going to regret. You're going to look back like, yeah, you guys keep going. You could build this into some behemoth brand and empire. You could, right? You make the right decisions every day, it can be that.
Right.
But also you make the wrong decisions and it won't be.
Right.
But you're not going to regret that. I'm telling you, you guys are going to get to 60 and 70 and 80 years old if you get there. You're not going to regret this.
Right.
Regardless of the outcome. It's all those people. See, the comparison is the issue. It's all those people out there thinking like, man, I thought about doing that, man. Like, I thought about opening up one of them shops. I thought about, well, quit thinking and do.
Right.
So that's the issue is all these folks out here. So you guys are good, but the question is how much all in is enough?
Well, I mean, we're still in the minors, bro, and from what you're talking about, like there's entrepreneurs and there's entrepreneurs.
There you go.
There's people that want to be an entrepreneur and they daydream about it, and then there's
Shit.
people that go out and make it happen, right? And we're still in the minors, bro. Like people come in here and they're like, "This is the coolest store I've ever seen." Like you guys, like how many of these stores do you have? It's like one. That's it. Like
Yeah, this is cooler than anything about me. Just this store.
I mean,
no, it just is.
I mean, you've got the
pretty cool,
swag,
man.
bro.
So you're
The-
cool. You're pretty-
the P on the jacket.
Yeah, but I didn't do
is-
this. My people around me did this.
No, but that P on
Yeah.
the jacket, the oversized loop that drops down further than a normal P does.
Yeah.
It's not only is it artistic, it's streetwear. So that almost looks like something called the Pink Dolphin, which was super popular maybe like 10 years ago.
So you all know this. See, and let's keep going on this conversation. But
Yeah.
so I've never worn this jacket anywhere. They got
That's-
it for me a year and a half ago. But what I knew was, I was like, okay, I'm going to a hip type of an urban streetwear type of place tonight to
Yeah.
sit on the podcast. You walk in here, this place fits. This jacket fits with this place,
does.
right?
Tyrell wants one, bro. He's
See,
gonna,
here we go.
Yo, he's about to
Yep.
put an application in for
Right.
the jacket.
But you got to make $30,000 in a month selling real estate to get one
Hey,
of these, right?
hey,
Come on.
he'll
man.
He'll make the 30
Okay.
G's. He just wants the jacket.
But,
Right,
but
he'll
there's
get
something
there.
about this intentionality, right? Is that it was intentional wearing this,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? So keep going on this path you guys are on in the minors. Yeah, the problem is, we're in the minors until we're not.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think
Right,
I think the
wake up
big
and you're not,
thing
yeah.
is understanding that you're not in the majors yet. You know what I mean? Because here to a lot of people they think we made it, and to a lot of like of my friends that have been buying stuff out of my backpack like for years. Like there's a lot of them that haven't even seen the store yet, and it's like I've had conversations with other business owners, and they go, "Man, like I can't believe that these people from back in the day haven't even seen my store.
Yeah, they're not supporting you. They're not coming out, right?
And I tell them, bro, like they were there when nobody thought you were anything, right? And so now that you're here and you've got the store and you've got the glass and you've got the whole kit and caboodle, right? They were the reason why you're there. You know what I mean? You can't sit there and say, "Man, why aren't they here?" No, bro, they were.
The
they
level
were,
up. The level
they
up. People
were,
were,
yeah, they were
Yeah.
there on step 1, 2, and 3. You're on step 7 because of step 1, 2, and 3. You know what I mean? So when it comes down to it, like there's a lot of people that'll get the store and then they'll think that they've made it. But for us, like longevity for the brand is getting it into Lids or getting it into, you know, a Dick's Sporting Goods,
Champs or something
a
or whatever.
Champs, you know, where we've got longevity, where the store is now the flagship. And, you know, everyone across the states knows about the brand, but this is where you go to actually have the conversations and to meet the people and to see the community that we've built. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a culture thing too. We're trying to establish a culture within the
Yeah.
4 walls. So when you come in here, you feel at home. You feel you know,
Misfits, bro.
right? So like we have a chair next to the register, so you can come and you can sit down and we can have a conversation. People come in and they trauma dump. You know, they come in. You almost
Yeah,
feel
man,
like,
you put me in that chair earlier, and I felt like, man, I'm being interrogated here. What's going on? I got the printer over here. You put down a piece of paper, and I got to start writing stuff. I'm like, what's happening?
We
Is
just-
this
we just
this some
wanted to-
FBI shit, some
Yeah,
CIA?
bro.
What do we got
Right.
going on here? Yeah, I mean, let's be real. I mean, he could be a CIA guy. Andrew could be. He's kind of got the look of just some like, I don't know,
Do I?
man. There's something, there's something about him. He's
I don't even do
he's trying to trick people here,
I'm
man.
not trying to trick anyone.
Yeah, here we go.
I'm not trying to trick anyone. I just being myself. Like at the end of the day, I chose to.
He's holding the mic like he's
I know.
about to scream.
Just caught his ass is what happened.
I chose not to get tattoos in front man of a metal band because I didn't want to take that. I wanted to get signed and then get the tattoos. I got a lot of flack for that for years, but I stuck to my guns. I was like, hey man, like let's go. So now I still don't have a tattoo, but when my daughter, when she turns of age and she
Her
wants to
name.
get a tattoo, Charlie, when she wants to get a tattoo, if she wants to, I'll get one with her. I'll get my first one with her. But like at the end of the day, like my goal was to get signed and let's do it. Like, but we didn't make it that far, so the tattoos didn't happen. But I had opportunities to get free, like my whole body worked on, but it's just not the route I went. My drummer had a skull on his neck. Like we were that dynamic, but we put on an event every show. I did speeches. I spoke from the heart, you know, about the people that were in front of me because that's all I cared about. I don't care about everyone trying to seek these views. We weren't worried about Spotify streams or anything of the sorts. It was about connecting with the people in the room because they would come to the merch table and they would connect with us. They would become lifelong friends. It can't happen. You don't get someone that has your lyrics tattooed on their arm by just being like, hey, check out our stuff. We're trying to be a metal band. Like, no, you connect. And like I like to connect with people. And I just am myself, and I feel like I've nothing to prove. I'm just doing me, and you're here for me or you're not. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Whatever, right?
It doesn't matter.
So, what
Like,
was your what's the
What's me?
most impactful, memorable moment that you played in the band? Like, was it a place? Was it is it about the people? What was it?
Moment performing or just in general? Just
Performing.
like performing. We were actually at Madison Live playing at where I worked still, but we opened for this band called Secrets. Pretty big local, well not local, but pretty big
Regional band.
regional. Well, they were Warped Tour and stuff, but they weren't to the point of like they weren't a main headliner, but they were like the tier below.
Yeah.
Regionally successful, big in their own right in the Warped Tour sense. And we played at Madison Live. They were the headliner. Us and a couple other bands open. We were like the direct support. And when we got to the very end of our set, I give like this speech. The song was called Mind Over Monsters, and I would talk about monsters, which are depression, anxiety. That was kind of the theme. We had these monsters in music videos and stuff, in all black, black Slender Man suits, if you will. And but I'd talk about these monsters, and then the last chorus of the very last song of Mind Over Monsters, we would sing in like an open format with like the guitars were really gone, and it was just drums to us singing. and we just let the mics go, and the entire room had flashlights and lighters out, and there was just about 200 people in there singing our lyrics and just going wild over it. And I didn't have to sing. Dustin didn't have to sing. There was 2 of us. And I looked at him. I was like, dude, this is incredible. Because they were there for us, not for Secrets, not for the headliner, not for anybody else. And I knew we were pulling people. It was great. Like, we were able to bring quite a lot, like hundreds to Bogarts for a headliner, for a local thing. And it was just, at that moment, I looked at our band. I was like, this is amazing. I don't have any video. I don't have pictures of it. I've got no documentation, unfortunately, because I didn't know it was going to go that way. It was just a show we were trying to like connect with Secrets. We knew they could probably help us take a tour, get a tour going.
Yep.
But then that show turned into this gigantic thing, and that wave of momentum, it blew my mind. But that moment, I've never had more cold chills going down my spine than that. And then we got to walk, and then we walked down the highway one time when there was a wreck going into Warped Tour, and all the traffic was stopped. So we handed out our CDs to every car. I got the band out. I'm like, we're going to walk down this highway. We're going to hand out these CDs, where we would normally hand them out at the end of Warped Tour, throw them in people's cars as they were leaving, take them home. But this time, we walked down the highway. All of us hand the CDs, got to the end of the bridge where Kellogg Avenue is, started walking back up because I knew traffic was going to pick back up.
People were playing your music.
Every car.
Yeah.
And every track. And that was a moment that really solidified. And that was early. That was our first EP. That you can't really find that anymore. But that moment really just like, it got me. I started seeing like music notes in my eyeballs. We're not talking about money, just the idea that this is reality right now. And it was huge launching points for me. But those moments, humbling, but that passion, that fire was like, coals were in it, man. They were throwing coals in that fire, and it was pretty great. And after that, like, I didn't need anything else. I was just, all right, everything else is just higher up the mountain. And then we met with some record labels, went to LA, met with people, they told us we weren't far enough along, came back to Cincinnati with our tail between our legs because they said we weren't far enough. He's like, dude, you guys like need like 3,000 more miles to even be on the radar. You're lucky you're here. I'm like, we got there because the guys shooting our music videos were part of their label, so we kind of had an inside track. It's about who you know. But he's like, you guys are way off. Like he met with us, and he thought he was, when he's booking headliners at Warped Tour, and we were nowhere near that. We were Cincy band, whatever, and he's like, you're lucky you're here, man. Like we drank sangria actually at a little bar called Lock and Key in LA, and like he's like, you are not ready for this, but this is awesome. I'd like 10 of this song. If you give me 10 of that song, I need about 10,000 more Facebook followers, bare minimum. Instagram, it was an older time, so Instagram wasn't as popular, because that's how I was getting a hold of people, as I was messaging through Instagram when it first was allowed, and I was, rather than going through emails anymore, because I realized emails were getting oversaturated. So I was like, let's go Instagram, the second guy in command. So I would just try to go to the second guy at a record label and try to get him to touch base to the top guy, whatever. That was my play. And I'd send hundreds of messages for those people. But, it's just legwork preparing me to this moment. But those moments, those things, once I held Charlie, it was like those were just moments. But like at that time, man, it drove so many new ideas. Because I was like, I can do this. That means this will work. And then it just kind of compiled, and I kind of say like build it piece by piece for inner peace. So you just build it, and eventually you come calm because you're like, I've done all this work. No matter what you do, you can't take away what I've established. And it's kind of like how I navigated it still to this day. But that was like moments of like, little like tears that like got me up the ladder. Those were significant, especially Madison Live that night when those people were putting their lights in the air and just singing lyrics, and I didn't have to do anything. I just gave the mic up, and we were just standing there, and everyone's just singing in unison. It was wild. Wild.
What do we do? What do we do in 2024? It's a new world.
New world.
New things work. Marketing and branding. We were talking about collaborations when we were back in your guys' lab.
Yeah.
What do we do in this world? Like, you guys are operating a business. I'm running a business. So many people have businesses. What do we do to find success now in this world? Like, what do we do? What's your brain powered on? What's tripping on? Because we all want it. We don't have the level of success that we want yet. We want more. Because if we didn't want more, we wouldn't keep going.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
What do we have to do to find success in 2024? What's Native Brand have to do Do you know?
And I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with social media, man. At this point, at least for a clothing brand, you know, for a brand that's got the area code thing where we can, you know, opening day, we could cater to all Major League Baseball. You know what I mean? Those are the things that I think that if we had the moment to, or the capital to produce area code hats across the board, I think the hats are a big seller because it's a Corvette wave. It's a one size fits most, you know, so you don't have to worry about the smalls, the double XLs. It's one logo across the board. And then if you match the colors to the sports teams, there's no legalities there because we own the word native. We also own all area codes and apparel. So it's like, you know, to get to that point, I really feel like if we're able to just tune in and dial in to the point where we're just, it's not a clothing store. We're not trying to get people to come down to Newport on the Levee, but we're just trying to get people to go to thenativebrand.com, right? And get to the point where, you know, we can sell stuff across the board quickly. And I think that's the way that I've always looked at our logos and our designs is like, let's make something synonymous where, you know, the Arch logo with the area code underneath it, as long as it's in a different colorway, it's going to make sense to the sports team. It's like it's going to look like the same hat until you zoom in and realize, oh, that's a different area code. That's not 513. That's 816 for the Chiefs or whatever. You know what I mean? But like, I feel like we got to dial in and kind of hone it down and just fine tune it to the point where, you know, we're able to focus on other places other than just our honey hole of Cincinnati. You know what I mean?
I say piggyback off that. I'd say going to where you can make people feel something. So when we are promoting that, we want to connect with them where they're getting something more out of the brand, where they can show it to a friend. They're proud, like finding the culture.
He's got a better answer, bro.
Finding where the culture is like because like, what's any better when we're talking? Let's go to the music for a second. What's any better than discovering a new band and you're like new to it, and you're like, hey, check these guys out. They're not telling you to check them out. No one's telling you to show this band a homie, but you do because there's something about it that strikes a chord with you. And then when that happens,
Connor Price.
Exactly. Right, Connor Price. Yeah, right. But that's the thing. If you can strike a chord with what they're wearing and something can be really clean, like this is my favorite hat. This it's a Toy Story colorway. It says native TV, native television. But what I love about it is it's denim. And it matches my jeans. It goes with anything that I'd ever want. In between doesn't matter, but I can wear it because it matches everything, and it's different. When someone sees it on my head, they double look. They're like, "Is that MTV?" Mm-hmm. Wait, I love MTV. Well, it's native TV. Oh wait, what's native TV? And it creates a conversation. So anything that's creating a conversation, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, let's create a conversation. Let's create something where you can brag about it to a homie, and we don't even have to have the conversation. We've already had the initial touch, whether it's thenativebrand.com, the website.
So how do we do this? So I agree. So that's,
how do we do this?
Yeah. So and you're running a business. So what do you do? It's all about eyeballs, right? It's a social media world.
Market.
It's about eyeballs and getting somebody to connect with the brand. So what do we do? What do you think you have to do? Like, what's the angle? Because I think this applies for my real estate brands.
Okay.
This applies if somebody has some insurance company, a coffee shop, right? Like, what should we do to execute on the eyeballs, the exposure, the branding, the
social
marketing?
Media, man. Social media. It's got, you know, yeah, you got to get out there. You got to get out to the, you know, the, like we were talking earlier, the clips. You know, like we do a 3-hour podcast. I don't expect anybody to sit there for 3 hours and listen to what we're talking about, right? But, you know, we can clip it up and do 60-second, you know, little snippets of it and get it out there. Then all of a sudden people are like, oh, shit, like they're talking about something that's meaningful. Let's tone in and let's try to listen to the podcast.
Yeah, give some value in what we're speaking on, because when we're navigating this, I'm a big believer in transparency, and hey, there he is. See, I was trying to avoid that.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
That's good though. You did it in the beginning. He's now, and maybe I'll get it a little bit later.
Right, yeah. So I'm a big fan of transparency and like letting people know exactly what we're doing. Like we're not trying to be like, hey, here's the the recipe to Coca-Cola, as he often says. But like,
Man, that's locked away in Atlanta somewhere.
Exactly,
man.
right. And which we're hoping to open one in Atlanta. But like that's the thing is, I just want, like I know I'm gonna do me. And I'm going to keep continuing to do it. And I've been doing it. Like, I'm not like, I've seen success. I've seen like, to come here and do this, like, technically on a pay cut scale, like, I got a pay cut. I took a pay cut to go from a different thing for this. But it's not about that because, like, money is a byproduct of happiness. And I'm looking at that as the angle. Like, we talked about cushy lifestyles and stuff like that. And I come from definitely a privileged situation with my family, whatever. But I stepped away. And Dad wasn't thrilled. He was like, "You're doing that?" I was like, "I'm doing that." He's like, "Well, you
Playing music, traveling, yeah.
He's like, "You can't. That's not."
How'd that go? When did that happen? What age?
Just to turn 19.
How'd that go? Take us through that moment.
Love you, Dad. But it was rough. He was at a much different place. He was hopefully he wanted me to go in like more maybe a trade industry or something to make money as the focus. And I had been playing bass in bands and learning as much as I possibly could early on, like from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, just reading what Flea would do on bass. And then I discovered metal, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I kind of bridged from there. But I'd played like, I'm a night owl. It is what it is. But I'm up 4 hours of sleep. I've gone that way for a while. I did nap increments in college, so like it is what it is. But I'd be up to like 4 a.m. just playing bass. And he'd have to get up for work, and I would hide or go upstairs, and he would and I was like 16 doing this.
He'd find you.
He would find me. He's always good about that. And then, but eventually he got to the point where he's like, you need to make a decision. You're a grown man, 18, turning 19. You need to figure it out. 19 came. My birthday's in July. Got close to the school. I was in college, and he's like, this isn't going to work. So I said, all right, I'm leaving. So I took my bass amp, my equipment. I transferred down to Lexington, what's college there. But every Wednesday and Sunday for 12 years, band practice. Every Wednesday, Sunday, period. That's just the rule. Be there Wednesday, be there Sunday, and whatever show. But, like, that's what I wanted. I wanted it. It didn't matter. I wasn't worried about no money. I was just like, let's just do what I love because I'm here to do it. And then eventually I turned into an LLC, and then he was impressed that I figured that out. Shook my hand, and he actually threw a little money and invested in merch line, paid him all that money back, scot-free. We moved on, and he was supportive, and we haven't had any difficulty since. He understood that I was going my path, and he was like, he told my mom, he's like, that's what he wants to do. That's fine. He has 2 other sons and a daughter that he's navigated with them, but I just went my way. I was the oldest, and that was that. Like I said, no regrets. It is what it is. But he was rough. It was times where you should probably go somewhere else right now, another location, get out of the house because I can't deal with this.
I can't look at you.
This is
I can't
stressing
see
me
you.
out.
Yeah.
I'm seeing my son go down a path, and I know how many people can't make it in music, and especially that metal shit. Like, this is just hard. And I understand.
But he wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong about how hard it would be.
It was very difficult. He was not wrong. He was not wrong about any of it. It was that I wasn't worried about someone wrong. I was just like, I think if I market it right, I can make it happen. So eventually I started marketing to streetwear, made it an OG, and I kind of went that way. And then the news got involved. They covered us, and like it just started picking up. And then a local band, well, not local, but they're local to Cincy. They're called Miss May I. Levi's a really good friend of mine. They were headliners of Warped Tour. He started supporting us at that point. Then other people started jumping on board, the OG train, if you will, and we just started building up. And I started seeing it started like a movement kind of. And it was really cool because I'm just speaking about mental illness, mental health. And at the end of the day, like my friend, actually, she said, she's an old friend, but she told me recently, she's like, I never heard someone say the term mental health until I watched you live. It was like your 3rd show. And she's like, and now I'm like, I help people with mental health in the city. Well, she lives in Portland. She's like, but now that's my job. I help people with their mental health. I didn't even know. She came from Newport, struggled. She moved out there, got her master's. Now she's killing it. But she's like, I didn't know about it until you said on stage. I was like, what's mental health? And I taught, and like me teaching that idea, even though it wasn't teaching, it was just it was just raising awareness.
Yeah, you're talking about
That's
it.
That's it. Just something I'm dealing with. But they not knowing about it, and now she deals with it every single day as her job because of just a small conversation I'm having with the crowd. And like at the end of the day, I'm just doing what I love, and
You think it's going to work out?
I know.
You know.
I've no doubt that I can go on my own merit and make something from nothing because I've seen it, done it, and we're on to the next challenge.
What
man.
about all the people that it didn't work out for?
Okay,
because-
those people that didn't work out for
Because there's a ton of them. And what I'm
Tons.
saying is,
Sure.
you're saying good humans.
good. I'm not saying it, but someone
think-
good or bad. But I think before Jake jumps into it, I think the people who didn't work out for,
Yeah.
I think somewhere along the way they might have seen signs that they needed to pivot, and they were so maybe headstrong or so set on the ways they didn't give a little bit malleableness where they could like pivot a little bit and do something else. When I started seeing struggles and I started seeing the band, like people were starting to rip on our lyrics and this, and like I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell the world I'm talking to my 16-year-old self so that they know that I'm speaking to the younger gen and not the college generations. And we got a publicist, and then once I saw the publicist, I'm like, hey, we need to spread this word, and we did it, and I got articles, and I just added to what we were doing while I still had the momentum. I didn't let it fall and go to nothing, because a lot of people let it go to nothing and they try to pick it back up, and it's heavier now because you've used your resources, you use your energy. So like as my resources were depleting and I was the financial guy with it, I was a mortgage processor, and there's a lot of money in that industry. Even though you're sitting behind in a cubicle, they pay you a lot of money to just make sure the borrower is happy.
The loan's going through,
Yeah,
baby.
the loan officer's dealing with his stuff or her
Yep.
stuff, and the underwriters are sitting right next to me, and I'm like talking to these people on the phone about how their loan's not going through, and they should have documented more of if they're a bartender. There's so many things that go into that. But at that time, I was still in the band, and I was making all the money. So like
Dumping it into the band.
dumping it into the band,
Yeah.
like 30 grand to that, and like
Were the other band members working a job as hard as you were dumping money into it? They weren't, were they?
no, it's okay. They
But
were doing the roles.
that's the reality, though.
They were doing the roles. It's
Okay,
fine.
I get it.
I
But what if?
great members?
Okay,
Great
but what if 4 other people would have been doing something outside of the band time and contributing another couple thousand a month?
Well, that would be a
Game
great
changer.
Would be a great situation, but that wasn't my reality, and I knew that. I weren't there financially. I needed them to do their roles, and then eventually I let more people in. One guy ran social media, one guy helped me do the business end, and I taught him some paperwork stuff, and he ran that, and then we just went at it with us 3 and then the rest of the members.
Yeah.
And then it was a team effort, and I was not here to be like, hey, pick up more slack. I'm like, I can do it, I will, because I want it, and like.
Y'all would have kicked me out the band, man.
Hey, we had a lot of members, so there was a lot of people
Yeah.
that left and came. But at the end of the day, it was what it was, and without those moments, I wouldn't be here. And I'd like to see what this is going off based on my experiences there. But I know at the end of the day, if I had to start a band today, I could get that band twice as far in half the time.
There you go.
But
Because of compound effects, the things you learn. Malcolm Gladwell wrote this book, Outliers. He talks about this idea
Yeah.
of 10,000 hours, right?
the tipping point too.
Yeah, you got to do something for 10,000 hours before you're even proficient. 10,000 hours. If you work 40 hours a week in a year, it's 2,080 hours. You got to do it for 5 years, 40 hours a week until you're proficient at anything. Most people quit,
Yeah.
right? So, Jay, what was your mind on about the people who don't make it, man? Even because we could point to people who are actually better humans than us.
Sure.
Right? That haven't made it this far. But they had the big dreams, they had the big vision, the hopes.
For sure. When it comes down to it, man, there's been plenty of times where my back's been against the wall and I should have given up. Or what I was going to ask you a question, because you've been running Pivot for 16 years
16
now,
years,
right?
yeah.
When 2020 happened, the buying market halted, and everything, the entire world stopped, right? And there was a lot of companies that, so the store that we got outside on the 24-hour lease, we signed that on March 12th. And by
14th,
March,
they were shutting us down.
the 17th was when
Except
the
for you
first
guys.
time
Yeah.
that I heard you guys aren't going to be able to open your store. That was 5 days after we just signed the lease on the store outside. So right there, we had a pivoting moment.
Probably
They were
$2-3
like,
grand a month or something, probably. That's probably what they were hitting you for.
You know what, man?
It was cheap then, 'cause they couldn't
shout
get right in
out,
here, right?
dude. The levy was like the reason why I'm still here today is because they know and they understand. When all that happened, they said, "Hey, we'll just like 15% sales." Like or 15% like
gross
of
sales. Pay us 15% gross
sales.
sales. Don't worry about a monthly rent.
Right, but,
Show them
but,
receipts.
But that was the time where there was no one showing up, and that like the garage was basically, the lights were off. But for Andrew and I, it was a pivoting moment because it was like we signed this lease, and we were like, all right, let's move everything outside. How are we going to do it? And we had a bunch of these skateboard kids that were 14, 15 years old that would always come into the store. And they popped in and they were like, when are you gonna move everything over? We were like, probably like 2 weeks, man. We're trying to we're trying to navigate everything so we get everything over there. They were like, no, bro. Today, let's do it now. We're here, let's get it. So dude, Sean Bucci and the crew, man, like
Jose,
these kids,
Jose,
They
bro.
helped you take it all over there.
Yeah, bro.
In one day.
Literally, I was thinking like manager downstairs at the bowling alley, and I just saw like even they weren't employees. I was like, I just saw all these people, and I was like, let's go now. Do you remember
They were so hyped, bro.
Dude, it was
they were
amazing.
so excited for the brand itself. They were like, let's do it now.
Yeah, it was the best.
So we
moment.
moved everything over, and then we were open and ready. We actually had a podcast. We were supposed to do a podcast with Richie Ariana, and he got COVID. He was one of the first people to get COVID.
Yeah.
Literally.
Shout out Richie, man.
Yeah, bro. Which, by the way, Richie's opening up a Lucy's over in Bellevue at the old what was the name of that place? Nomad.
It was formerly Nomad.
Bro, he's gonna fucking murder it.
What's Lucy's
there.
gonna be? What is that?
It's tacos, but it's right there in Bellevue. It's right across from Darkness Brewing.
Right on the north side of the Fairfield Avenue.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
They got a big little patio area.
Or no, Darkness is on the south side.
It's literally like
But Nomad was
Darkness on the
across the street.
south,
Across the street.
right across
Yeah,
the street.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
So
it's a
he'll-
small
so-
spot, and
so-
they're gonna crush it.
Some Lucy's tacos.
Dude, and he makes killer food too, man. He made some incredible food for the Voices of America.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the tipping points for him, a pivoting point where he made so much money during the VOA that he was like, now I can actually move and pivot to a place where I can,
What do you have? A truck, a food truck, or a
truck.
trailer?
He
or
was
something?
he was in Mount Adams for a while.
His whole family is the whole family is a part of it. They all
industry.
Yeah.
I just met the photographer from Voices of America
Oh, really?
this weekend. Yeah, he came in. I got his social media on Instagram.
They're
man.
coming back again next
Yeah.
year, right?
Yup.
Got
Yeah.
Jason
Yep.
Aldean, Keith Urban, all kinds of guys signed up for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's another big artist, bro. So like I know when they dropped the lineup, people weren't happy, but like the one thing about the VOA was like last year they had so many names on there that you didn't know, like Lainey Wilson. Now she's got Grammys, bro.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Touring
Like
with Jelly Roll on that big song that he had, right?
yeah, bro.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like there's people on stage and like they've got their ear to the ground, so they know a lot of the up and coming artists.
Yeah.
And
Kevin McCoy.
Kevin McCoy, bro, shout
Yeah.
out. He's incredible, dude.
He is.
Fucking love that guy.
So I do a
You
monthly
should
event
get him
yeah.
on your podcast.
What's so
bro.
special about him? What's so
Kevin
special
McCoy,
about him?
He's just
He-
built
he's
different, bro.
a country
great.
artist, but like he's from Cincy, but his thing is like his persona, his voice, his entire demeanor is very
So good.
like Hank Williams, like
Okay.
that real country that like
Some rugged stuff, man.
Dude,
Just
yeah,
so good.
bro, like
Okay.
Yeah, I had him on my show. I do a monthly event series at Madison Live where
Yeah.
I interview artists. I bring a whole couch on stage, a black couch, and then I sit with them. And,
MTV Unplugged.
yeah, and they play a full set. And then I have like a icebreaker, a guest host that sits next to me that knows the artist personally, and we have a conversation in between songs. So there's a studio audience, people pay to get in. We do the whole thing live stream. We have a video team and everything.
They got questions they can write down
Yep,
to ask,
Q&A
ask
card.
him.
So I've been doing it. I've done 6 of them, but Kevin McCoy was my like grand finale, if you will, of the first 6 events that I booked. I booked 6 to start, and then next one will be March 21st with TV shows, which will be announcing
Hey,
on Thursday. Yeah,
shout
bro.
out.
TV shows. We'll be announcing on Thursday officially. But we were.
He's the next Travis Scott, bro. Dude's
He's
crazy.
So good, man. He's so good. But Kevin McCoy was on January 25th, and the conversation was amazing. He jumped on the couch and played. We had a really emotional moment at the end. I asked a specific question, and it really got him going. But things like that, like he is just built different, man. He's just so good. He knows every angle of music and what he's doing, and then he knows how to build a crowd up. He knows how to talk. He does his
He's got
everything.
it. So he's got this it factor.
Exactly. And his wife was the guest, so she sat with us, Tiffany, and was like the whole entire moment. The other guys in the band, older band, and older crowd, just everyone there was just in it, and like it's because of him, because he's himself, but he's powerful in how he sings, how he carries himself, and then his lyrics are great.
It's that old school country,
His lyrics
bro.
are just so good. It's just like he's just so relatable. At the end of the day, that guy he says he's gonna have a big 2024, and I believe everything he says.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to play it because you have
Yeah.
all the rights and stuff, and I'll pull him up here on
Yeah,
Spotify.
Kevin
Just look at him.
McCoy. Yeah, he's a great musician, man.
What were you talking about before where we were talking about, I've been doing this for 16 years. I never want to make this about me, but you were going to ask a question.
Well, this is about you.
No. It's about you. This is just a conversation about life,
Yeah,
about all of a
so-
sudden people
Sure.
figure shit out,
Right,
right?
but we want to learn about you. Like, you know what I mean?
I
Like,
know.
yeah.
Listen,
So-
I don't need all that, right?
I do. I'm
So
interested in it.
when it comes to Pivot Realty, right?
Yeah.
Because that's
Blue
the
collar.
honey hole.
He's got a big blue collar song. 95,000 listens on Spotify.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's 61 in the Billboard. Yeah, the show I do is called Beyond the Stage. If you ever want to check it out, Beyond the Stage Live, we do all sorts of stuff, man.
Oh
But
yeah,
he's
just look at him, man. Yeah,
he's
he does. Yeah,
crazy good, and he's also like such a sincere, genuine human.
yeah.
He was
Yeah, look
ve-
at him. He's
Yeah,
a
you need-
killer, man. He's a killer.
dude. He's good.
He's gonna, yeah. You should get him on the podcast because
All right.
he's gonna be worth something, bro.
Okay, sorry, we
For sure.
keep on.
Yeah.
So
Interrupting Mr. Cool over here.
So
man.
what we were
Yeah,
talking
no,
about,
we're just-
man. So you started the company 16 years ago, right? And when you're starting it out, you're thinking it's just a realty company. I'm just trying to sell homes to people. And then all of a sudden you start thinking outside the box, and you start, and this is one of the reasons why I fucking love you as a human being, because you're the one person that's taken realty and taking it to the next level, right?
Yeah.
But as of 2020, when the whole pandemic started, and the housing market kind of went array
for a minute.
for a minute, right?
Yep.
But you were able to pivot in the whole time. But what did you do to pivot to really get to the point where you're at now? Because for people that don't know, like your podcast, like I was absolutely starstruck and blown away by the production, the people that you have. When you showed me around your office, it reminded me of Barstool Sports. Like it was an
Cool.
entire floor,
That's a good compliment.
right? It was an entire, not in the
Aesthetic?
frat boy style, right? But it was like you had an entire floor, and you're walking me around. You're like, oh, so here's 30 computers for people to get on to do things, and here's a kitchen, and here's our merch booth, and like,
Here's our library.
bro, and like you showed me, like when you showed me the one room with the
We call it our media studio.
the media studio with
Yeah.
with the TVs with no bezels on them. All the TVs are mounted together and all intertwined, where it's one incredible shot. And I don't think I talked about this on the podcast, but every time I walked into a room, you had 4K cameras like mounted to the walls. And that was the one thing that blew me away, is like, for us, like we moved everything around. So these 4K webcams, like you've got the real 4K video cameras, which time out and you got to turn them back on. So for us, like we use the Brio 4K cameras because it's live, so we can go 3 hours. But we unplugged this tonight. Podcast ends tomorrow. This one of these 4K cameras is going to be moved over to another spot, right? So, we're just utilizing what we have. But for you, you've got everything already set up and in such a beautiful platform, bro. So
Appreciate that, man.
no, you know what, and you need to hear this because you're newer to the scene, but you've how do they say it? You've
We're spreading our wings, man. We're all in.
but you've done something with my feathers. What do they call them?
Ruffled?
You've ruffled my feathers, bro.
Yeah.
Because like this is our 205th podcast, right?
We're
We've been
only
doing
86.
this. We've been doing this since
Most people only get to
2014.
three.
Yeah,
Less.
three.
Three or less.
But when I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit, bro! Like we've got to step up our stuff." You know what I mean? It's like it's Yosemite Sam. Like my biscuits are burning.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You see somebody that has such a foundation that you're building, and it's like, wow, bro. Like I want to be at this point. Like, and when it comes to marketing, when it comes to these things, like. I do hold myself to a high standard because it's all YouTube University. Like I taught myself all this stuff, but when I walk in and I see everything you guys got going on, it's like I'm looking around, going, it's like Toys R Us for me.
Yeah, you know
bro.
what's special about that though? That's what's important about these collaborations and getting around other folks is that we got to stop. And I'm actually giving you props. I'm not saying you're doing this, but the world has to stop. We have to stop comparing each other. But here's what we do.
I love comparing myself to you
well,
because all like for me on all that, I don't.
It's good.
It doesn't hurt me.
Yeah, no,
it challenges me.
Yes, that's what we got to
better.
do. So instead of comparing to say, wow, look at what this person that's in my space, look at what they're showing me what's possible. Like there's something happening in their mind. I could say the same thing, man. There's people that are crushing us.
Yeah.
But here's what it goes to. Like 2020, I could even go back to 2008 when the housing market crashed.
Yeah.
That was devastating for us. It was 2 or 3 years.
That's got to be way tougher than COVID because COVID was just a pause.
Yeah, and then the housing market actually took off. COVID, we were selling homes left and right after a month and a half. It was insane what happened. It really was.
Yeah.
Because interest rates are
crazy.
Yeah, interest rates are still low. Government's starting to pass out free money.
Yeah.
Right, people are staying at home,
Stibbies.
looking around their house and be like, "Oh, I don't really like this. I don't really like this. Let me buy
Sell this, sell that."
Money was free, guys, and so money was free. People were around their house all the time. They figured out they didn't like the place. They wanted a new one. It was so easy. You still had a job because you were still employed, even though we didn't have to go to work. So there wasn't that issue of qualifying. But I think for us, man, we get done with a podcast, and when I say leveling up, we're starting to level up to some folks that. Because it's just all about entrepreneurship. It's really not even highlighting Pivot or the real estate company at all. I wear the gear. I wear the garb, so by default, that stuff's in front of people. But it's about having these conversations around this entrepreneurial journey that all of us are on. And to try to help the folks that are coming after us to be like, hey, let's tell you what this shit's really like.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? And so, but what happens is we're starting to get these people that have hundreds of thousands of followers. Like a guy that has Dano's Seasoning came on. He's from Louisville. So if you guys go to any grocery store now, it used to be like McCormick's and all those seasonings. So Dano's is a huge brand now. And they're going to sell $100 million in seasoning in 2024 or 25.
How do we get Colonel D's to do that? Let's go,
Right?
bro.
Dan Oliver lives in Louisville. He's an awesome dude. He was working in a bar, and then he just created this seasoning that tasted awesome, and then the story. But for COVID, that's what changed it for him, and he started going on and doing TikToks and stuff. His seasoning shot through the roof. So it's these stories. He has hundreds of thousands of followers. And so what we've done is when I say level up, let's go out and get people that are even better than us. Mm-hmm. So when I get done with every podcast, there's no one that can be as hard on me as I am.
Right.
And so that's what's so critical. I actually want the critique. So many people are like, man, don't be critical. Like, don't point out the flaws, man. I'm working hard here. Like, show me some respect on what I've accomplished. It's like, hell no, man. Every time you do something, you need to be self-aware about the reality of what you put out.
100%.
Right? And so what we do is I'm way more – the moment the guest leaves happened with you when you were on – what were you on, like a year ago probably, man?
Too long ago.
Right? Yeah, we got to do some stuff again. But what happens is they leave. I sit down with Dave, who's our producer. Now we sit down with Jack, and Shelby's on our team. And I said, all right, y'all, okay, don't tell me about what went well. Thank you, guys. Good job for doing what you did. I want you to critique what I did.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how I could have talked better. Shut up a little bit more. Sure. Is there something I should have gotten more passionate about? Are there some questions I missed on? Did I interrupt them too much? So we've constantly tweaked it. And what's happening is it's getting better.
Yeah.
And as it gets better, more people that have larger followings want to come on. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I got off the phone with a big marketing guy in Boston today. We're we're going to level up. So, like, people use that term, but we're going to go so many levels over the next 6 to 12 months. It's about all in financially, making a huge commitment to marketing, branding, actually building pillars of what our content's going to be, working off of content calendars, intentionally creating all of these pillars across every platform. So we're going to have LinkedIn pillars for the Pivot Realty brand, LinkedIn pillars for the Necessary Entrepreneur brand, LinkedIn pillars for my personal brand. And then also
building that foundation.
Oh, so we built it. So you see that. And so we're building all these pillars. There's probably going to be 15 to 18 pillars that we're actually building intentional content for, in addition to all these podcasts and developing all the organic. And the only way that doesn't feel too big, the only way is it's like, I'm all in. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take us to find success in my brain. We're going. I don't care if it takes us 12 months, 3 years, 10 years. We're not stopping.
Right.
And because of that, we don't get depressed about the outcome.
Yeah.
We don't really have a sense of we're losing, because we're
And-
focusing
Yeah.
all on the fucking process, man. Not
Yeah.
focused on the outcome. We're focused on the process.
Right.
No, I
and
love
and
that.
and you
I love
also
that.
understand that you've got a business that's not going to fail because you got the people around you.
That's
and
16 years.
And that's the one thing that you know, even though it's just me, Andrew, and Tyrell, like, you know, even though we feel like the ship's sinking at some point, like, you know, we're so confident in what we're doing
Yep.
that we know that if this thing was in Atlanta, it would be fucking through the roof.
But here's my challenge to you guys: when you say something like that, see, that's how I think. Then get to Atlanta, and here's the thing: you guys can say we're trying. Get there now. Figure it the f out.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's so important on this process. We can be happy, we can find joy in it, but if you know that's the case, figure it the f out, man.
Right.
Like that 9-story office building that I bought that we're in. Right? Most people think they're coming to an office space that I lease for the real estate company. Oh, hell no. I own the building. We leased.
That's gangster. I didn't know that, bro.
Yeah, and so I don't
That's
share
good.
all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
But that's a building it's a $15 million building. I'm not going to talk about equity and all that, because who gives? I'm a poor guy from Boone County. But yeah, I bought the building, and there's 43 tenants paying me rent.
Yeah.
But here's what happened. We were next door leasing the second floor of the Guardian Savings Bank on the corner of Kyles Lane and Dixie Highway.
Right.
We leased there, you guys, for a decade. Didn't have an elevator. We're on the second floor. If somebody's handicapped, we had to meet them down at the bank. We had purple carpet and tan walls that had nothing to do with our brand. And every day we got up and hustled for a decade. And then we're sitting over there, and I had this idea. I'm like, man, you know what? You know what's possible? First, it started out, I want 10-foot letters 40 feet long on the side of that building. So when 500,000 cars a day drive on 75 past, I want our brand to be in their face.
Yeah.
So I could go and sign the lease, but then I thought, let's buy the damn thing.
Yeah.
And so I didn't have the way to buy it and own it before I had the thought. So many other people have had the thought. So I had to figure it out, guys. It was not easy. It took 1.5 years to get the damn thing closed. Had to save up every penny. Had to go to banks and get commercial loans that I hadn't ever dreamt of. We have a multi-million-dollar revenue real estate company, and I still hadn't thought about, let me go get a multi-million-dollar loan to buy this office building.
Right.
But
Did you change anything in that 1 year? Did you like level down and kind of like not like didn't spend your goose egg, but really just kind of tightened down and sold things that you didn't care about, and you know, to get to that point?
no, because I lived my whole life the way you're talking, man.
Okay.
I lived a life that most people would have thought, man, that guy's poor. He don't have any money. Like the same stuff every day, guys. I still walk into the office to this day. We probably sell, I don't know, man. We're going to sell probably $500 to $700 million in real estate this year.
That's insane.
It's insane,
Yeah.
right? And then I have agents who are making big six figures all over that place, and we've helped change their life. But what happens is I still walk in with this 3/4 Pivot T-shirt on every day and wear these same black stretch jeans and 1 or 2 pair of shoes every single day. I got 5 of the shirts, right? And so I'm not dressing. I'm not like a what is it, Harvey Specter, the guy from Suits back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh, yeah,
looking all
yeah.
svelte like those guys and stuff. And so we actually hustled and grinded and didn't spend any money, man, just like you guys did. I didn't have an IT person. For the first 30 or 40 agents, I had to figure it the F out. right?
Right.
We weren't going and paying leases on these big time printers. No, I bought a printer that was refurbished from somewhere online, and I figured it out like you guys are talking about
Yeah.
doing. When we had to pull a new drop for a phone for a hardwire, I went and bought the Cat 5, the Cat 6, and pulled the drop at 1 or 2 in the morning. See, that didn't just last for a year or two, guys. That was a decade.
Right.
And so what you got to do is you got to commit to the outcome when you make the decision. So many people don't. And so I'm like, commit now. So whatever outcome you're working for, 50, 52, whatever that commit to it now, that regardless of what it takes, how much effort, the financial commitment you have to make and dump them, no matter what it takes, I'm committing to keep going until I get here.
Right.
So many people, they wait until things get real hard and they're at a crossroads. You guys know those crossroads moments in life.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's where we, that's our problem now is we're at the point where it's like it's not preventative. You know what I mean? Like we're in the trenches, bro.
Yeah, man.
We're over here fucking with our 6 shooters, just fucking blowing them off, and
Yep.
there's smoke everywhere in the store. So
But you got to get to Atlanta. See, that's how serious this is, though, guys. Because the reality is you don't control traffic here in the levee.
right,
Right?
100%.
You're beholden to the traffic they're driving for you guys.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that is what it is.
Yeah.
So what you got to do, if you know Atlanta could be a certain outcome, and they're willing to contribute X amount of dollars in TI towards your build out, and you're going to have to sign a 5 or a 6 year lease. I get it, because when I lease space, I do the same thing. Oh, you're going to sign a 7-year lease for me? Okay, I'll spend X amount of dollars per square footage for your build out. I'm going to give you a 1.5 years of rent back on a 7-year lease. And I'm going to give it to you up front. But you're going to sign it. You're going to personally sign the damn lease. So if it doesn't work, somebody's filing bankruptcy, I'm coming to get that money. There's a
Right.
lien going on somebody.
Yeah.
But if you know that needs to happen for you guys to have, then you got to figure it the fuck out.
Right.
You have to go there. You have to make these commitments before you actually know how you're going to live up to it. If you're so committed, you have to, man. Like,
For sure.
You got to stretch yourself to a place that feels totally uncomfortable. Here's the best advice someone gave me one day. I used to flip a bunch of houses. A lot of people like to flip them. So I'd flip a house, buy a $100,000 house, buy a $200,000 house, make $20,000 or $30,000 on the flip.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to bring some investors on originally to buy this building. And a guy was going to buy it with me because you haven't put a couple $1 million down. So here's what he said. I was like, man, this is a little nerve-wracking here. We're talking about buying a multi-million-dollar building. And he's like, hey, hold on, man. This is a good friend. It's important to surround yourself with really smart people.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he said, hey, man, it's the same thing that you've been doing, just with another zero.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to? I mean, if you want to,
That's-
take the
If you
take the stress out of it. You know what I mean? That's one of the things. It's just like you're just
that's
up on the next tier. That's it.
same thing you were doing.
Just another
But just
zero.
Another zero.
That's it. So Atlanta might feel bigger to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You might have to make a commitment to this lease. But if you're so confident in this thing, if you're all in for this culture, if you're all in for the impact this can make out in the community, it's the same thing.
Right.
Just go sign the damn lease and figure it the F out, man.
Right.
Right? And what I'd say is try not to sell out. Try not to bring that investor in because you're going to give up some equity.
Yeah.
I'm just,
Yeah.
but some people could say, hey, I just can't do it. I hate the word can't, but I just can't do it
Same.
without the investor because it's like, hold on. You did it here.
Right.
Y'all made it this far. I mean, this thing's pretty cool. It doesn't matter. You're not printing money. You did this just to set yourself up for the big win for Atlanta. That's
Right.
all you did. Now, what the commitment is, though, one of y'all is going to have to spend a lot of time down there.
For sure.
See, that's the fail that most people make.
Right.
Right? And so you better get somebody down there that's willing to go all in, putting in this extra time, doing podcast stuff. Somebody that's as committed as you guys.
And that's the main thing is if we
big
did
factor.
open a store in Atlanta,
Yep.
it would be obviously Atlanta area codes on the walls instead of Cincinnati.
Yep.
Podcast in the front window, but it would be podcast for local Atlanta natives. You know what I mean? So that's the thing where, if we did open up the store, we would like do a social media push on who's the biggest
Yep.
social media influencers in Atlanta. The store's coming down here. We got a podcast stage in the windows. But it's one of those things where, like I said, it's just the three of us, and
But guess what? Hold on, though. Pivot's just one of me.
yeah,
There's no other owners. I have great managers, but I hired them as realtors and trained them up.
right,
Like, so there wasn't 2 of me or 3 of me. You guys 100% can do it. if one person could do it and then surround yourself with great people, I couldn't have done it but there's nobody else that's on the hook to this thing like me. Y'all are on the hook together.
It's all me on the hook.
Right?
Yeah,
but I'm saying, like, but their commitments are there.
Yeah.
I'm just being real. Like, a lot of my people, they got to go home at 5 and 6 o'clock.
Right.
I'm the guy still there. See, this is what people don't get. 16 years later, I'm not going home after this.
Right.
I'm going back to Fort Wright, and I'm going to be working in that office till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. It's
Yeah.
no bullshit. And so you got to ask yourself what you want, because going to Atlanta, that's what it's going to take. You know the story of Glenn Campbell and Scott about Lids. It was Hat World and then Lids, those guys that had a highly successful headwear company. Their story when they started, man, is Glenn had to sleep in the storage room. Y'all have a room back behind the lab here. He had to sleep in his storage room for 6 weeks straight.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Right? So and you know what they had to do? Then they had to go out and put hats on their credit card. Right? So they had the same thing. They had to have a mall, 1 or 2 malls in Indianapolis, like buy into them. They only signed like a 6-week lease for them. Same type of story, right? But then they figured it out. And so you guys, if you commit to the outcome, you got to go to Atlanta. What's the worst thing that could happen?
Fail.
You
Okay.
learn something new.
Okay.
I mean, I don't.
Lose some money.
No, I'm not. I'm all for it. There's a lot of factors that go into it, of course, but I'm here to push it as far as we can take it, and like we are successful based on our capture rate in this small confined area. I see the capture rate every single day. 3 people come to the store, 1 of 3 buy something. 1 of 3 buying something. That's 33%. You do 33% in Atlanta on the amount of traffic that location would have, you're talking real numbers. So, like, I believe fully in the total entire package, but like you said, you've got to just do it. And, like,
Yeah.
no
No more excuses.
more excuses. Yeah.
Reasons, excuses, all this. Because all this shit that you guys have going on in your life, there's never a good time. There's never going to be a good time. In 2 years, you think you're going to deal with all the shit going on in your life. Now there's going to be something else that shows up.
For sure.
And then there's going to be something else that shows up.
Always.
Everybody that made it bigger than any of us have already made it, they got the same bullshit stories. They just made it happen.
And they never gave up.
No.
And that was the one thing that we were talking about a while ago, you know, from the 2006 the 2008, the 16 years of you pushing out.
I
It's
got
like
the stories, dude.
The only reason why Native is here at the Levy today is because I didn't give up.
There you go.
And like there's been moments where,
You should have, maybe.
bro, like I've talked about it on the podcast before, but there was a moment where I was at the gas station to drive to TSC to go pick up blank shirts.
Yep.
Right, and I didn't even have enough money in my bank account to get to TSC to buy the blank shirts to sell to the online people that bought the stuff, and I ran the card, declined, and then my phone went off, and it was a sale from the website, so there was another $100 that just went directly into my account, literally to pay for the gas to go to TSC to buy the blank shirts to go print them. So like, you know, there's been a dozen of these moments where like your back's been against the wall, and that was one of the things where like as soon as 2020 happened, there was companies that were like, after March they were like, we're done, we can't do it. You know what I mean? It's just like, and that was a fight or flight moment, and that was like if you were all ready to pack it up. And
Don't even start the damn thing, man.
And COVID just went ahead and just said, hey, go ahead and close your ship. You know what I mean? But for us, it was like it was a pivoting moment. And honestly, COVID was one of the best things that ever happened to Native because it gave us a moment to actually build out that white room. You know, we got the.
It wouldn't exist because of COVID.
It wouldn't have because
it wouldn't
we signed the lease March 12th. And then those kids came in and we're like, oh, we're probably going to get it set up by the end of March. You know what I mean? So they're like, let's get it done now. So we went over there. We moved everything in. And half the store, it was Old Justice. So it was a 4,000 square foot store, but 2,500 square feet was back stock. So it's like a 2,000 square foot store, but you're paying for 4,500 square feet. So the next room was like back stock. So we ripped up the carpet. It was all purple, orange, and teal across the entire, with flowers everywhere. Yeah. So, but COVID happened and we weren't allowed to open, bro. So we literally ripped that entire room apart, painted it white, painted the desk white, painted the walls, the ceilings, the floors. We painted everything a stark white, and then I went in with the Sharpie markers and just cartooned the entire thing. And we got it to the point where, like, you know, we weren't allowed to open anyways. It was COVID.
Yeah.
So we had the time to really sit there and think, how do we make this fucking place
You know what
cool?
the winners did? They did what you guys did. You know what the losers did? They went home.
They-
COVID sent them home. Right, so
100%,
I don't give a
bro.
shit. Get the shots, do what you want to do, protect yourself, get all the boosters. I don't give a shit. The problem was the mentality with folks. Right, they're like, "Oh, I get a break." It's scary. Guess what, man? Being an entrepreneur, a business owner, is scary every day of my life.
Every fucking day, bro.
The risk level of being an entrepreneur and rolling the dice of your life every day. I don't give a shit what anybody says. To the average healthy person, that's way more dangerous than fucking COVID, right? And so that's what these folks who are the average everyday folk who was an employee just showing up to a business, they didn't understand the resilience that's been built inside of entrepreneurs, inside of hustlers. It's like, you guys, I'm not hating on you. I'm just not going home.
Yeah.
You get to stay home. The government's giving you money. I don't get to. And what they didn't understand was, I'm not being an anarchist. This is just how my brain operates.
Yeah.
Bro, got to wake up and make money, bro. It was
That's
like
it.
every single morning. I still feel that way to this day. Like every morning I wake up, I'm hunting for my meal.
Yep. You know what Jeff
what I
Bezos
mean?
says at Amazon? He taught this idea of day one. He still tries to instill in all the largest like revenue company in the world, one of them. He says every employee, when you come in every day, you got to have the mindset that this is day one of this business.
Yeah.
I love that.
There, you go to Florence over by the airport. They have a huge. Right, it's the hub of Prime Air now. It's the hub worldwide of Prime Air. So everything we buy and sell on Amazon, that's the hub, and then it goes out to all these different cities. You go out there, the main driveway off of the boulevard that they built for them is called Day One Boulevard.
No fuck. Come on, that's dope.
Drive
That
out
is
there, right? And so,
dope.
we're instilling this mentality. We have to. Let me read something for you guys here that I put out 23 hours ago on our internal private Facebook group. And this applies. This is why you guys should go to Atlanta. And so no matter how cool the real estate company looks and our podcast look and how capable we are, but here's what I put out. I said, watch this video all the way through. I posted a video of a guy who was a car salesman. It has millions of views online. If not, you guys should go watch it. It's Motor Spins is the page that it was on. It's called Exceeding the Expectations on Day One as a Car Salesman.
Toss it on the.
Okay. So let me do this. Let me share it with you real quick here, and then I want to read it. Let me see here. Yeah, how do I? Let me share this. Where do you want me to share it? Let me share it just with.
If you want to text it or on, if you just want to take your phone and drop it in like that, we can hear the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Just a little bit, but we laugh.
Hold on. We're gonna play this. It's about 7 minutes long. You sure?
I'm here for it, bro. Let's roll.
I'm thinking to myself, man, that don't sound like a lot. There's 30 days in a month, and you sold 9 cars. And you're talking to a guy that was selling 9 cars a week on eBay, And I mean, it's just like, that was a slow week for me. So, he walks me around, introduces me to everybody. And, this is coming off my eBay fiasco. And it's a small southern dealership, and you walk in, and I'm dressed like a preacher, I got my suit on and a gold ring on every finger and 2 cell phones and like a dealing golfer that preaches on the side, and next thing you know, I'm talking to this sales manager with his wrinkled golf shirt and his, kind of dirty khaki pants, and he was talking to me about selling cars, and I'm like, okay, and he said, I want to introduce you to our salesman, Mr. 9 Cars a Month, and this guy comes in, and it looks like he was just poured out. And I'm just like, hair kind of like he just woke up, still kind of asleep, and I'll show you the ropes. And he showed me, the process and how they do the paperwork. And I'll never forget, I was sitting at the desk, and I took every paper that they had, and I stapled them in order. So that way I could just flip and fill them out. Your customer survey, a.k.a. credit app, and sheets like that, and just going through and whatnot, trade-in sheets and whatnot.
It gets real good here.
And he showed me a 4-square like I'd never seen one before, and, I can rock a 4-square upside down better than I can looking at it right side up. It was so funny, but, I just kind of kept my mouth quiet about everything. He said, have you sold cars long? And I'm like, I'll just get into it. Yeah, just kind of played with it, let him do his thing, and, and he walked me around the car lot, and he showed me where the keys were, and this is what you do on a test drive. He took me on their test drive route, and next thing you know, he showed me what they do the rest of the time. They sip on coffee and smoke cigarettes and wait for people to come in. And I had that down already, so And well, he had to leave early that day. So he left, and I'm just kind of standing around twiddling my thumbs, first day at work. You know, didn't really have any friends there. You know, what do? Well, lo and behold, a gold F-150 pulls into the dealership. And, you know, I've learned how to read people over the years, and it's something I picked up really early. This man gets out in a gold F-150 XLT truck, and, you know, I come walking up, and I noticed, the first thing I noticed was his boots. He had these really nice, like cowboy boots on, not work boots, you know? And you can tell a lot about a person. A man buys a $600 pair of boots, he's probably doing okay. And doing better than this salesman was at the time. I got out and introduced myself to him. And he said, my name is Gary. I said, hey, Gary, my name's Rob Pitts, and it's nice to meet you. I said, you looking at an F-150? He said, yeah, I am. He said, I'm thinking about getting me a new one. He said, I love these King Ranch trucks. Well, we had a black one sit on the front line standing tall. I said, well, we got you ready to go. He said, I want to own a black truck. He said, I can't. He said, I like it, but I don't want a black truck. I want a white King Ranch. I said, well, tell you what, let's just drive this black one, and then we'll find you a white one on locator or something like that. He was down, so we went for a ride. We got riding around, and, you know, I've never been one to follow the rules, so test drive route was out the window. We were just riding around. Gary, what do you do for a living? He said, I own a construction company. And we got talking about that a little bit, and we rode around to some of his sites. Well, Gary was building skyscrapers. I think Gary could swing an F-150. I didn't have to fill out a credit out to figure that out. You know, I kind of kept that information in the back of my mind, didn't think much about it. And, yeah, we're riding around and talking and laughing. He said, so, Rob, he said, what do you do? And I told him, I said, well, I'm a stand-up comedian. He said, really? I said, yeah, I've been telling jokes for quite a while now. He said, tell me a joke. I said, build me a house. He said, I guess I put you on the spot. And I said, just a little bit. But, you know, we laughed and got going down the road. And next thing you know, they were building a new pharmacy right on the corner. I said, whip in there. He pulls in there, and he pulls that truck around that perfect three-quarter angle. I couldn't ask for him to park it any better. You know, the white lines in the parking lot, brand new white lines, just shining against the black paint. He gets out and shuts the doors, and I said, will you look at that? There's nothing prettier than a black vehicle when it's clean, though. That is a gorgeous truck. He said, it's absolutely beautiful. I said, that right there's worth taking a picture of. Right there. I mean, that's perfect. So that was like something out of a sales brochure.
Yeah,
He said,
sure was,
"It's beautiful.
bro.
It is a beautiful truck." I said, let's go find you a white one. So we get back to the dealership, and we're walking to the office, and I told him, I said, Gary, I said, tell you what, I can find you a white truck. And I said, you know, it might be a week or two before we can get one, but we can get you a white one. Or we can put you in this black one today and probably do you a lot better. He said, you know what? Let's see what we can do on this black truck. I'm like, all right. So I went to see my sales manager. We put a little deal together right quick. Gary was easy to deal with. He was happy with the number. He bought a black truck.
Just wait, it gets
He said,
better.
Congratulations, son. I walked in here today saying I wouldn't own a black truck, and I just bought a black truck. And while we were riding around, he was actually talking about construction stuff and some of the trucks that he had problems with. But before that, he said, I need to call my wife and get some of the stuff out of my truck he was trading in. That's fine. So his wife comes pulling up in a similar year Gold Explorer. She gets in, she jokes around. She said, you know, we always have matching cars, Gary.
Oh, shit.
So I sold his wife a brand new black Eddie Bauer Explorer that day.
The Eddie Bauer with that scent inside.
In a month. I'm at 2 in my first hour and a half there. So, you know, Gary got talking, and he said, you know, I bought a fleet of 6 Dodge trucks, half-ton V6, just work trucks. And he said, these trucks, he said, you know, we've had them for a couple years, and he said, I'm just not happy with them. He said, they look like hell. They just, you know, my guys are a little rough on them. I said, if you've seen the F-150 V6s, and at the time, we were selling like V6 base model F-150 trucks for like 19 and some change out the door. He's thinking about it, and he's like, what could you do trade-in on those Dodges? So after his wife got all his stuff out, we took his new black F-150, and we rode out, and we started looking at these Dodge trucks. I called the used car manager. We put a deal together. He bought every XL F-150 we had. He bought all 5 of them that day. And then his son came in the next day and actually bought him a brand new truck also. You know, in selling cars, they want to cut your tie. You know, and I actually took my salesman that was training me his tie and just pulled it off because it was a clip on it. It bugged me. So I actually kept that, and I still have that tie to this day. But the funniest thing ever, our dealership was owned by an ex-boxer. And this dude, I mean, he's big, you know, muscly guy. He's an older guy. And he's been hit so many times in the head. Like his speech is slurred. I mean, like the cauliflower ear, the whole shooting match. And he comes in, you know, the dry erase board with all the lines. And, you know, it's got the name. So it's got the name of the salesman, name of the man buying it, the unit he bought, and his trade-in. Well, my name's down there 8 times. Who's this Rabbit guy? I wrote my name so fast on the dry erase board, Robert looked like Rabbit to him. And he's, I don't know who he is, but he sells a lot of cars. And he said, that's just one day? You didn't wipe this thing off the other day? And never met the man before in my life till then. And it was so funny. My very next day, they gave me my own little glass office. They had on the window Rabbit Pits. And to this day, the owner and his son still call me.
All right, so here's the principle. That's that guy's first day selling cars, right? So here's what I put out to our agents, and this is about, let me share this, and then we can have some conversation. We can go as long as you guys want. But I said, watch this video all the way through. You don't have to do anything for too long to succeed at a high level in sales. You just have to engage with humans on a sincere level and connect. I said, real estate is more than selling one car or a few cars in one day. Being a successful realtor encompasses many skill sets that are developed over time, like product knowledge, negotiation skills, service mindset, list pricing, branding, and marketing, among all other things. However, what most agents fail at is business development and client acquisition. I said you can train, attend all the CE classes, study sessions, book studies, sit-down conversations, sales meetings, paid coaching, broker bonuses, and all the other feel-good growth moments, but without putting a volume of leads into the top of the funnel to then feed your pipeline that creates an outflow of signed listings and buyers, which turns into closings, you won't get paid, and we may as well put our licenses with Pro Bono Realty. So to bring all of it full circle is that we can do all these things that make it look awesome. Have all the passion, all the faith, and all that. This guy walks in day one, doesn't know shit about that car dealership, right? Meets a random customer off the street, connects, listens, is just a normal good human the way we talk about connecting and loving and caring about people.
Yeah.
If you just do that, no matter where you go, whatever you want to name the brand, if you'll put enough customers, you convert 33%, you need to put more in the top of the funnel. So you got to get more people through the door. The 3's fine. Yeah. But if you can go to Atlanta and you can get 20 or 30 through the door, or you could get 40 or 50 through the door, and you still convert at that 33% level, that says you need to go to Atlanta. So if you guys believe in this thing as much as it sounds like you do, and it's already got the cool factor, right? If you do, what are you waiting on? Like every year you don't go there, you're holding yourself back from that compounding revenue and that compounding success. It's not about opening a store next 12 months. It's about then what the following year turns into, and then the following year turns into. Like what? Yeah, and so what they say is like, what's the best time to do anything?
Today,
well, the best time would have been yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? But I agree, it's like right now. We just wait around and have all these ideas until we have the right money. Go find the money. Right? When I had the idea of like, you know what, I'm going to hang that on the side. And what happened is instantly overnight, when that 40-foot wide of Pivot Realty Group that went up on that, everybody in Northern Kentucky and people that drive to CVG, they see it now. Right? At that moment when that happened, to them, that's the overnight like, that brand's made it.
Yeah.
Right? And so you got to start telling people your story, and you guys got to start putting up placards places, man.
Yeah,
that's what 100%. You got. That's what you got to do. And so that's the challenge to you guys is that, yeah, you got something cool. Yeah, what COVID did, and look what you turned it into. You guys are all in committed. You're capable of so much more. That's where all of us sell ourselves short, and I don't know why. I don't think we truly comprehend what we're capable of.
I totally agree. I
totally agree with that too, man. Because you know I've had so many people tell me like, bro, your story is worth more than the brand. Like tell the story and the brand will follow, right? And it's I get it and I understand. Like I got my ear bit off, my left eye detached, like in a robbery, and the whole thing like kind of propelled the brand to the next level. But it's one of those things, man, where it's like, it's capital at the end of the day. It's like, we want to get to the next level, but at the moment we're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Fuck that. Here's why I say fuck that. Like this is why I said they would throw me out of the band. I just have such I react to these things that it's mindset, right? You guys are so capable. When your brain's operating at a certain level and I hear something that's holding people back, I instantly just meet it with force, right?
Yeah.
My reaction, it's like, guys, who gives a shit, right? You can get a creative deal. If you really believe in this thing and you know Atlanta's going to work, if that's the case, then you go and sign that lease. If they're going to give you X amount of dollars to open it, then negotiate a front-end reduced lease. Right, do that. Negotiate, step it up. So they wanted you to sign a 5-year lease, sign a 6-year lease, but the first year you're going to step up in rents. First 3 months, free rent. Like if you can't negotiate that, then go find a guy. I'm not Atlanta. Find a commercial realtor to negotiate this lease for you.
Right.
Right, because the landlord's going to pay them. And then month 4, 5, and 6, then pay 30% of rent. And then month 7, 8, and 9, pay 60% of rent. And then in 10, 11, and 12, pay 75 or 80% of rent.
Right.
And if you guys are so confident, do that and then think about inventory. So if you really want it bad enough, what's Atlanta? A 7-hour drive,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
8.
So,
yeah.
so
75 South, bro.
why? Yeah. So what? My question to you guys is: all that sacrifice and all the pain that you guys have gone through to not make any money, you did all that to not to take it to the next level.
Right.
Totally agree.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
I completely agree.
It's like, why are you going to continue to put yourself in this repetitive hamster wheel of pain? No, you went through that pain for a decade to get here, to give yourself a shot. Who cares? It doesn't work out. Go file bankruptcy and open up the next one.
Right.
That's one of the benefits of being in this world and in this country.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about pride? If you want success and you want it bad enough, fuck it and go get it, man.
Yes.
100%.
Right? And
Yeah.
so I think what I'm saying is, like, even if you don't have a ton of money to fill that with inventory, how many times you want to make that 8-hour drive?
Right.
Make it as many times as you got to make it.
Oh, let's go. Yeah,
Right?
that's 8-hour drive is I mean, literally, like I have a connection to Delta. We get a flight real quick. Let's make it happen. We go on. We could do it on buddy passes. Let's go. It doesn't really matter. You can get cheap tickets and we can get down there. I'm all for it.
And sleep in the shop.
Exactly, 100%.
Now,
yeah.
let me ask you something. As a business owner,
Yep.
would you open up a second clothing store in Atlanta? I know, like, if we did 200 G's out of here, like I'd honestly feel like we could do 400 to 500 out of the Avalon, but. Would you jump into that aspect of owning a second clothing store, or would you do hat vending machines that you can drop into airports and things like that, where it's,
Here's what I believe. Stop reinventing yourself. You figured out something you guys believe in that a community can go all in with. Reproduce that thing. You know how hard it is to figure this the F out? This has been hard. What you guys have figured out here is hard.
100%.
Okay, so just do that thing again. I remember you talking about, I think the idea about vending machines, hat vending machines, that seems awesome. But what I know, too, is there's a bunch of failure in figuring that thing out.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of failure, a bunch of money. You got to go out and raise a bunch of cash. You're going to blow a lot of cash when you're figuring something out.
I mean, it's not. It's honestly, it's not that much cash. It's like 5 G's for the vending machine, and then like 1.75% to like per sale to have it in a place like this.
Well, then why you stop? So do both then.
I mean, bro, it'd be great to do both, but I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. Like these guys here,
Yep.
like I owe them money on what like their daily income. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's
there's realities about
we're,
this, right?
we're at the point, like, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and say it now.
Yep.
We were gonna close the shop March 1st.
Yep.
This Friday, the store was gonna be closed completely because we can't afford it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But like, what do we do at that point? You know, do we keep drowning ourselves in hoping that this is gonna take off? Or do we shut the store down and just do the hat vending machine? Or do we shut this store down completely and go to Atlanta? Or do we keep this store open and drown here and then open the store at Atlanta and then hopefully
It
balances everything out? Because at the moment, bro, we're at the point where we're like,
Yep, you're not making any money.
When I talk, I mean, we're losing money.
I get it. You shared it with us. So just know this too. All right, so all the hustle things that you all did in the beginning, all the places that you sold T-shirts and hats and stuff.
Yeah,
Well, maybe you need to do some more of that
100%.
instead of sitting here waiting for them to come to you. Like, this is fine, keep this thing rolling, but my attitude is get out there and generate enough income right? Keep this open. You shut this down, man, you're going to lose some momentum.
100%.
Right? People buying into your brand and all
know
that. You got to find a way, even if this thing, just get this to the point where it can be a break even. If you have to go back to the levy, go back to the damn levy and say, hey, listen, you got to give us a break. Like, I know this is the lease, but here's the deal, y'all. Here's our business plan. You need to give us a break in rent 50% for the next 2 to 3 months, and this is the plan.
Right.
And you can track our sales. It is what it is. If not, we're going to shut down and come get the money. I mean, what do you want to do? They don't
Right.
want vacancies in here.
No.
They don't want them.
No, especially because we're like, I feel like we're a catalyst.
You're pulling traffic, guys.
to the levy for
Yeah.
sure.
So what I would say is you need to get back to some guys. I still sell houses sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna blow your mind with something here crazy, but I just sold a $1.3 million home in a neighborhood up in Liberty Township up in Ohio. Right? These are from referrals I've been licensed for 20 years. So my past clients and people refer me. Any business that comes into the company, we give out to all of our agents. But if someone calls me and they want to work with me, I got to do that deal. Being a realtor, once you become a top level, very capable realtor, it's very financially beneficial. And so that was a $37,000 commission.
That's huge. It's crazy.
Okay.
A game changer.
Well,
That
here's-
could change
but-
someone's life, really.
100% it can.
Yes, it can.
And and they're on a whatever split, and they get a vast majority.
That's how you got the jacket. I see.
One sale.
I see one sale.
Well, it takes.
One sale.
However,
one
let me tell you the
sale.
next
I see,
story.
I see,
Yeah, you
I
do
see.
see. Here's the deal, though. We have an agent right now that has a deal pending for $2.25 million, which is a $67,000 commission. Now, hey,
Two jackets.
this is not. So this is not
Black
normal.
one
I'm
and
not
a blue one. Let's go.
a lot of times we're selling $200,000 and $300,000 and $400,000 homes, right?
course,
And
yeah.
so like that's where I came from.
Especially at this day and age, I feel like everything is 2, 3, 4.
2-car buy level now in Hebron, Kentucky's $250,000.
That blows, bro. That aggravates me so much right now.
Yeah.
It's like I
should have bought
seen
him.
it.
Should have bought him, right? Should have bought him up.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should have bought him up. So, but here's the point: is that guys, that $37,000, I kept it in the company still, even at this moment.
Yeah.
I didn't take that money,
Reinvest.
right? And so, even though it's a multi-million-dollar revenue real estate company, that's $30-something thousand I still have extra to do all the cool things that you were talking about
Yeah.
building this infrastructure and going along. And so for the first 7-8 years of the business, I drove sales. I put all the money back in the business. So right now it's time for you guys to find some hustle and grind. Go out here and do some of these grassroots things like what you guys should be doing. If I was coming here tomorrow, I'd be like, all right, who do we need to call? What company do we need to call for them to buy 15 or 20 of these things for their brand?
Right.
You know how I'm thinking? I come in here, I'm like, man, I'm going to put this in my swag shop. Somebody should be burning up the phone, knocking on some doors, and say, hey, we're from Native. I don't know if you guys have heard about us. Here's our QR code. Hey, do you know that we can customize 12, 15, 20 shirts for your brand? Would you guys like to stop down and do it? I'm telling y'all, all you would have to do is probably talk to like 20 or 30 businesses. You'd probably print $1,000 versus worth of revenue in here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, and I don't know your business, but I know you would do it.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so that's what
Yeah.
you need to do. And if you believe that Atlanta's really going to be it, get this thing to a point where you guys are at least paying some gas money and some electric at home and all those things, right? And then open the damn thing in Atlanta. Start planning it now.
Yeah.
Now, what you can do is you can put those expenses out 3, 4, 5, 6 months. You can negotiate the lease, right? You got some revenue come up here, buying the inventory up here on you guys. You're going to get that money back. Put some shit on some walls down there and go. And who cares if you got to drive down there in 3 days? You're like, hey, we're selling the shit out of stuff. We don't have any inventory down here. So drive it down there.
100%.
Whatever you all got to do, right?
Back by 8. Let's go.
Let's
That's,
go.
I just think that you guys have built this. I know.
And that's that.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah.
that's the main reason why I say I'm not in the big leagues yet. I'm still in the minors because I'm ready for these things. I'm ready to double down and to make it where if the store in Atlanta opens up, we're able to fill it. But unfortunately, we're at the point where, the store in Atlanta, it's owned by the same people that own the levee.
Yeah.
So they see what's happening here, and they're like, well, we're going to pump the brakes on.
Fuck that. I'd say pull out your traffic numbers, man.
Right.
Pull out your traffic numbers. Like true traffic
I mean-
numbers in here compared to that place.
I mean,
Yeah. We have a counter- we have a counter at the
we
desk.
literally
Have a
count every
counter.
single person that walks through.
Yeah.
So we've got day to day numbers. So we know that our capture rate is literally 33%.
Yep.
It's literally every third person that comes in buys something.
So what I'd say you guys need to do too is you gotta level up your content game.
100%.
You all
bro.
have to, right? You guys can do it. There's 3 of you. This is cool when you're back there printing shirts. You have to level up.
Film it. You got to film it.
You got to
like-
document the whole damn thing. It's what Gary Vee talks about. Gary Vaynerchuk. You got to document and then clip and cut it up and put it out there. Mm-hmm. So the things are here that you all need to do. I think this thing is too special, and you've worked too hard for a decade. If you were 3 years in, okay, fold up shop like every other business. There's massive failure rate in the first 5 years. Y'all made it a decade. You didn't go through all this bullshit and all this pain again to revisit it, to give up on this shit now.
100%.
This thing is this brand, this native brand, this idea. I feel like it's anarchist, man, to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, native with an area code, dude. That connects with people locally.
Everybody across the entire
Yeah.
United States, bro. And that
Yeah.
that was the one thing that like so when I started the brand, it started with like native, like in the shape of the Ohio logo.
Yep.
And right away, like Emilio Estevez.
Yep.
He's living in California at the time. He was like, dude, I want that logo, but I want native like stretched out for California. And I was like, nah, it doesn't make sense. Because like native, that NATI for Natty, for Cincinnati, like the whole thing was kind of just like intertwined where like, you know, as an artist, you don't want to stretch out the logo. You don't, because it's not going to look right in Montana or Utah or especially California written out like that. And so that's when we did the Arch logo with the area code. And then all of a sudden it turned into like a Corvette wave. You know what I mean? Like if the hat was synonymous across the board, and if you knew native, you're like, oh, fuck. All right, 916 Sacramento, like the hat you just sold the other day.
Yeah.
Like that was a limited edition Sacramento hat. But like it's synonymous across the board where it's like, you know, it just has that mindset where like it doesn't matter what city it's intertwined and it looks the same across the entire board.
And you're a part of something too. Like that's also, it's synonymous, but it's also it's a culture. Whenever like I'm ever downtown and I'll have my native hat on, I'll hear, "Yo, native, I got 2," and then they'll point at my hat and relate to each other. And I've got 859 on my head, and they got 513. But it doesn't matter the numbers.
Yep.
It just matters the fact that we're branded the same. We're both there in the same same area, bonding across a group of people, whether it's a Reds game or whatever at the banks, for example. Like you just relate to that person. And it's so easy to relate because everyone's a native of somewhere. It doesn't matter. There's a girl that comes in here from Hawaii. She gets 808 merch periodically, and she's super awesome, but like she's got to get her 808. She doesn't worry about 859, 513. You know, she's got people in this town, but she's worried about that 808. And that's just it's people like if you go to Chicago, everyone's native
312,
Chicago's. Yep,
yeah.
312.
Yeah.
Atlanta, they're passionate about where they're from. So it's like he says, a wave, and it can really like we talked about, Gladwell earlier and like the tipping point, and it takes 3 different types of people to make a business or some kind of thing essentially go viral. It takes a servant, in this case would be Jay. It takes a connector, which in this case would be Andrew, would be me, and then like a salesman, which would be Tyrell in that case. And us 3 could compile our efforts to create this tipping point to go over, which I totally think is possible, and I totally think it's something that's viable for us to do yesterday. But at the same time, like he's saying, robbing to Peter to pay Paul, and these different dynamics that you do daily that take that energy from the goal. Like everything has to take energy, and when your energy is being spent to just try to keep something afloat and trying to fill the holes in the ship.
And you got to do it more, though, man. So
Yeah.
see, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Back in the day in 2008, 2009, we only had like 15 or 20 agents, right? So we were probably doing 3% of the business we're doing now. And I had an agent. Not a lot of people know what this means if they're not in real estate, but he had 17 listings. So that individual agent had 17 homes for sale himself. That's a huge book of business.
Yeah.
The average agent you look at here, if they have 2 or 3 active homes at any time for sale, because we represent buyers to sell other stuff, you're probably going to have a $100,000 year. If you just always have 2 or 3 homes for sale. This guy had 17 for sale, couldn't get one of them sold. That's what happened to us in 2008 and 2009. Banks wouldn't lend. There were foreclosures happening like crazy. So appraisals, homes were appraising for less than what people owed on them. We couldn't close homes. He's sitting in my office, and he's tearing up, man. His wife's back in nursing school. He's got 3 little girls. There's no money coming into the family. behind on all this debt, and he's sitting in my office in that space that we leased with purple carpet and tan effing walls. Our colors are orange, white, and black, and we're sitting with purple carpet in there. And so he's sitting there in my office, and he's like, man, I don't know what to do. I don't have anything pending. I don't have anything for sale. And I said, man, as crazy as this sounds, you got to do more. Not new.
Yeah.
More.
You got to do more because you already proved you could get 17 of them. You just got to get one or two more, man. Eventually, something's going to sell. Something's going to loosen up here. That same guy is in the business now 13 years later. His wife's an RN, highly successful. One of his girls got a full ride to UMass playing softball.
Awesome.
His other girls are highly. One got a full ride or almost a full ride to Xavier playing music. His youngest girl's going to go do something. And in January, another $2 million story. He sold a home for $2.15 million. It's a $60-something thousand commission. If that guy quits 10 and 11 years ago and sells out and goes back to that $50,000 or $60,000 a year job just to pay the bills, he'll never take a chance like this again.
Absolutely.
Ever. Right? And so he kept going, and you make it work, and all of a sudden he works 15 to 20 hours a week, making six figures.
Crazy.
You just can't, you just can't quit on this stuff if you really believe. But so many people, I think it's okay for some folks to quit. I think it is because if you don't have tenacity and you know you aren't committed to achieving the outcome, if you really know inside of you like, hey, man, I'm okay with mediocrity. I'm okay just with an average performance. You know that stuff inside. Then you probably should go ahead and quit because there's going to be some really hard days. And if you get to these moments like with you guys, what's going to make me really, really successful and one of the most wealthy people that come out of Cincinnati, because that's going to happen. Like, there is no doubt in another 10 to 15 years, I'm going to have the private jet at Lunken before then. A poor kid from Boone County that has that, I'm not too far away from it, right? I'm going to have all these things, and the world is going to be at my feet because I'll be able to go anywhere.
Yeah.
But this company is going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But the only reason is because I'm still going all in now. What a lot of people do is they protect what they got.
Right.
And it's like, hold on, if I was poor as hell and I went all in and I was risking everything then, once you make a couple dollars you're rubbing together, why the fuck would you spend so much time just worrying about keeping those? No, baby. We're going to the fucking top here.
No, we're spinning.
I think-
we're spinning to make it, man. Yeah,
I think that's the threshold of what my dad was always talking about was like,
pain threshold.
Yeah, like my dad always said, like it, and he passed away maybe 12 years ago, but he always said like and it's ironic, man, because he said the people like Eminem, those are the guys that make it. The guys that have had the shit life and then had the struggle.
That's right.
And they know how to like they know the outcome. They know what they're worth. You know what I mean? Like the whole brass ring thing. It makes so much sense now. But as a kid, I was like, what does this brass ring mean? Like, why do you keep saying that I'm going after this brass ring? And he's like, this brass ring is this MTV mentality. Like anyone that was raised with good parents and a good back end, like they're not worth shit. It's always the kid that was down and out and that didn't have anything and
Usually.
that made something of
Yeah.
himself. Is he doubled down and focused on his life to make shit happen?
95% of millionaires are self-made.
Oh, for sure.
Wasn't handed to them. And so here's what I'll say. This is today's life. So I believe that parents of the current generation, they have unintentionally ruined the drive of these new generations, including ours.
Yeah.
So it's admirable that they just, here's what they wanted. I have friends like this. I have friends in their 40s and 50s that raise kids. These kids are out of college now, and they just don't have this hustle mentality that I'm talking about. And the unfortunate thing, here's what these parents, they become attorneys. They become highly successful vice presidents of companies that grew up from nothing. They were the first ones to go to college. They got master's degrees and PhDs and legal degrees. So here's all they wanted for their kids. Here's what you hear. I just wanted my kid's life to be a little easier than mine. That's admirable. Because their life was painful as hell. But what they missed was actually that adversity that they had
The
to
struggle.
face. That's what turned them in to this capable human now that's
Yeah.
able to give those kids that life. So it's admirable what's happened, but they're waking up and they're like, holy shit, look at these kids that don't have the drive, that don't have the commitment, that don't have the work ethic, that don't have this all-in attitude, that are willing to do these big things. And so that's when I said I realized I had this chip on my shoulder. I realized me growing up poor financially became a benefit to me.
Yeah. 100%.
It's just so beneficial. Now, it's not that these middle income kids can't make it, but they don't have this grit inside of them naturally.
They
man.
don't have the fight or flight, bro.
That's it. They don't have the pain. And so
Yeah.
you give them a little bit of pain when they're 25, 26, 27, man, they're going to steer away from it.
Yeah.
They're not going to go all in because they're like, hey, that feels dangerous as hell, man. I don't want that.
Right.
Right? And so they're not going to do big. And that's fine. Listen, this world needs average employees, and I'm fine saying it. This world needs employees that want to process loans. This world needs employees that want to sit here and work
Blue
at malls.
collar. We need blue collar.
No, but not even blue collar. I'm talking about the white collar motherfuckers. Like, I'm talking about those people that are making 60, 80, and 100 grand a year.
Yeah.
I'm not hating, but all I'm saying is, like, I need you because you're going to keep on working and you're going to go through this life being scared, and I'm going to go all in. I'm going to take some hits. I'm going to take losses that look like more losses than you've ever been through, but you just wait. Just fucking wait, because my shit's coming. And I'm going to achieve things that are only in their fucking dreams.
Yes.
God damn, Mark. Let's
No,
go.
it's real. It's real. Like, so I come from a middle class,
Yep.
privileged situation.
Yep.
But in my mind, the situation that got them to that point, I wasn't even like interested in taking that route. I was like, this is really great. This families, like, I love my family. I was like, but I have to push back on this a little. And then when I got pushed back, and it was like, oh, it's fun. It's all fun and games that you want to play music or whatever.
Jay's done. He's tapping out. We're tired.
Piss myself again.
He's tapping out. Hey, what's up with y'all? So keep on going.
Yeah.
man.
So when all the fun and games of like you playing and everything, came push to shove, it was like, well, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm gonna go play music. That's what I want to do. And it's like, all right, well, fall on your face. Don't come. I was like, I have no interest in coming back to nothing. I'm trying to make it happen.
Yep.
And like, I went out on the limb. I could have taken a totally a softer landing route. It would very easily, I could have done that, but that's not how my mentality went. And then when it came down to it, when I started seeing some success, I started seeing bigger turbulence. So the more success I saw, the bigger the falls came. And then then we lost the guitar player, which was the main predominant writer with me. And then I was like, oh my goodness. So we lost the guy. So when you lose the guy that's with you,
Yeah.
and because he actually took a full-time Genius Bar job at Apple.
I'm not gonna hate on him. I'm not hating.
He just took a different route.
That's it. And so I'm just saying,
He
like,
just took a different route.
yeah.
and-
Then what I'm saying is, you better stop dreaming.
right?
If you do that
Yep.
and you take that path, your dreams are over, man.
I totally believe that.
Your dreams are over unless you
Yep.
want just a mediocre life. Like, that's fine. Have the two. If it's the two kids, having the mortgage, and always being in debt, and always chasing your ass that I got 2 months of income in the bank, like, that's fine. But that's what you're signing up for. So you better shut your dream machine down. You better
Yeah.
shut it down, man.
Yeah, dude. So also too, with that being said, like I've started this Beyond the Stage where I'm interviewing these artists, and I didn't have tons to spend, but I used $300. I bought a couch. I bought a flag because there's a flag in the background. I keep it as part of the aesthetic. I bring plants on stage, which I get from Leaf and Limb. I use like all of my resources. I have sponsors, so every month they all pay a monthly thing to be marketed, and they're all different businesses that are supporting local music. So like I've got sponsors, so I don't have to worry about the room rental. So it doesn't matter how many people walk through the door, but like these different dynamics that I added to it to make sure that like it didn't matter. I was going to just go no matter whether you wanted me there or not. I don't care what you think of me. I don't care. Like, people, haters are going to happen everywhere. But if you're spending time thinking about what I'm doing, I'm like, cool, like, come to an event and think about me there. So, like, that's my mentality. And I'm not here playing games. It's my life.
This shit's serious, man.
This is very serious.
Yeah.
But I also love the idea of creating my own path.
Yeah.
And that's a real ass life that I'm trying to live
Yeah.
and trying to put myself in the position. And yeah, financially, hey, it will
takes
come.
care of itself.
It
That
will
takes
come.
care of itself if you're going all in. If you're all in committed, like you will. If you're working a job and you're better than any other employee, you'll become the manager. And then if you're the
Yeah.
best manager, you'll become a supervisor beyond them.
Yeah.
Right? But the problem is, man, when you're working an average job for these companies in corporate America, you already see the fucking ladder. Like, they're looking at the next 20 years of their life. We can go ahead and predict the outcome. If you just want to work 40 hours a week and you even think you're better than one of I'll show you the middle management job that you roll into. And then what you're going to do is you're going to be sitting on your fucking deathbed at 65 and 70 years old, 75, and you're like, damn, man, all the things that could have been.
Yeah. Yeah. All it could have been. Yeah.
All it could have been.
Yeah.
And the only people that they're like, oh, man, whatever. The only people it's okay are the ones that get to a true VP level, making $300K, that get to buy the lake house. It's not about the lake house, but it's about being able to take your family and extended family to the lake house. Like, everybody thinks that, oh, I'm going to show up to work and I'm going to put 25 years on in this thing. And just me having hopes and dreams and getting up and doing my best every day. No, you're not doing your best. Because all you're doing is you're doing your supposed best in an 8-hour window. In that 8-hour window, what you're really doing is you're probably working for 3 or 4 hours because you're playing the escape game on a daily basis, like trying to get away with not having to do a ton of work. You're watching the fucking clock. You get back from lunch at 1 or 1:30, you're watching the clock already for 5 o'clock, right? That's why you see 4:40, 4:59, 5 o'clock, 5:01. Look at an elevator in my building on people that work at those businesses. It's like an ant farm trickling out of that building. And what they're doing is they're racing off to the rest of their life that they're not doing anything productive about. And just wasting it the fuck away, man. Yeah. So and what people
I love that he sees that too. You know what I mean?
Pay
Like, he's
attention
just
to that, yeah. I mean, we see it here. People, because the second floor is a different
offices.
business.
Yeah, man.
So they come down around that time. I get here at 4. I'm here till 4 till 9, 10, 11, 12, sometimes 2 a.m. just depending on what I'm doing.
Yep.
But I see people leave here all the time, and I'm just like, I'm just getting started. And like, but in my mind, I'm not worried about what they're coming down the escalator. I just know I'm not looking for that lifestyle.
I can tell you what that life is. See, that's what they don't know. I'm not judging them. I'm just predicting what their outcome is guaranteed to be. See, people can live whatever life they want, but they don't understand. They don't have this safe self-awareness. I can go ahead and track 10 years for them. If they keep acting like that, I'm going to track the next 10, 15, 20 years. If you already know what your life's going to be, fuck that. Would you want to know the day you're going to die?
Nope.
Me either. So what they're doing is they don't actually know they're living that life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're living this fucking life. And what I would say, though, is if they are like, I don't want to be an entrepreneur and I don't want to go all in and take all this pressure, that's fine. Then actually put extra work in at your current job. Be the first one to get there and the last one to leave, and do that for 5 years. You'll have all the pay raises. You can have the nicer cars. You will make more money.
Yeah.
But nobody wants this bullshit, right? So they're like, no, I want to live to work. I want to work to live.
Yep.
It's a fucked up mentality, guys.
4:30, we're out of here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let me ask you something. What did you do before you started Pivot?
Man, I had all these jobs. I had McDonald's jobs and Subway jobs like you guys. Like, I had all these fucking... I did landscaping when I was a kid.
I mean, what was the last job you had before
Yeah, so
you jumped into?
I worked for 6 years for the hat
somebody
guys.
else.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And so-
for how?
Yeah,
For
from
yeah.
night guys. I was non-traditional in college and everything. I went to Northern for a year. Was getting terrible grades. I was a smart kid, but terrible grades with no commitment, no passion. And I met the guys.
That's how NKU does it, bro.
Right. Yeah. So here's the
Yeah.
thing. I went back
local.
and took night classes and went to Thomas More later when I came back to town. But the funny thing is that 1 year, I went for a year, terrible grades, and I came across one of the guys that started Hat World, and which became Lids. And he's like, "Hey, man, they had like 20 stores." And he saw something in me, right? He identified some passion. That's why I said, were you always that guy? He identified some passion, some commitment, who connected with people on a sales floor. Just like this guy selling cars, I was the same dude. I just connected with humans. So what happened is he's like, hey, you want to run one of these stores for us? And just
Was that Glenn at the time?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. I had that conversation with him in that stupid little ass store, 300 and something square feet in Florence, where we were just selling hats.
That store was so goddamn genius, bro. Like
all
the
that
fact
glass
that
while you're sitting there eating.
the glass while you're eating. So you couldn't walk in that way.
Yep.
Which was so genius because that also kept down on theft. I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah, man. It was awesome though.
You know what I mean? So you had to walk around the outside of the courtyard to actually get into Lids, but you can see all of Lids hats from literally sitting there eating Long Johns.
$600,000 in revenue in the late 90s out of 300 and something square feet in Florence Mall.
300 and that store felt like 25 square feet, which is crazy.
Insane.
It was you couldn't,
But 30 by 10 is only
if-
300 square feet.
Well,
it was tight in the beginning.
Yeah, if you walked in,
Yep.
if you walked in, you literally had to
Yep.
brush somebody to get back out.
So here's the story, I guess, of being young. I'm not
And
talking.
it's super fire, bro.
Yeah.
I would love to have owned that type of location, right? And at a mall in the 90s, like, because
It was the place to go, y'all.
bro, like in the 90s, the mall, like that
Friday
that,
nights,
that
y'all.
was it. That
Fridays and Saturdays,
it was
we're going to
still
the mall.
It was still that
Yeah.
place.
We
I
couldn't
was,
shop online.
I was a mall rat.
See, there you go.
Yeah, that
I
was
worked.
part of
I worked at
I'm
Long
from
John
Florence.
Silver's, bro, right
in the
over
in
there.
the food
Yeah.
courts, you
Yep.
saw it. So if we go back, what I did. So from 19 to 25, guys, they only paid me. I up and moved to Iowa City, Iowa. 19 years old, went through a year of college, and I'm like, man. They said, you want to run a store? And I was like, fuck it, okay. So I drove to Iowa City, Iowa one night, and I'm like, let me just see where I'm going to go. So I drove out there, 7.5 hours, salt, middle of the freaking cornfields. They're building a brand new mall. And it's close to a college town, Iowa City. I knew no one. And I'm like, screw it. What's the worst that can happen? It can fail. I can be miserable out there, and I can come back.
Yep.
Right? And so I went out there. I had a piece of shit 2-bedroom apartment that was nasty and junky, coin laundry in the basement. They're probably only paying me like $24,000 a year to run that store. So I uprooted my whole life to go out there, and all I did was make enough money to pay my bills. Mm-hmm. But then there's a long story that happens from them. See, I'm the guy that lived this story that I'm telling other people, be the first one to get there and the last to leave. The other piece is you got to do way more than you're paid for. Because if you do more than you're paid for, the people who are in charge, they're going to see that.
Yep.
Right? They're going to see that shit. And then when they have opportunities, you're the one getting it.
100%.
Right? You have to put yourself, I don't need to be the most liked. I don't need to be the one on the top of the list on like a hierarchy. I just need to be the most valuable. Because if you're a business owner and you need to promote somebody or you have an opportunity, you're like, who's the person that's most valuable that I can't afford to lose, who's going to make the biggest difference in my business? And whoever what they look like, what their name is, where they come from, you just give it to them.
Yeah.
And so then I'm 20 years old, and they give me a company car, a corporate American Express card, and they had me travel half of the country training all their managers. Couldn't drink a beer.
That's incredible.
That's incredible,
But you
yeah.
made yourself indispensable, man, and that's the big thing, bro. Like people don't realize when you're in these jobs, like and I've told my wife this, right? Like my wife, she wasn't very good at at interviews. She chokes up like when it comes to like
The tough shit.
the tough shit, those type of moments.
Yeah.
But I told her, I was like if you get this job, just become indispensable. Become to the point where they can't lose you.
They can't fire you.
Yeah,
They literally can't.
because at that point they're losing an asset, right? And she's
100%.
done that. She's gotten to the point where they can't fire her. So 6 months ago, she was at that ultimatum, like, I need to get paid this or I'm out of here. And I kept telling her, babe, just tell them, do that, put that down, put it in paper, put it in front of their face and say, this is what I need.
What can I do to earn it?
Or I'm out of here.
That's it.
Apply pressure.
And they not only did they agreed to it, they paid her an extra 40 cents more than what she was asking for, which it's a carrot. You know what I
Doesn't
mean?
matter,
like
but
they
it all
don't care.
builds. It compounds because
Bro, it's 100%.
yeah.
She is so much happier today than she was 6 months ago because she knows her value and she knows that her company knows her value. And that's the big thing. Like, a lot of people don't want to put their neck on the line, but if you do your shit, if you put it out there, if at 8 o'clock when you walk in and when 5 o'clock you clock out, if you do your shit and do it well, like
that's all it is.
It's going to be noticed. It's going to be noticed.
Care about doing a good job. I recently went to my high school and they invited me back to talk to some seniors.
That's awesome, bro.
Right, and so
I can't wait for that to happen.
Right, and so now I'm not as cool as my lady. We've been together 15 years. They called her to do the commencement for the graduates last year
okay.
at Dayton High School.
Oh,
That's where she went to high school. So they called her back to the commencement. I'm sitting in the audience. I'm like, boy, she beat me because we're competitive. I'm like, kudos, right? But
Right.
mine was one level down because they asked me to come and talk to some seniors.
Yeah.
So like the next one's a commencement. But they came and talked to me, and I just laid out 5 things. I said, doing a good job is important. Like, first, like, life's serious. Doing a good job is important. Hard work's important.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I told him is everything in my life has come from working hard. And what's working hard mean? because y'all don't have hard physical jobs here,
no,
right? Working hard is a mental
Yeah, it's a
commitment and
mental
work
thing.
ethic.
Yeah.
And here's the biggest
Yeah.
point is that you have to have a sense of urgency every day. And what I mean by that is you got to go from task to task without delay and without wasted time in the middle. So if you're working an 8 or a 9 hour shift, you have to accomplish more things in that 8 or 9 hour shift than the other person. And what's going to happen is, because that's what they do, an 8 hour shift, people are only working 3 or 4 hours. I see it in my company and other places
Yeah.
too. So if you'll work
But
for
I feel like how you utilize your time.
That's it.
It's like
From
really
thing
comes
to
down-
thing.
Yeah, like when someone tells me they're bored, it's like that's
Jesus.
the worst thing I've ever heard in my
Yeah.
life. When people tell me they're bored and I'm just here, I'm just existing, I'm bored, I'm like,
you want to snap off.
dude, it makes me lose my mind.
He's
because,
shaking. His
dude,
hands are
it drives
shaking.
me crazy. It is the worst thing you can say because if you're bored, you're wasting your fucking flesh. Dude,
And, but
you're
guess what else?
wasting your body. You have the opportunity for you to be born on this spinning ball rock that's flying through space. For you to be bored, it makes me cry internally because
Do
I'm like,
something.
dude, you are wasting your time. You know what? I'll take some of your time and I'll go do something with it. When I'm feeling the feeling of like a little bit of latency when I'm chilling. I go on and edit a photo. I'll go on my phone, I'll edit a photo, I'll drop it on my AIM photo page, I'll drop it, I'll see how it does, and I'll move on just to, shake up some dirt and see what happens next. Every single day, it doesn't even matter because I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. I don't care if you follow the fucking page, but what I do care about is what I'm doing and what steps I'm taking going forward, because when someone tells me they're bored, I'm like, you are just wasting your life. You should let your parents know you're bored and see what they have to say. If you don't have parents to talk to the next person that needs you in their life. Tell you're bored and see what they say. Go do something. Go outside and play. Go outside and play and go make money. Go start a lemonade stand. Go sell a car. Go get in a realtor. Like do something.
Hustle, baby. Hustle on
regardless.
something.
So boredom to me is just what you're explaining, I know you didn't mention that word, but like it just reminds me
Yep.
of that because the word boredom, I'm like, bro, like we were in the pandemic and I was like, all right, I can't go to the bowling alley because we're not open right now and we were doing to-go beers, but you know what? I'm going to make sure I'm going to go ahead and head up there to Native and Jay and Tyrell or Sue, whoever's going to
They're gonna be up there. Let's go do something, right?
Well, even if they're not up there, I'm going to go. I have a key. I have a key.
Tyrell's getting tired.
Hey, no, he's good. So like the thing is like I have a key. Let's go in. Let's do something. But like at the end of the day, like everyone has those options, regardless if you have a store or not. You have 2 feet. If you can walk and you can go somewhere door to door, say hi to somebody. You never know who the next person that's going to impact your life.
Yep.
It's like it is so. It's not a hard thing, but it's harder to not do it because when you, like you said, what you're doing right now is affecting when we're 52.
100% it is, guys.
Seriously, it is
Yeah.
straight up affecting everything you do, and I recognize that. Like you said, 10 years ago, was I the same person? I think I was more mobile. I can't go as far now as I can because I didn't have a kid. I didn't have certain things that like restrict me to a degree, but I had the same mentality, and I could go on the internet and I could message 2,000 people, and I did. I can look back on Facebook messages, and I got the same message, except I got Jessica in one, and John in one, and Tiffany in one, and different bands because they're recommended if you like. I added everyone on Facebook. I have 5,000 friends. I can't even add someone without deleting someone on Facebook now for 7 years later because I added all these people, and I don't care about these people's lives because they live all over the country. So Facebook luckily has gotten it down to I see people that I know now, but for the longest time, if I deleted Jessica from Texas, then all of a sudden Samantha from Chicago popped up. I don't care about either of the lives now because I just was promoting a band.
That's it.
But now things are different. And social media isn't as nice to me because it knows I'm always trying to sell something.
But that's okay though.
That's
But
part of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
but so what you guys could do,
Yeah.
it's popping off in my brain. I
Yeah,
want to see
pop
you
off.
guys. I want to see you guys win here, and I'm just thinking like if I was you all, and the past 3 months were really tough.
They were.
I get it. So I'm like, okay, you need sales. Say you need sales.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, what would I do? What I would do is I would get up in the morning, all three of y'all. And so this isn't about me knowing your business. Doesn't matter. If I had a car sales business, if I was the coffee shop, if I needed to generate more customers, I'd get on social media and I'd send personal messages, man. And I wouldn't fucking stop. Not group messages. I'd go through all my
Personalized.
fucking people, man, and I'd send them a 30 or a 60-second message, and I'd sit here and say, you know what, I was just thinking about you. We kind of had a slow 3 months. Y'all, I'd love for you to come in and spend some money and buy something, but the most special part is this giving me time to go back and think about my relationships. And, hey, I was wondering how you're doing. And if you ever get a shot, whether you spend money with me or not, I'd love for you to come down to the Native store just so we can hang out and talk. So while business is slow for me, come in and say hi. It's awesome to see you're doing great.
Yeah.
Okay?
So
Time after time. Just
Over and over again.
yeah, and so my birthday's on Friday.
happy birthday.
Thank you, buddy.
44 or 40?
27.
This is some bullshit. Listen, I'm 45. I'm not going down this bullshit path. It's 43 or 44 Friday.
I'll be 43, bro. I'll be 43 in this, and I'm not happy about it because I remember when my dad turned 40, and I remembered like the friends and the camaraderie that he had around, and I also remembered like you remember it all, and it's and like we said earlier, you don't realize that you see your parents growing up. You know, like you don't realize that you see your parents making the moves that they are to get to the position that you're okay. You know what I mean? So like
no comprehension of any of it.
Dude, like growing up, like you think everything is just happening, and
And it's easy.
just-
Let's be real.
and
We
but-
thought it was stressful. Listen,
So easy.
15, 16, and 17, we don't have any fucking responsibilities. Unless you had a kid at a really young age, you don't have any responsibilities.
right,
None.
100%.
None. Even
Yeah.
though it felt like it had none.
Right. Yeah. No one's banking on you, the survival of what your decision making.
Nope.
You could go wherever and then nothing's lost except where you go. But like the thing at that time, it's such because when you first get a car, what do you do with that car? You know what I mean? Like when I first got a car, I was working. Well, I got a job at 14, working for my aunt's cleaning company.
there you go.
So like, but when I got a car, then I got a job at Florence Freedom,
Mm-hmm.
which now is the Florence Y'alls, and I got in there, and then I was in the kitchen making hot dogs. And I realized I hated making hot dogs, so then I
never knew that.
did as much as I could in there.
Did you know that?
And then I did as much as I could
He
in
was
there.
slinging dogs at the
Why are
Florence
you
Freedom.
out there? Isn't he allowed to come sit on this?
He's more than welcome.
Yeah.
Come on.
Sit up.
bro.
Come on, man. Get in here and sit on this thing with me. Come on.
Come around,
I messed it. You don't get a microphone yet because it ended up on the floor.
We can fix that. But I
T. Reezy
yeah.
in a building.
What's up, bro?
Come on over here, man. You got to go on the other side, though, because I'm old and I don't move good. And I'm going to come over here and clip this one. Can he come around, you guys?
Yeah, of course, bro. You can just hold the mic, bro. It's good. He can hold the mic. It ain't his first
There you
rodeo.
go. He's going to hold some. And you need these, too, don't you?
Tyrell in a building.
Is that going to work? So go ahead. Keep on going. So,
Yeah. So I was working in the kitchen and realized I hated making
you
hot
can just
dogs.
pop it off if you want to, or you can just set it back up.
there he goes.
Got it.
You're going to start singing.
Let's get it.
Oh, don't start singing, bro.
Jay knows.
Yeah.
So,
all
yeah, so
about
let's
it.
go for a
Yeah,
few
yeah.
more minutes. We got him on the mic here. And at least
Absolutely.
I don't know why we waited so long, man. I'm
Hey, we
sorry.
get some time. Yeah,
I'm just here.
You know what? Typically, I got my computer right here for a little producer thing,
station,
but I left the charger at the house.
Oh man.
Here, I'll give you a little space, man, so I'm not up on you. Look at this. This thing came down. The Skittles blanket. I'm
I was
back
gonna-
here
Yeah,
moving.
I got to
gonna-
glue that
So,
bitch.
so what are we gonna do with tonight? See, that's the question.
But that's the thing is, so in that period of time, I was working in the kitchen, right? And then I saw the manager. And I was like, hey, I just don't want to make hot dogs anymore. I like them here, but I want to do something else. I saw that you had an area where you're gonna have like kids throwing baseballs and stuff, and I was on the baseball team growing up. Can I do that instead? He's like, well, I'm looking for someone there. I'm like, yeah. I was like, that's awesome. I was like, is there anyone running the show? He's like, we don't have anyone for it, nothing. He's like, no manager. You're just gonna do it. I was like, well, could I be the manager? And he's like, manager. I was like, of like the kid zone, manager of the kid zone. He's like, you got it. You said it. Let's get it. And I moved over to the kid zone, and I started running the jumping house thing and the throw ball pit. And he's like, you also get tips. You can do this. And I walk out of the baseball place with like $50 extra on top of $16 an hour. But that was because I had my car, and I went up there and I talked to him when I could. I saw the opportunity to talk to the guy, and I made it happen all because my car was there. It had nothing to do with the job because I was going to be there anyways. But I was like, you know what? I need to go up and do this because I do not want to make any more hot dogs. In fact, I didn't eat any more hot dogs like through the first 2 years of college because I was so disgusted
Burn
by
out
hot dogs.
dogs.
Dude, I would make so many on that grill thing. But like I knew I wanted something else. And I'm not I have a kid now, but I wasn't like gung-ho to like watch the kids, but I knew if I could get out of this and somewhere else and I could get a manager title, I was like, maybe I can get another manager title.
See, that's why it's important now at 35, man, for you guys to keep going. And so I'm reflecting a little bit more on like
Sure.
what we do up in another store.
Yeah.
You know, you guys got to increase your online sales too.
Yeah.
Like whether it's a Shopify store or however that shit's built, I don't run any of
100%,
that.
bro.
You guys have to do that, right? And that is actually where you could leverage collaborations. Because what you do, I don't have any. You guys could come to a guy like me. This happens all over the place, and say, "Hey, Perkins, hey, why don't we be a sponsor without paying you? And everything that you sell through your coded thing, you get 30% of the sales, man." Y'all know you could be doing that all over the place, right?
Didn't think about it, but yeah,
that's
I love it.
The Inforce,
Interesting
you know how at the end of a podcast of somebody that has 1 million viewers, they're like, "Hey, do this thing, but use code so and so."
Oh yeah. I
Yes.
see that all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
The reason why they do that code so and so, they track all the sales back to them. They give them a percentage of sales
Yeah,
back.
we have
Right.
codes in
See.
here. We have certain people that get codes in here. Quincy, there's a few people that have codes. So if people come in, Mackenzie, if they come in and they get reference, then like we don't necessarily give them the cut of sale, but like we'll throw them free merch
Why don't
for everything.
Why don't
Discount
you
and
guys get all these hustlers that y'all know and give them a cut of sales, man? They don't have to be employees. Hand them out a business card with a QR code on it that instantly goes to their thing, and they get 15% of the sales.
Oh,
Right.
That's what I tried to do for Mason. I gave Mason all those stickers, and I was like, each one of those stickers that come back to me, Mason, I'll give you something. So I gave him and his friends like 20, 30 stickers, and they couldn't get it in the end, but they tried. And Mason, you know Mason, Tyrell talks to him, young kid, like middle schooler, but he went out and gave the stickers to all the levy, and he was just waiting for them to return. They came back and kept checking. I'm like, no one's come yet.
You know what y'all got to do though?
But-
You got to have you need to put something on and say, "Hey, we're going to train people up." So you
Yeah.
got to say, "Hey, on Tuesday nights or Wednesday nights from 6 to 8, if you want to come in and be a collaborator of our business, right? You're going to tell them, I'm going to hit you with a 1099." Right? You're not going to be W-2 or anything like that. So sales, I'm going to hit you 1099 at the end of the year, and your young kids are going to learn what the hell that means, right? You're going to get 1099, you're going to pay taxes on it. But come in, I'm going to teach y'all how to be salespeople. And you could sit in here and take 10 or 15 of them and say, I'm going to give you the stickers, I'm going to give you the business cards, but I'm going to teach you all how to go out and connect with other people on how you can sell some stuff. And what you're going to find out is if you sell like 10 of these, y'all, and I give you 15% of sales, right? All of a sudden, you're going to get $50. Remember how that $50 made you feel running the Kid Zone?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they get 10 people to buy hats and they get $50. They're going to be like, damn, man,
They're gonna do it again.
I want more.
They're gonna
They're
double
do it
down.
again.
I want more.
Yeah.
I want $100.
Y'all should go out here and find 1,000
$200.
young salespeople. Like, go to the schools and find the popular kid. Find
Yeah.
the kid who's the influencer.
And that's
Totally agree.
And that's one of the that's my fault because of the fact that like I've started this thing out of the backpack 2014. I went to the bars. I started giving all the hats to the bartenders, and then these bracelets. So I would give the bartenders a ton of bracelets, and the shirts that we're wearing would say Native on the back. Like, you know, if it was a female, it was on like the back butt, like cheek or whatever.
Why'd you do that, Jay?
It was obviously
Because that's where
fucking-
people are looking.
Well, yeah, like when the bartender
Yeah,
turns
that's
around to make the drink, right?
Why is everybody looking down?
Boom. But that's the reason why we're
Marketing.
here today.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, but that's-
is because of the fact that we did those things. And that's what I'm saying is like we've. You know, I've strayed from that because I've got my blinders on now. I've got bills to pay. It's like we've got $5,000 a month in rent, right? Not only that, we've got employees and
Inventory.
inventory is fucking insane. Not only that, $237 per color when it comes to DTG. When you're, you know, you gotta swap out 3 colors a week. You're talking $700 $700 a week. Just
That's
for
$711
ink in your printer, right?
Yeah.
Like.
Wow.
But the thing is like, you know, we've been in this moment where, you know, we're trying to double down on the kids that come in and do this stuff. So, you know, we've been talking about trying to do like a promotion thing where Tyrell takes control of, you know, the street team and does that shit. But like,
Make a TikTok with them
to
with
your-
their QR code that pops up that you tag the Native brand, and all their people and all their other friends and stuff are going to see it, and they might come buy one.
For sure, and that's the thing that, you know, that started the entire brand. Like what I was saying, when I first started it, it was all bartenders downtown, and like my main thing was like get the hats on the bartenders, get the shirts on the bartenders, and when the people ask where you got that shit, they didn't have to stop and talk. They could just pull one of these off, give it to them, and on the inside of it, it had the website and it had a little 10% off code like that they could use.
Well, let's go.
But I've, you know, like, I mean, you know,
I know,
but
this is it.
We're 5 years into it, and now
Desperate
it's
times
like
call for desperate measures. Man.
100%, man.
Well, I'm out with
We need to get back to the grassroots.
Yeah, then so that you can open the Atlanta store. Like you need to make like a 90-day plan. Be like, hey y'all, we want to sign this lease for the Atlanta store in 90 days. Here's what it's going to take for us to financially to get our shit underneath of us over the next 90 days. And the reason why that goal is important is it's going to keep you going every day for the next 90 days. So you're going to wake up on a Wednesday or a Thursday, and your passion is going to be bust your ass out on your sales floor, get all these young kids in here, get the influencers, the people that work in the bars, start having those conversations. And you have to tell yourself, if I don't do this on tomorrow, like when you wake up Wednesday, if I don't do this Wednesday, I don't get the Atlanta store. And then on Thursday, you wake up. If I don't do this on Thursday, I don't get the Atlanta store. If I don't do this on Friday, we don't get the Atlanta store. That's why goals are so important.
100%. By Saturday,
Yeah.
you're like, it's done because I
Yeah.
spent 3 days,
I
4
think
days.
I think a big part of what we need to do as a brand, because Jay's done so much legwork up until that point,
Yep.
but we're at kind of a new era.
Yeah.
It's a new spot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? This is a new thing. So like we need to take the newness of it and categorize it as it is, because it was Jay by himself for a long time. He's not by himself anymore, as much as it is part of the conversation. But that video will go away. We're going to update the videos. Because we need to have a video where it's hyper focused on Native on the Levee and what we're doing here, and make it feel like the real culture. Because right now they're getting the past culture through the videos. They're getting past culture. The past culture is not the same as the new culture. There's not even any reference of that store in any of those videos. So because of that's the case, the new culture is where we need to double down on. And then when we get people in there, we get some of these people on camera. Get them on something that they can share themselves, that they're vested in. Because if they're not vested, why would they believe in us?
Yeah,
so
man.
like it's really just about creating this new culture. And we've been lax on it, and I admit I'm part of it as well. But we've committed to this. Otherwise, we would be done. I would be like, I could go make money anywhere.
All of us could. All of us
I literally,
could
I could go.
We could run out
exactly.
tomorrow at FedEx or Amazon
100%.
tomorrow.
Right.
$20 an hour.
Crank it.
Exactly.
Right.
So because we can do that, but we choose not to. We choose to put our heads down and try to do whatever it takes to get this forward. Even though it's slow right now, it won't be slow forever. We're about to hit back into spring season, red season, and then we're back to typical numbers. But I'm not looking for typical.
10x this shit.
I'm not looking
man.
for typical. Exactly. I'm looking for like legacy building, like where we're at in the
Yeah.
future. I'm trying to build way more than that. I want to own a music venue in the future. There's a lot of things I'd like to do, but outside of that, like the time is not only now, it's yesterday, because we get the coolest store on the planet. People don't have to say that. No one's obligated to come out of that lab and say, this is the coolest thing.
shit I've
They're
ever
not.
seen.
They're not obligated. They don't have to
So
say
many
shit,
people.
dude. They don't have to. They can be like, oh, it's cool, man. Cool story, bro. And they can leave. And they have. I've had people walk out of here like, I'm like, you want to see something cool? Like, nah, cool store, but I'm cool, man. Kind of weird that you're asking me to see something cool. Well, I'm not trying to be a salesman, bro. I don't have to. You don't have to sell anything, but check out what we've done. But they don't have to. But when they do say it's the coolest store, I sit back and I'm like, yo, man, we designed this shit. We sat down, like Jay and I, Tyro, we sat down and we're like, hey, this is our place. And like at the end of the day, no one can take that from you. You did it. Whether you go do something, you go to Amazon tomorrow, we still did this today.
Question.
Yep.
Do you guys think that you got to answer this humbly and without any ego?
Oh, sure.
Do you guys think that you kind of take it for granted, what it's always been?
No.
Do I take it for granted?
Because we're not hustling. Because we're not hustling and grinding like we used to.
No, dude, I'm still in the minors, man. You know, the way that I look at this, that I'm still in fight or flight mode. Every morning that I wake up, I'm still hunting for my meal, right? Like I wake up, and I'm like, okay, what can I do to bring a little bit more money to the store? Whether it's design something different this morning, go buy something vintage from a store and repurpose it, like. Every goddamn morning, man, like 7 days a week, fucking 52 weeks a year, I'm literally thinking, how do I do this? How do I make it better? How do I
Reinvent
improve
ourselves.
it? What
Reinvent
do I
ourselves.
do?
Yeah.
And it's I'm still in the minors, bro. Like
But I don't think- but-
as soon as somebody goes, here's your second store, like I'm
Here's the thing. I mean,
yeah.
the reason why I asked the taking it for granted thing is because the most important thing that happens for any business is getting eyeballs and attention. That's what I said about the guy who's selling stuff. That's why I put that big post out to our company. It's like, we can do all these things, you all. We have all the ideas. We can train ourselves. We can come up with all the programs and all the but the reality is, the most important thing is business development. It's more important than the next creation, man.
Yeah.
It's more important than finding the next cool fabric. It's more important than the next idea. You have got to put massive leads in business development in the top of the funnel. When the chips are down, that's the only thing you guys got to be focused on, man. And somebody in the hustle and grind that you used to do, no one's doing that anymore.
Right.
Agreed. We aren't doing the same as the past because there was times when pop-ups, and when you do pop-ups, that's an extension arm to go into a new location that you can pull people in. I kind of look at it as like Hungry Hippo. All right, so like the hippo is the focus, and you're looking to get these beads. And when you stop going out and you just only take the beads that come close to you, which is what we're doing currently, it's the amount of beads that you get is substantially lower. So when you do the pop-ups, you're out there shaking hands, they say kissing babies or whatever the case may be. You're out there doing that, and it really took Jay a long way to do those things. We wouldn't have the VOA opportunity if we didn't do a pop-up. We wouldn't have certain opportunities if we didn't do pop-ups because, people don't have to care. Like, they don't have to. And when you say take it for granted, absolutely not. I don't take any of it for granted because in my mind, I'm not where I want to be with it. I'm not in my mind where I want to be with the store. I think there's improvements we need to make. I think there's stuff that we can do that can, greater, that puts more of our names in the mouths of people because, yeah, Jay's come a long way. But like he said, the same people in the past aren't coming to support. Guess whose people are coming to support? Bro, every single time I work, I get us friends and family look. I don't give friends and family that often, but I do because my homies come through, and they come through to support me because I put legwork in the past. And now people are like, dude, what are you doing now? That's really cool. And I'm like, yeah, man, but I really am just getting started because at the end of the day, like, I'm not where I want to be. And not that I even have an idea where I want to go because I don't think that ideas even come to me yet, but I know where I'm going to get to when I get to that next idea. It's going to hit me like a train, and I'm like, oh, I'm in the position to make a move and make an impact. And when I get to that point, I'll know. But I know I don't take it for granted because every time someone comes into this store, I see it as an opportunity to connect with them. I don't care about the sale. I don't really care about the sale at all. The sale will happen if they feel like they want to really purchase. But I want to talk to them. I have so many new Instagram friends and Facebook friends and Snapchat friends because people connect with me because I'm just like, hey, what's up? I don't even they don't even know my play in any of this.
Here's my pushback though.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Look at the tough past 3 months.
Tough.
Everything you're all doing.
A lot of it is fishing sales, being strategic. When there's only maybe 6 people, 5 people, 4 people that come in the store the entire 6 hours that I'm here.
Yeah.
And 2 of those are sales out of 4
Yep.
because I've fished them and I've got them into the lab and then I've explained it. You know what I mean? And like early on, I'll say to Jay's credit, when we first started this, Jay didn't let me pick anything up. He didn't let me move something. He didn't let me move things physically. I was just given ideas where I felt things are fit, and he would move it himself. I still give him credit to that day for that because I highly respect his work ethic toward it. But he's one man, and it's so much energy you got to put towards certain things. He's got a family to maintain. There's a lot of dynamic. There's a family to maintain for me, my child, my family, my friends, my band, like my band friends that I want to really help. I still am in the music community heavily, but like at the end of the day, our powers, everything we're available to do, like we haven't put our best foot forward because we're always worried about the financials. We're always worried like making the next dollar.
We're stepping over dollars to pick up quarters.
Exactly. We're
right
picking
now.
up change is where I was going with it. I'm picking up change. We're picking up change just to get through the week. And if we're so focused on the end of the week, we can't be focused on the end of the month or the end of the year. And that is problematic. And trying to fix that every single day is hard when the people that are coming in here and then we're trying to go online. And internet is rough. Social media throttles you unless you make certain movements. So overcoming those different obstacles, we're still here. We're
Yeah.
still fighting, but it's like, what is the next step on a structure? What are we going to do to build this structure so then we can, like you said, Atlanta can come.
That
but
foundation.
The foundation needs to be a little bit stronger, and I think that's where there's some cracks in it. Speaking of housing, like there's some cracks there, and I think once we get those set up and like maybe get some like more structure filled in here.
You know what fixes those though, guys?
What is that?
Revenue.
Money. Yeah.
I'm just telling you, it does, guys.
100%.
Right? The problems become highlighted when revenue falls.
Yeah.
That's what happens. So even in our best years when we were making the most money, we still had problems. You just didn't see them because things were so good.
Right.
You had enough money to pay the bills. Life's okay. And what happens is you slipped, because I have at times. You slip in those moments, and so when things show up in 2 or 3 or 4 years and the economy's a little bit more difficult, then those are really highlighted when you got away from doing the basic shit.
100%. Well, so into what we were doing, the December, like I was saying earlier, we spent the extra money for the skateboards to fill the store to get everything ready. So we overspent December 1st.
Yep.
To get ready for Christmas.
Thinking it's coming.
Yeah, and then when Christmas didn't hit, it's like, oh shit. All right, so now January's here, and January and February is like the slowest time for shopping in general. Last year it was nice because the Bengals were in the playoffs, so the January, February, it
Traffic and people were excited and.
Bro, they were playing the game down here like it was the vibe was real, right? When it came down to it. But now this year, the December, January, February, it all was just to the wayside. But the problem is the bills are still there. The $5,000 rent. When you're making $6,000 in December, $7,000 in or $5,500 in
You lose
January.
your money. You don't have enough money to pay rent and even pay for the inventory.
Right, 100%. But and that's the problem is
No safety net.
so all of a sudden, look around, bro. Like a lot of the stuff, like we're low on inventory because we don't have the capital
To reinvest.
in everything that we're doing. So we reinvest in everything in December to get ready for Christmas, but no one shopped down here during Christmas time. So now everything trickles out during January and February, and the $5,000, that was $15,000 in 3 months right there. You know what I mean? Not including everything else that we had to spend.
Yep.
So all of a sudden we're at a pinch point, and it's like, can we make it to March 2nd?
Soul searching.
Bro, like we said earlier, man, like March 1st was going to be my closing date. I was going to close on my birthday, which was going to be like the most disheartening thing on the planet.
Why aren't we? Why have we decided to keep going?
Because we're stronger than that, man.
Yeah, we talked about it.
It's resilience, because if we close March 1st, by March 30th, things are going to be different because the Reds are back in playing. You know what I mean? The springtime is here.
And I also had a conversation with him. We were talking on the phone, which that's mostly how we do our talk when I'm at home with the little one and stuff. But I just I always just try to reinforce remember what got you here. What's up? You good? Remember what got you here way before the store. Remember who you are and remember all the work that it's taking. Like I think about all the things that I went through every single day. I'm hyper focused on what I have done, and I'm like, all right, well, how can I really just make the best of what I can do? Because I'm one person as well. I just bring different ideas to the situation. I bring, let's say, execute, but what did he bring? What got us here? And when it comes down to it, you've got to really dig deep in your soul search and go there, because no one's here to save us.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
So here, let me give you I'll share this with realtors as well. I just know it's your guys' business, right? You're going to decide what you're going to do. I just think it's special, and I think that you guys should be hyper vigilant and massive aggressive on driving sales. I just do. You could put 5 hats on the wall and 5 shirts, and that's all you sold. I think you could drive massive business in here if you share the story and you share the passion and you connect with getting humans in here. But the actual best realtor that works for my company, the one that's most capable, isn't the highest salesperson.
That makes sense, though.
I'm just telling you guys. And so,
what is he? Or her?
It's the
work
It's the
ethic.
that's it.
The
It's the hustle and grind, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just the people that, and when I say take it for granted, it's not that, but you take it for granted that it's always going to be there, so you don't do the tough shit. That's the take. Because the only things in life, what I know is the things we take for granted, we will lose. Take a relationship for granted. Eventually,
Single now.
right? Even a friend. Take a good friendship for granted. Stop spending time with them. Stop engaging with them on the
Connecting
phone.
with them and stuff, everything,
That
yeah.
friendship will go away. So I'm just saying that when things go away, we took them for granted, and the reason why it's that simple, it's because we obviously weren't focused on the necessary things to maintain that thing. We might have thought we were, but we weren't, right? And so every time you see a relationship fail, a lot of times, man, it's like, man, someone took it for granted. Someone stopped giving it that attention.
Yes.
Someone stopped saying hello and telling them that they
Yeah.
loved them and all those things, right?
I had that personally recently. A friend of mine just stopped. I literally hit him up all the time, and he's just like, I just need space. I'm like, I didn't even do anything. You're going through a hard time. Let me be there for you. I've known him since we were 4 years old. He's like, bro, and he cut all of us off. He just cut everyone off, and we're like, man, we're here for you, dude. And it took us off for like all of us, and I love him to this day. But it's like, if you want to let things die, that's on you. But like, I wasn't trying. I literally drive my car to try to hang out, but I was his roommate. We're roommates, but it's separated now, and it doesn't even feel like friends anymore. And I've been
crazy.
friends since I was 4 years. I'm 35 now.
31 years.
You know what I mean? 31 years of friendship that it's just feels like it's completely gone. And those relationships are hard to create.
Yeah,
It's
they are,
impo-
guys.
And so when someone does that, I'm like, why would you even? I'm like, you know what? That's fine. I'm just going to keep pushing where I'm going forward.
They just took it for
That's-
granted, man.
It is. It is what it is.
That's all it is, right? And
Yeah.
but the top salesperson, it's the person that honestly, guys, that does the best job with lead generation. And I don't think the coffee shop's the same. Your guys' business is the same. Anybody who has a business that we're trying to interact with customers and sell something, because that's a whole world. Everybody's selling something. That's all. Restaurants, they're selling the idea to come here versus the other place. Our food's better. Our prices are better. Our lunch special. They're selling us something, right?
No matter where you go.
That's it. We're
you're
selling
spending
something.
money somehow.
Yeah.
somewhere.
And what happens is when you see a restaurant close, they stop getting eyeballs. They stopped focusing on reinventing the menu. They probably lost a cook who maybe
got
didn't cook as
lazy.
well. That's the taking it for granted part. And even though the people are like, no, man, I was showing up. I still cared as much.
You got to do more than show up.
I'm telling you guys, our top salespeople, they are the hustlers and grinders of lead generation on social media, doing open houses, staying in front of people, sending messages.
Work when you're not supposed to.
There you go, man. You see, I really understand some stuff. So, not to get in your all's business and stuff,
No,
but
jump into the bit. I mean,
I just
We appreciate
We're here. We're here to have the
feedback.
conversation, and
Because-
even though you may not be directly involved, of course, but we've got to know each other in a short while, and
I ran hat stores, y'all.
yeah,
I ran 27 locations, guys. I managed 27 managers in my early 20s. I was responsible for all the things you guys are responsible for here.
My age.
Yeah, here's the thing. We ran embroidery too. Like, we did embroidery. You guys aren't running embroidery machines. You're running print stuff, but we ran embroidery, and that stuff was complicated. Teaching employees how to do it, have people. So I'm not saying that it was the native brand,
sure,
but it was the same type of business.
The concept.
100%, guys. I taught people how to get on sales floors, how to connect with customers. We built these discount clubs, and so that business is actually this. I tell people what makes me a great real estate agent today are all the skills I learned on Salesforce selling hats.
I was actually afraid to apply to lids. That was one of my goals.
Yeah.
When my dad is the reason why I got into hats, why I wear hats now and stuff like that. Gave me a hat years ago and I lost it. So I always try to replace that memory. So I was like, I'll just buy more hats and like get over it. But like Lids was one of the first stores that I thought was like the coolest thing.
'Cause it's
there's-
cool.
There's
It's cool.
There's the Hot Topic. There's the Spencer's. I love those stores. Still wanted to work there. But like Lids was that one place like that's all they sold was hats. So like that's all I cared about. I was like, man, my dad got me this hat. I want to get a better hat. So like I was scared because I thought that I wasn't good enough to be in that space. And like every time we have the conversation about Lids, like I work here thinking like if that was on the shelf at Lids, that would be amazing. So like I never took that chance. But like for me, I'm different perspective, different energy and stuff like that. Everybody's got their own thing that they're good at. I'm good at talking to people because I'm good at talking to myself because I do it all the time. So for Jay giving me the opportunity to work here, like he saw that, he saw that energy, he saw that thrive. Like I was telling you earlier,
Saw that
like,
tattoo on his shoulder,
tattoo.
bro.
I didn't even tell you that. I got
Yeah.
a tattoo of the name because I bought a jacket from him with the same logo. So I was like, I want more than just this. You started this in my city, something that I'm passionate about. So I'm going to show you why this means something to me. So that's where I'm at. Fast forward, best job I ever had. And when you talk about like taking it for granted, I wouldn't say taking this for granted, but I would say parts of my life, my relationship that I was just in, like other things, took all that for granted to get here to say, I want to see more. I want to see growth. I want to see Atlanta. I want to see Columbus. I don't even want to talk about Atlanta. I want to do something else first.
Yeah.
And then they see that we're doing something and they're like, dang, we need them.
Yeah.
I want to go to Columbus. I want to go to Japan. I want to go to Florida because I got family there.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
Second, he said Atlanta story. I was like, that perfect for Tyrell, bro.
Yeah.
And you were talking
Literally.
about that. You were talking about like, sending somebody there. I got no girlfriend. I got no kids. Let's go. What's up? Where the keys?
You got all in, yeah. I just think you guys, I want to see y'all win, man. There's businesses that open and close every day in our city.
Yeah.
Daily, man.
And
It's sad.
you don't want to be one of them.
No,
Yeah, we don't.
You don't, and if you're going to have to change some stuff, and I know the community values the brand, and you got these stories. Like, I don't want your all stories to just be something that's told about something that isn't here
Past
anymore.
tense,
No,
yeah.
that's fucked up, man. The story should be about, hey, this thing that you're coming in and experiencing now, like, let me tell you where it started. There is some story videos about where it started that can be made, but just about your reason and purpose and passion, and like you're handing it off to like new generations. And I want to see you guys win, but I don't need to be the smartest guy in town. I spend 80 to 100 hours a week on business and on strategy and managing a lot of things that a lot of people work for. And I think the unlock here is more simple than it feels.
Yeah.
I know the sense
Absolutely.
I know the sense of desperation that you're going through. But you guys are going to have to get a lot more eyeballs on this thing.
The key is
100%.
here. The key is here.
And
It's
we
in the door.
we understand that too, man. You can't think that the brand is gonna expand by fishing in this little
Not enough traffic here.
pond that we're doing.
Not enough traffic.
That's the thing is like we're in this locally, right? But the brand is nationally. But that's one of the things that we set up. So is like the area code thing. It could be national. It doesn't matter where it goes.
Yep.
So we've set it up in a way where we can be synonymous across the board. But the only way that we can be synonymous across the board is through the internet. We're not going to be able to make it happen through a clothing store, through two clothing stores. It's got to be one of those things where like we've got to just focus on the social media, focus on the content and the story behind the brand, because that's the big part.
It matters.
The story behind the brand, like getting to where we are, because there's a lot of kids out there that want to have a clothing brand, that want to get to the next point. How do you do it? You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, you plateau.
Yep.
You come out with an idea, it does great, and then it levels off. And then you just have to figure out how to get that next one to get to the next level.
And it's fucking hard,
and level
y'all.
off. It's
I've
hard.
had these moments. I'm telling you, this isn't that you guys haven't done anything wrong to have this moment arrive. It's just you stay in business for 10 years, these moments are going to come.
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
Right? They're going to come. And so I just want to, but at some point, if these months continue to stack up, like here's the thing, what if March?
Doesn't hit.
Yeah, what if?
It will.
Okay. So that's
will.
okay.
It
So
will.
all right.
So it's just January, February. There's
They're
no
tough.
sports.
Yeah, they're tough.
There's no if unless you're in the playoffs. March comes around, you got the Reds, you got baseball in general. So
FC Cincinnati.
So
Yeah,
as
tell
long
you what, isn't it
as long as
Yeah.
we're focusing on not only the Reds, but if we can focus on all major leagues across the board, I think would be phenomenal. But that's the one thing that we're missing is like the online presence is how to capitalize across the board, not just in the pond that we're fishing in right now.
Get to Chicago. Get like the hats in Chicago.
Yeah,
Get the Cubs involved.
You know what I
what
think
mean?
you all need to do? So let me give you one more piece here, and then we talk all night, right? I gotta go back to the office.
Yeah,
Here's what I think you guys should do that we get from the podcast. We're starting to get people who are wanting collaborations for us. These are brands I have no idea of, right? They're sunglass brands. They track our traffic. And so they're seeing, oh, these people doing this podcast are running this, and it's collaborations like this. It's like, hey, if you market our sunglasses, we'll give you a cut of the sales.
Okay.
So what you guys could do is you can go out on Instagram and you can find somebody that has 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, 150,000 followers. Reach out to them and see if they'll do a collab. Because wherever they're at, the native brand connects to their city and their location too.
Right.
So create some QR codes, some online purchase links, some funnels for them, and kick them back some of the sales.
Yeah.
You don't have to open up in the city to do that, right?
Right.
And so if you can get them to do it, which, listen, guys, we're all trying to make some money around here. I want to be passionate about my thing, but I'm trying to build some wealth too.
Yeah, of course.
I'm trying to make life more financially free. If you reach out to those people, if you build a story video and you tell the story about this brand, you're going to get some of those people to say yes, because I know when they come to me, my brain is starting to ask like, which ones?
Right.
I'm just being honest. Like nationally, I've never heard of these, but I'm like, which ones? Because we can put our $25,000 to $50,000 eyeballs around this thing every podcast now. And it's like, which ones are true to who we are?
Yeah.
That if I'm going to market and brand the thing, this native idea, man, that'll connect with so many people.
Nashville 615, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm just wanting, like, find
Columbus 614, let's go.
So you guys should go into social media and find the ones that have those followers. And what I'd say is, like, say, hey, I'll give you 15% of sales. Oh, no, that's not enough. Then go, okay, I'll give you 20% of sales. Like, oh, no, that's not enough. Keep going until you figure it out. If you have to give them 50% of sales, you're like, dude, that's all my profit. Oh, well. Break even on 3,000 units.
Because we got a lot more area codes to go.
I'm just saying, right? Once you start to get this brand out here, right, you're not losing anything. It's some more of your all's time. But imagine if you put 3,000 native pieces of headwear or a T-shirt or gear on people in Columbus. You're only giving up all your margin for those 3,000 from that collaborator that you were giving it up. But what about all the people that see it that then come on your all's website and buy the shit?
Yeah.
100%.
Straight
I think
up.
you guys, this might be an angle for you guys where you can do a lot of volume out of here.
We just capital, man. That's the one issue. Because we don't have the embroidery machine here, so we can't.
You guys get thousands of sales. A guy like me, you could call me and be like, hey, man, here's what's happening on these sales. We need this inventory. I'm in a business of making money.
Yeah.
You can come to me and a lot of other business people, and you're like, hey, we might have to give up 10 or 15% of our margin to get this thing funded. But who gives a shit? You come to guys like me, we buy the fucking inventory.
Well,
I'm not making a pitch, but I'm just saying, like,
Sure.
if you put it together and build it, not, hey, Mark, buy the inventory and then we'll try to sell it. No. Build the funnel. Create the relationships. Start getting the stuff. You guys, you know, you can get headwear in here in 7 days, 5 to 7 days. Right? Couldn't
No.
you? You can't
No.
get some. You can't call around the country to get some of this stuff. I know you have to do some advanced ordering, but you can't.
bro. The reason why we were gonna fucking close shop March 1st is because you see the hat rack,
Yep.
blank.
It's like, yeah.
It's light, and this is locally that we were trying to get our hats done from somebody. I'm not gonna say their name, but it's been since November. All Bengals colorways. This is when the Bengals were still in the, still playing. It wasn't even the playoffs. So we had the hats all organized, ready to go. Never came. November never came. December never came. January never came. February never came.
While waiting on the skateboards.
I called them and I was like, where's my hats? Like, what's going on? They had to pause everything for this BMX shit going on. And it's like, all right, well, that's fine. But you guys are literally 10 miles away from the house, 10 miles away from the store. And it's been since November and you guys haven't done anything with our hats. And now, we're going to get the hats probably next week. And it's all going to be Bengals colorways, which is...
It's fine. It'll sell, but red season.
Y'all got to get a little mean.
Bro,
I see where you're at.
I'm at the point where I need to get mean.
You do need to get mean, man.
I need to get mean because like we've got something that is so good, right? It's across the board.
Yeah.
I own trademarks.
I remember you telling that, man, when you come on my podcast. We were
Bro,
talking about
like
those stories.
I'm not joking. Like Dinsmore is one of the top fucking trademark. Like they do all the red stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they when I got hooked up with Procter and Gamble, they were able to trademark all area codes on apparel. So it wasn't one of those things where you can just do, well, we want to trademark Native 513. So we had to do like I had to do Native 513, Native 312 for Chicago, Native 213 for LA. I had to create a pattern. So we had to do like 4 different trademarks just to get the solidity to solidify all area codes on apparel. So
You've got something. That's the point, man. I know you guys do. That's what I'm saying. This isn't just a conversation. You guys got to win. But it's sitting here. They're just some strategic moves you got to make. And you got to just get – I want the J to come back and show back up with the grit and the grind from the beginning.
Bro, I am still in the fucking trenches and I'm ready to fucking make it happen. The problem is DTG printer – it's not printing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you want something on a black T-shirt, not going to happen right now, because that DTG printer has gone through 30,000 prints and now I probably need an entire DTG printer together. Like I need a new shit.
Yeah,
altogether.
it is problematic, and that is a big part of it. Is that we are putting stuff in house so we're doing stuff in house. It is on our shoulders. So if there's not stock, if there's stuff's not available, we're pulling from a back stock. There's no back stock, and when that happens, all right, we do small drops. There's a lot of risk in small drops because you only have
36s, 24s, 12s. Yeah.
Once the larges are gone, that's the most common size.
Yep.
You can't really get any more into it, but there is angles of like when he's talking about the stitching of the hats and stuff like that. There are other companies. We did the Yin Yang hats to another company. There are other options, but at the end of the day, having that capital to catch up, it's hard when you can't get through the door.
Yep.
The door's not open right now. So once that door's opened, when's that door open? There's no set date.
You got to force it.
You got to force that door
You
open.
gotta force it.
We got to find.
I hate to say that, but you gotta force it.
And to that aspect, we've been at Lids.
Yep.
Lids. Like we've contacted them. We've got a hold of them.
Did you talk to the buyers? Did you talk to any of them? I don't know the names I used to back in the day.
Okay, I was
going to
say I
can.
Well,
give me one. Again,
buyers?
off mic, you can give me a name or two, and I think some of the people may still be there. But I mean, I've been gone there, y'all, for 19 years.
Oh,
right.
That's 2 decades almost.
Yeah.
But there's still some of the managers and leaders there.
I'm sure.
Still some of them there.
Yeah, that's. I mean, so what got you into the hat game?
I was just working a part-time job, and the guy that owned the business said, "Man, you're hustling and grinding. You want an opportunity?"
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's these things that
He
people
showed up and
Sure.
pulled
Yeah.
Tyrell.
So people
Yeah.
could push back a lot on this hard work and, hey, Mark, what are you talking about, man? Don't do extra work. Don't do more than you're paid for. It's like, yeah, I'm living the story of that.
Yeah, but I'm a huge believer of not even more than what you're worth. Do as much as if you can, you should, and you just keep pushing it,
Yeah.
and it'll come full circle, regardless of how it comes. Whether it's financially, fulfillment, there's so many different angles that you can get something from an opportunity that you're putting work into. Because think about philanthropy or think about nonprofits. You may not be getting a big come up from that, but you know what? When you get those handshakes and those smiles and those opportunities, it goes way further, and then the money will come because those people are like, oh, I'm going to support them till the end. You know what I mean? So
How do you think, take our first 20 podcasts, how good or bad do you think I was and we were in our first 20? Just throw it out there.
Probably not great.
Not good.
Probably not.
No,
I mean,
Here's what I'm going to say.
yeah.
better than average.
Okay, but still, here's what I'm going to tell you.
Better than
Not
average.
good. But do you think at 40 we were better than 20?
Absolutely.
At 60 we're better than 40? At 80 we're better than 60? You know what happened? 10 podcasts ago, came up with this idea with the ultra marathoner. We raised $50,000 for philanthropy from a podcast. if we wouldn't have sucked for the first 20,
Yep.
if we wouldn't have sucked for the first 20, if we didn't keep going, we wouldn't have had this opportunity and this idea to, hey, man, what could we do? We wanted to raise $100,000. We missed our goal. We raised 50 for the Brighton Center over here in Newport.
Oh, I know Brighton Center.
Yeah.
I've worked with them before.
Yep.
That's
And
cool.
so I'm just saying, man, this is this idea about then you just have to keep going. You got to go all in. You got to do,
pushing.
you got to do the hard shit, right? And I just know if you all keep going, if you figure this the fuck out, but you got some things you got to work through here. It's a cool brand, but inventory, printers, all this shit.
Yeah, there are some loose ends where we really need to tighten up, and I recognize all of the different things. I come in here and I see the whole. I'm kind of a little bit on the macro thinker.
Yeah.
I do the micro, obviously, and I'll do day-to-day things, of course. But on the macro, I really think about like the totality of it and where we're standing, and like how some of the store is not being utilized. There's certain angles, corners, things that we're not utilizing. I mean, we should have a native TV shirt ready to go for anyone that wants to support the podcast. There's just certain dynamics that I think we should really dive into. But, it is a multi-legged,
Come on.
thing. Yeah.
Come
and
on.
we got to get it done. Yeah.
Come on.
I know. I apply a lot of pressure. We're on podcast, so it's not between you and I, but like I do apply a lot of pressure on it. But when we're just picking up change and we're just chasing our tails, it's
a problem, but the only way you can do is you got to put more time in beyond just the picking up change and stepping over dollars to pick up quarters. You got to put more time in, and you're like, man, I got these priorities. I got all the music stuff I'm doing. He's got a family. I'm just telling you,
the music stuff doesn't stand in my way.
But-
But that's me being at a certain capacity and me and just want to do more to bring Native in, because Native is one of the sponsors.
Yep.
I have sponsors on it. Native is names up in lights all the time, so I keep it in the conversation. Everything that I do, because it's in everyone's best interest in this room, including my daughter who is elsewhere. But like everyone a part of this, it's in my best interest, and it's in our best interest for me to keep it in the mouths, because I don't stop talking. I mean, I will sit and listen.
What we're doing now, it's where me wearing my pivot gear.
Yeah, I
It's
love
the
that.
same
I love
stuff,
it.
right? But us here
Exactly.
talking, right? The hat, the jacket,
but
same
like you
stuff.
said, you don't have to wear that jacket. You don't can dress completely inconspicuous, and no one can even know that you are. You're
Whatever.
that
Created the thing.
correctly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's not even about people knowing. Like that's not even like if you make it about, oh, I'm the owner, I'm running the show, this and this and this. How far does that go?
These people that name these real estate companies after themselves is hilarious. Like they name the real estate, or they name a company after them. It's like, get over yourself, man.
I think that's so unnecessary.
Yeah, who wants to show up and work at a brand that's named after somebody else? Get the F out of here, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some.
I would rather you put out good product, and if
Yeah.
I buy it, I buy it. It's very
I
simple.
don't want your name on my
But-
chest or my back.
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Get up out of here.
Yeah.
I
you gotta
think
definitely
I
think
think
about
you
that.
should. I think you should focus on who your audience is. Don't worry about yourself, because that will come. Like,
Where'd y'all
like if
find
Jay-
this guy? Where'd y'all find this guy with a good attitude, huh?
If-
He just rolled in here one night, huh?
If Jay sees somebody walking down the street with a Native hat on, he's gonna tell him the hat's cool. He's gonna keep moving.
Yep.
They don't have to know that he
Yeah.
was the man behind the brand, even if they do or not. But like, I like moments like that. I see people out in the wild wearing Native. Sometimes I take pictures, sometimes I don't. But like, that's really cool to me because I see it all the time.
Jay, give me a
Very
parting
simple.
shot before I get my ass. I can't believe Jack is still over here. He's waited the whole damn time, right? For my
Jack,
content.
you a G, brother.
I thought he left, bro.
Man,
No,
he's
he's
been
been-
over
he's
there
been
the
over there
whole time,
chilling.
grinding, cranking on social media, and he's going to show back up tomorrow and do it again tomorrow. So kudos to Jack.
We appreciate you, brother.
Well, he's over here living the life of what I'm talking about. He's been with me for 18 months, right? And so those people that go all in, I have the responsibility to build this big enough so their
100%.
opportunities continue to grow.
Absolutely,
That there's
man.
more revenue. So give me some parting shots here, man. I appreciate you guys having me in.
Yeah,
You know?
man.
Absolutely, bro. And for the fact that you've got these type of people around you that you're able to build this with, those are the things that we want to be at, right? Because we know that social media is going to be the catalyst to make this thing to the next level. Like we can expect, Newport to keep coming in.
It's not going
and-
to.
No,
It's not gonna be enough.
And that we understand that, and that's in the levy. Like, thankfully, the levy brings a lot of people in from out of town that want to come down here.
Margaritaville will be a little bit more, and some other stuff coming
yeah,
to town.
in 2 years or so.
So there's still time for that.
2026.
Like, so we were speaking on Saturday, Sunday being the busy days. Well, Sunday is I'm here open to close all day, and I see mostly all tourists, people that are in from out of town, coming to see the Ark in Kentucky, going all over the place, but they come to the Levee for the aquarium. So they stumble in here because, it's shopping, so there's something to do. They come to the store, they find the lab. And all these people are from out of town. They're not anywhere close. I mean, I've people California, Texas, they're all here. They come on buses.
A lot of Dallas, a lot of Texas.
Yeah, they come on buses with lanyards. You can always tell if they're out of town. So they come to the store, they're curious, whatever. But when they all come in, they're like, "This is the coolest store." They give us all the flowers and stuff, and they still purchase things. I know that stuff is going to a place that I can't touch because of social media. There's no way I can get to these people other than these opportunities, and we're living on that notion that Saturday and Sunday is going to keep us alive for the whole week. If there was a way for us to get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, even Friday, because Friday's kind of weak as well. So if we can get those other 5 days and we're not living for the 2 days, because I don't like the idea of living for the weekend. I don't work for the weekend. To me, Saturday's my Monday. My Friday is Wednesday.
Let's fucking go, right?
That's right. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is my week. Then Thursday, Friday, I spend it with my daughter. We do our thing. But like my week is not, normally structured. So I know Saturday when I come in, that's my Monday. You know what I mean? Like on Mondays, I always wear jeans. I like it because you wear jeans on Friday. I wear jeans on Monday. But like it's my Wednesday. But I know I'm going into Monday. It's going to be the slowest day. But I'm midweek. There. So I'm like, all right, well, Monday, it's meetings Monday. I try to make something of it. Tuesday's podcast, Wednesday's podcast, Thursday we're on the way. Then Saturday sales, Sunday's tourism. It's like the same thing each week. But these tourists that come in have no idea my mentality.
Yeah.
They come in here and they see the store and they can't leave without getting a piece. Because we do have some shirts in that say Newport, Kentucky, so they get a location. And that's something we need to double down on because this location, people are like, I thought we were in Cincinnati. They don't even know they're in Kentucky. It's kind of amazing. You're like, they don't even know they crossed. They don't know where they're at. They're like, is this all Cincinnati or what's happening?
Yeah.
The confusion is real. Because like even we had Travion Williams on the podcast.
Big old player?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Drake Kirkpatrick. And both of them didn't even realize where Cincinnati was. Because they're not from here.
Yeah.
They didn't even know when they both talked to their dads. Like,
Aren't they from Florida? Georgia or Florida, I think.
Texas or Georgia.
Travion was from Dre was from Texas.
But their none of them. They're like he's like I don't know where it's from. And his dad was like, yeah, Cincinnati's Midwest. That's where it's at. He's like, oh, when he got drafted to Cincinnati, he's like, I don't even know. I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
And like when they come in here, they don't realize it. We have a whole hidden room that people walk into and they're mind blown. And they're from everywhere. They're not just from here. They're from other tourist spots. We've had people here from California, LA, and they're like, this is the coolest thing ever. I had a guy here from Houston, and he walks in and he sees the DTG machine, and you could definitely tell he did something significant based on how he was carrying himself. And he looks at the DTG and he's like, oh my goodness, is that a DTG machine? I was like, it is. He's like, man, that's like an antique. That's what he says. And I'm like, an antique, because that's providing our food and our that's everything. And he's like,
that's top of the line.
Yep. In his mind, he's like, man, we got rid of DTG. I used to own 10 DTG machines in Houston. He's like, we've gotten rid of all of them. We're doing full sublimation. That's everything in Houston sublimation. That's just the way it is. And I know we don't want to do sublimation because of the material and just the way it works.
We did sublimation 10 years ago.
Yeah, but he's doing full clothing sublimation. There was not like this. It was like
hate it. I hate 100% polyester.
Right, but
hate
he's making his full-on living doing sublimation. He thinks DTG is outdated. He was like surprised. He's like, can I get a picture of that? I haven't seen a DTG machine like.
It's like, you buying some gear? Get the hell out of my store, man. What are you going to be talking about up in here?
But he was so confused. And I saw the real confusion in his eyes, and he's obviously pretty successful. But when he saw it, I was like, dang, he feels like we're behind. In my mind, I feel like we're ahead. But we weren't in his mind. So it was like the perspective, and he was a tourist. He came in with his whole family. They spent money. They spent a pretty good penny because they were impressed with what we did in the lab. But like outside of that, before we got in the lab, dude, his mouse dropped. He was so surprised the DTG machine was in front of his face. But like that mentality that I saw, I was like, that was a realism moment for me. I was like, man, I'm putting everything on that what we're doing on this DTG, and he's thinking, man, that should be an antique store.
Yeah,
I should be able to you know what I mean? And there's just so many different perspectives, and we see them here. But it's about, like you said, making the most of it and making sure the online sales and making sure we're not just living on this vessel, because this vein isn't able to pump enough blood.
You saw what it got you the past 3 months.
Exactly.
Not
'cause-
enough.
Not enough, because when it's slow, it's slow.
Yeah, man. I don't want to. I want to dictate my outcome. I don't want it dictated to me.
Right, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And so when we're sitting around waiting, even though it's cool and it's operating, it's like, man, we're sitting back here waiting. Somebody better go out and get something. You better go out and kill something. If we eat what we kill, you better go kill some stuff.
Yeah. That's the way we think about everything, man, is arteries to the vein, right?
Yeah.
Arteries to the heart. So like the store is one artery, but the website is another artery. And then doing the day-to-day out there and
Maybe some collaborations are, guys. Maybe there's some influencers with big time followers. I know that business there. Maybe you could really drive revenue that way.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think
for sure.
I think the influencer, which we've talked about the influencer route and getting some certain ones on board that really fit our brand.
Give them a
really-
percentage of sales.
Yeah.
Don't give them the upfront money because that's what you don't have.
that might be a good time to talk about that one mailman. So
Yeah.
we had him on the podcast. 2 million followers on TikTok, dude. Shout out to
Sean, yeah.
Sean.
Yeah.
Because that's huge, man. And that dude is just that's just him. That's just who he is, right? And he's his wife and his best friend was like, "Yo, you need to start posting stuff on Facebook, bro, because this is the move." And now he's at 2 million followers, and we had him on the podcast 202, so 3 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
203 maybe?
203, yeah. So 2 or 3 podcasts
Just a
ago.
few episodes ago, but he was he was a really humble human for what I seen him. I wasn't sure what to expect when he walked in here. He walked in by himself. He didn't have an entourage. He didn't have people there like gassing him up. He just walked in with a mailman shirt and a beanie, and like he walked in front of our
He actually
groups.
took the mailman
yeah,
shirt
for the
off because he
podcast,
was
yeah.
like, "Yo, like might get in trouble for some of the stuff I'm saying." You know what I mean? So
Yeah, when he walked in, he walked right in the center of all our guys, and no one even realized who he was. And I was like, this is the guy. So I was like, what's up, man? I'm Andrew. And he's like, what's up, Sean? I was like, that's it. And then everyone else started hyper-focused because he was so nonchalant when he walked into. I'm like, dude, you are literally about to become the biggest thing out of this area that we've seen.
Yep.
Because, you are in this unique pocket. No one's taking that place, and he's just about to go off to the moon on it with Gary Owen's help. And he's got a manager now, and they're making endorsement deals and all these different things. And, like, he's not losing any steam. People are come in, see it on the TV, like, oh, OG Stank, you got him on the TV. I'm like, we do. We interviewed him. Then that creates a whole new conversation. And we were talking when you were in the restroom about getting another native TV shirt in here so that we can monetize the podcast more on it, because that's definitely a missing link here, because people want to support it, they just don't know how.
Right.
They just do the QR link and then they leave.
What's the Gary Owens connection?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Gary Owen, a long time ago, I actually DM'd him about the brand and said, "Yo, I would love for you to wear the clothes." Just like we DM everybody. Like, it's not been, I've DM'd probably 2,000 people at this point. Gary was one of the people that commented back and said, "Yo, like, let's, what do you got?" And I was like, "Yo, like, you're from Cincy, like, it wouldn't be right if I had the brand and didn't offer it to you." So I got a chance to meet him, and we went to Starbucks. I met him and his wife out there at the time, and I gave him the clothes, and he was like, his wife was like, "Well, what do you want him to do? Do you want him to like tag you? Do you want like post stuff on Facebook?" And I was like, "Look, dude, like, honestly, that would be great, but we're in this, like the Native brand is local here in Cincinnati. It wouldn't be right if he didn't have it." And so, like, when it came to Gary, like, from the years of knowing him and finding out about him, like, he's particular on his hats. He doesn't like a lot of hats because he thinks he has got a big head, so the shit doesn't look right on him. So we found a right hat that looked good on him, started rocking it all the time, and then, before you know it, he was on Shaq's podcast rocking Native hat.
And he came into the store too. He's really quiet. He talks a lot, obviously, because that's his role, as a comedian. But he came in the store when I first met him, super quiet.
In real
Just
life,
walked,
he's
Just walked
Nonchalant.
Laid back.
laid
Just
back,
cool.
Mundane, bro, yeah.
His manager was more talkative. I felt like,
Yeah.
And when he came into this, it was the outside store, and I was like, man, this guy is he like worked with Kevin Hart. Like this is wild. Like it was unsuspecting. If I'm being straight up, like I was not expecting of it. Then I started following him because that's when I really got hip to what he was doing. Hilarious. Then we got to go to Liberty Township, get the Liberty Funny Bone, and we watched him perform. And he wore the Harambe shirt, and that whole experience, we got to take photos, and it was just like a really wholesome experience where we got to like full circle on meeting him and seeing what he was about. And he was just so supportive. He wasn't like looking at it like, oh, this is a collaboration. He's like, I just love the stuff. I just love it.
And
I thought it was
to speak on that, he wore one of our Harambe shirts on his Thursday night show, and everybody was asking about it. So he hit us up, and he was like, "Yo, do you have any more of these Harambe shirts? I think I could sell them and sign them." So we dropped off like 30 or 50 shirts to him, and some of them were like this aqua blue version that we did. It was like a limited run, but he was able to, like, just at the end of the show, he was just, people are buying our shirt, and then Gary was signing them. So there's like a limited run of like 40 or 50 shirts out there somewhere that are like Harambe autographed.
Yeah, we got one. Gary Owens signed one over there at the register, so we have one of our own. But just something small like that went such a long way, to getting the mailman. Without that base situation, we wouldn't have them.
Use the eyeballs
exactly, and it was a big part of it. And then like huge shout out to Joey Cook, who's brought us a lot of awesome people. Trayvon Williams, Drinker Patrick, the mailman was a part of that as well. He's working with Gary Owen as well. So like Joey Cook is a big component of this because he's out there doing legwork on his own. All these different components that we're working with, it's all coming. The energy's coming back to us. It's really just about, like you said, like finding it to do more. Like I love the do more that you mentioned. I think I'm going to take, that's the most I'm going to take from this podcast is the do more aspect. Like, yeah, we're doing a lot as is, but I still got energy. Like Tyrell's got energy, Jay's got energy. Do more, and we're not having to do more where we're straining ourselves. Do more of what you're good at. Do more of what we've been doing and go further. Send to 2,000 to 3,000 messages now. Hit up that influencer. Shoot your shot on a $2.5 million influencer. Like, hey, this is out of Cincinnati. We noticed that you are in Cleveland.
Yep.
You may not be in Cincy, but you are in Ohio. We can get a Cleveland area code right up to you right now. You're right by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let's see what we can do with that. Like, get the musicians involved. So there's dynamic to it.
Sell a couple hundred of those and give up 15%. You're still making 35% or whatever the margin is, right? That's what you guys are still doing. I mean, that can be a big number real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for someone that has
many followers, we just have to solidify the right. Either getting an embroidery machine here, or getting
which
the
we've
right.
talked about.
Yeah,
or it's the right connection, the right relationship with somebody.
Yeah,
who can burn them quick.
Because unfortunately, the guy locally, like I said earlier, he's had our hats since October.
He's unreliable.
Yeah.
Unreliable.
At this point in the game, it's just
unreliable.
It's not working for us. I think there's a shift in their employees. Like they lost a pivotal person. When you lose a pivotal person, that changes the dynamic within. Yes. I know there's a lot of factors in this, but if we can self-regulate
we could have got the hats quicker back from China than we would locally here in Cincinnati.
It's been months.
That's the
just hasn't been
aggravating
worked
thing.
on.
You guys got to create some relationships with some blanks, right? You got to even maybe, I don't know.
We've got good relationships overseas to get hats on. This hat right here, this thing's incredible, man. It's got
it's a trucker hat.
All the stitching inside is native. Actually, all mad scientist says I found the lab. Like all the ribbon, everything inside is
a beautiful
incredible.
Hat, man. Yeah.
And they actually knocked it out and got it back to us within 35 days, I think. So it's definitely there. But we want to use local. We want to go local. We want to keep it local. But if I'm sending you stuff in October and it's goddamn March 1st and I still haven't had it, you know, it's
You can't run a business that way.
no, bro.
No, you can't run a
especially
business.
when all the shit was Bengals colors.
Yep.
You know, and that was done in October, and now the Bengals season's over, and the Red season's here in 30 days, and now we're gonna be getting all of our hats we're getting are all orange, not red.
But I do think Bengals will still sell.
It still will. There's some
they'll
energy,
sell.
Of course,
It will sell.
but it's aggravating because of the fact that like
Now we
should
need
be
red
red.
stuff. We need red stuff.
Bro,
Now we
I've
could have
been-
used that money from the Bengal stuff to pay for the red stuff. You know what I mean?
bro,
So-
this
yeah.
company was nothing before I started using them. Like they were such a small peon on the scale, and now that they've gotten big, it's like, why am I on the back burner?
Yeah, I always wondered about that. I don't know the dynamic there, but I do think that
Fuck them.
I do
I'm
think-
at that point.
I do
Let's
think
go.
that the change in the dynamic, get
Fuck them.
get fierce, but like the change in the dynamic means we pivot. We worry less about them and we pivot ourselves.
Yeah, you got to
Well,
go find the answer.
let's
You
find it.
got
So-
you got to get mean. You're too nice, Jay.
Well-
you got to get mean. I'm sorry.
You're 100% right, bro. But and one of the things that we are doing is I've contacted the company from China, and they want to reproduce like hats just like this with the area codes, the native area codes, and we want to pitch them to Lids. So I've been on the horn with Lids, not Glenn
Yep.
and those guys, but like actual the buyers from Lids.
Yep.
And I've been in their DMs since like November, December, and obviously January, February is like that's their buying time.
Yeah,
right?
man. They're buying 3 and 6 months out.
Yeah, so I was hoping to get a meeting with them because they're right there in
Yeah, Indianapolis, right there on the west side, man.
Haven't heard anything back. Casey is the guy that I've been talking with. He's the buyer for them.
I'll see if through Glenn if we can put some stuff in place, man. I think.
I mean, I don't want Glenn to go
because he's not as connected anymore, right? So he sold the brand. They had him come back after he sold it. He sold out. Him and the guy that owned it sold it.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
right, and so Genesco owns them, who owns Journeys and stuff now, y'all. They're a huge corporate brand.
Sure.
Yo.
So,
familiar.
but they had him come back as the brand ambassador for years. But then it sold, somebody else bought it, then it changed hands, and they're like, we don't need this dude anymore. So they pretty much like cast him aside. Him and Scott were the whole reason. They were the idea. They created the company, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for them to raise funds, they had to sell percentages of the company as they came up. And so at the end of the day, when they sold it, they only owned 15% of it at the end before they sold it.
I was gonna say I'd get a stake in that.
Yeah, and-
regardless.
yeah, but I mean, it sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, so they were set, right?
Yeah.
But the issue is, then he still knows some of the people. He just doesn't have influence like he used to.
Yeah.
However, he knows who does.
Connections.
So that's what it is. He knows the buyer supervisor that gets to call the shot. I'm sure he has those connections still with those guys. And worst case, you know what he could tell you? Like I get him back to town, he'd sit down and he'd tell you exactly what the hell you need to do.
100%, bro. And I'm confident in what we do.
Yep.
You know, I've the one thing that I've solidified in the brand is making sure that the word native is trademarked and that the area codes are trademarked. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, like we could sue Nike for using they did a Joe Burrow shirt with whatever area code he is from out of Ohio. It was like a 704, something strange.
It's 704 up there.
Yeah,
Yep.
but so anyways, man, this is one of those things where like I own that shit. Like Dinsmore what was the law firm that actually helped me trademark all area codes and apparel. So like we've got that solidified, but it's just me, Tyrell, and Andrew, bro. So like I'm not in this trying to bring a lawyer in, trying to fight Nike. I'm just trying to
You need a consultant from the top who's been there that just says, hey, this is how I see it. I was in the game for a long damn time. Here's the move or two you need to make.
Right. 100%, bro.
And here's a name or two. See, he knows all the manufacturers, too. He knows the headwear manufacturers. He knows the people who run the factories here. He knows them all. And so he could, it's tough to get in the door and buy these blanks at the right volumes for the right prices from these places, right?
Right.
He's got those connections, too. So
Yeah.
for what you guys are doing, Yeah, I need to get him back to town, man. He hadn't been in here for a long time.
That'd be awesome. I'd love to meet him.
Yeah, he's awesome dude, man.
The one thing, man, is like everything that we've done, I think the hats are solidified. You know, like when it comes to area codes or when it comes to designs, you know, there's some things that need to be critiqued and some things need to be twisted or turned. But when it comes to what
Headwear's on point.
What Tyrell's wearing
Yep,
right now,
that's an awesome
that
hat.
native area code,
That relaxed fit with the mesh on the back. Shoot,
that's
man.
it, bro.
Yeah.
And if
any day.
And if you turn that native blue and then turn the 513 into 859, it's a Kentucky hat.
Yep.
If you turn the 513 into yellow, all of a sudden it's a
You could do FC with
Steelers.
orange and blue. You could
Orange
do
and
any of
blue.
that stuff.
everything, bro. It's synonymous across the board, and that's the one thing that I've made sure that I did in the long run was a buddy of mine that owned a clothing store. I'm sorry, a hair salon in New York City called 3 Square Studios.
Yeah.
My buddy told me, don't pigeonhole yourself. Don't ever put yourself in a corner where you can't get out of it. So when it comes to the area code thing, be as broad as you can. Like when it comes to my hair salon, it's a studio. We never call it a hair salon. It's a studio. So he rented it out to Zac Efron when he was doing he was trying to be in some movie, and their mirror was the biggest mirror in the Northern Hemisphere. And that was just the back mirror for the hair salon. But after hours, he turned that entire place into a studio for Zac Efron to work on his movie, right? Like, so he's always the one to tell me, don't pigeonhole yourself. Don't put yourself into this little category. He also created a Nike shoe that had the 3 Square Studio logo in the sole. It was super simple. It was all Nike Volt, so it was all like bright yellow. The whole shoe was, but his logo was on the inside because that was the shoe that they created for Nike. And so he was always telling me, like, just don't pigeonhole yourself to a point where you can't get out of it. You know what I mean? Don't pigeonhole yourself to a clothing company. Don't do it to a real estate company. Make sure you're
Any supplier,
broad.
anything.
And well, I mean,
That's how
like,
that's how this guy fucked y'all for the past 3 or 4 months, though.
for sure.
You're sitting here waiting. You didn't have another relationship or two locally that you had fomented that you'd go say, man, I'm coming picking up my hats. I'm taking this guy tomorrow.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean,
bro.
we probably still. I don't know where the hats are standing at this point. I don't know the.
Who knows, man?
Yeah.
So you think the spring's looking up, right? So the future looks bright for you.
Well, the reason it would look bright in general, just on a natural front, is because we're going to get a lot of walking traffic due to the Reds and things shaking up. So there will be more traffic here on a natural front. And we did have a good weekend. We did the best weekend we've had since Christmas.
There you go.
So
weather was great.
Yep. So things are
warming up.
trending in the right direction, and we can build off that. And we've done that. We've built off good weekends every single time.
Yep.
But it's coming back from loss of now skateboards that we've confirmed on this podcast that they're not coming through. Different things that we've invested in. You said earlier, hope, whatever, but hoping that things would come through, and they haven't. So now we're at this point where we potential close on March 1st, decide let's get through March and let's go from there. But we also have like 16 lots here. They struggle as well. It's not the only ones struggling. There's other entities here that are also going through closing procedures, and they're fighting to keep it every week.
Yeah, because here's the thing, man. They're relying on this traffic, and that's what we've established
and
here.
it's not
That's
established. Exactly. So with that being said, because they have another location in Mason, so they're not a one-trick pony, but we have something that they don't necessarily have. Shipping beer is a much different thing than shipping a hat across the nation. We can ship as many hats across the nation as possible. If we were to do a online tour where, let's say, like the NBA playoffs are coming up, any of the playoff teams, let's get the hats on their heads. You know what I mean? Let's get people in there. Let's get Warriors colorways. Let's get OKC colorways.
What's it cost you to drop ship? $5?
Yeah, about 6.
Okay.
Yeah, and like with that being said, we do some kind of campaign. We call them campaigns. Knock it out. Let's get to these specific areas. Let's get to Chicago, because I know Chicago's a big one because you have the White Sox, the Cubs. You got the Bulls. The Blackhawks. There are other entities there that would all rock the hats, and it's just getting there in front of these people, because right now no one knows.
Yeah.
They're running around the city right now looking for something to be backing.
Yeah.
They don't even know we exist.
You got to
So-
get that. You got to get that red colored gear in here for the Reds, though, right?
Yep. 100%, bro. And the Bearcats.
and the Bearcats. And I think FC Cincinnati is a really good play because
Oh, man.
FC
Sure.
Cincinnati. I'm seeing these crowds go to these games, and
It's
it would be
wild.
so easy to get, 513 blue and orange flat bills on all these people. You know what
We
I mean?
got them, bro. We got them. They've been sitting here for fucking 6 months.
So it's time to sell them now.
Time to sell them.
Get them in there.
Sling 'em.
And we got to get this FC Cincinnati fans knowing where they can get them.
Y'all gonna let me get the fuck out of here? What's this say?
Yeah.
Legends never die.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you guys are legends. So Jay's a legend here, right?
Yo, look.
Jay is
you,
a
know,
legend.
you know what's funny about that pillow, bro? There's a fortune cookie inside that. I used to sell those out of my original store back in 2016. So if you zip open that and go through the cotton on the inside, you'll find like a little like a little fortune on the inside that says like it's a sweatshop in here. Jay's got me working fucking X amount of hours.
Get me out of here.
And then it says like it's got the date on there. It's like hidden inside that pillow. So we did like maybe 10 of those pillows, and that's the last one left. So there's a fortune cookie inside there.
Yeah.
That
I don't know what the
disappears.
date is either, man. It'd be cool.
Maybe,
to see.
maybe on a 10th anniversary you open it.
Hey,
Right.
That's an idea.
That's a cool idea.
Hey, that might be in like 2 weeks.
We gotta go live.
Hey, you guys are awesome, man. Keep going.
Yeah, man.
Don't let
Appreciate you.
don't let this thing die. I know your mind's on it that you're not going to, right? But man, get creative here. Do some of this big stuff. Drive this revenue here.
And that's the thing, bro. Is we're at the point where we know to pivot
Yeah.
and we know how to make this thing survive.
There you
So
go.
it's like if we have to close the store at Newport and work in another location,
Do what you got to do. It's not ideal, but
100%.
make the money. Make the money.
But at the end of the day, North American Properties, they've been amazing to us, and they've literally have paved the way to make native a thing. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Native on the Levee. That's where we're at right now. It's a Native brand, and then Native on the Levee is this location. And Native on the Levee has its own unique energy.
It does.
It does. It really does.
Yeah,
and
nobody wants to lose this, man.
exactly. And I have zero intent on losing it. We will find one way or another to make it happen. It's really just coming down to doing this legwork.
We all know for a fact that the levy would hate to see us go.
All right, leverage that
Period.
shit then.
Leverage
Even if
it.
there was leverage that shit.
Period.
Let me
Yeah.
out of here. I'm gonna
Lever-
man,
Yeah,
so
man.
much
Let-
work.
leverage that, and then let them know that we've got an angel investor that wants to
What's
put
in?
money in on the brand, and I'm sure they're not going to be happy with $5,000 a month down here a month.
So where
I
can we
can
where can we
guarantee
find
that.
your podcast, man?
Oh
Where was it?
man,
Just
you can
give
go
us-
anywhere. All the places it's at, man. It's the Necessary Entrepreneur. It's everywhere. It's on Spotify. It's on YouTube. It's all the places. So and then so the Necessary Entrepreneur is on Instagram. It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. And the necessaryentrepreneur.com. I know it's a tough word to spell. That's a couple tough words. Necessary Entrepreneur. But
Yeah.
it's just this idea
But
that,
it's
man,
necessary and it's about entrepreneurs. So
I just think you got certain necessary steps you got to take in your life to get what you want.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
I
it
totally
was-
agree.
I like that you put the T and E. Just make it easy for
That's
everybody.
it. T&E. I'm
Yeah,
sure we can
man.
turn that dirty, but we'll just go with T&E. It
Hey,
sounds good.
Right.
All right, guys, let me get the hell out of here.
All right, man. This is
Appreciate
going to
you,
wrap up another episode of the Powwow. If you guys
Yes,
want to be
sir.
a part of the episode, or if you want to be featured in one of these, go ahead and get a hold of one of us. Shout out to Liquid Death for sponsoring the podcast, and we'll see you guys on another episode of the Powwow. Bro,
Appreciate
that jacket is so fire.
Yeah,
bro.
that Perkins.
Can I get one of those without
Listen,
without
We'll work
selling
something out. Can we
30
do something?
G's a
30
month?
G's. So you have to bring in $30,000. That's agent income. So the company makes something too. So you're probably talking $50K. That
so
agent
how
brought in
about,
$50,000.
so how about this? How about this? We put together 30,000. We get one of those to hang up. We give you
Oh.
a native one.
Listen,
Let's go.
y'all talk about $30,000
Let's
when
go.
shit happen.
Oh no,
Oh.
we-
Yeah, you know these things
we
are
out
like
here.
$240.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
we'll work
yeah.
something out.
Let's
you know,
do it.
What
I
I got to do?
can
it's
I
gotta-
can make it cheaper for you.
Okay.
Come on,
I
right?
got you. I
Okay,
got
so
you.
let's do a little tweak on this. I can't give the same one.
Sure.
No. We just want one.
Or you know what we could? I don't know. Are we just going to hang it on a wall? Is it going to say native on the back?
So
What's
so
it gonna
listen,
do?
This is the way we need to do it.
What we doing here?
You get the native one. We get the Perkins one to put on the wall. Let's go.
That's what you guys tell me. You guys are the apparel people.
We're gonna make it happen.
Because here's what we could do. We could put some of this stuff in our swag shop. So even though they can't have this exact one,
Yeah.
we could do a different iteration that
That's what
has
I'm saying.
native in our colors. It could have 513/859.
Yeah.
When we open in Dallas, when we open in Tampa, when we open in Nashville, we can do some stuff there.
Same
so.
thing.
Yeah, let's go.
Collab. Let's
You got
I
a
can-
swag
together.
shop. We're here.
I can
for it.
hook you up in Tampa, bro. Man,
He's got the hook.
they call me the mayor of Ybor City for a long time,
Oh
bro.
no!
Let's make it happen.
The stories.
Ybor
Stories.
City is like the
It was the party capital of Florida for a while, wasn't it? I mean, it was spring break.
it was crazy, bro. It's like it's insane. Gasparilla, Guavaween, all this shit that like my apartment was on the main drag and I was on the second floor. I literally when Guavaween came around, somebody broke my window with beads.
Throwing them up.
Yeah, with just beads because so my apartment was right here, and then there was another apartment right there that was rented by this company called the Dream Girls, which was a porn company. So all it did was shot porn out of my out of my apartment
night.
next door
All night.
So whenever Guavaween, Gasparilla, all that shit came around, our balcony was nothing but porn stars, bro. So like I was living there like, and I didn't even know these girls because our balcony was one big balcony all connected together right there in Central Ybor. So like I would just walk out of my apartment, walk onto the balcony, and there's just titties everywhere.
Everywhere.
And then just people just flinging beads, bro. Flinging beads. The second that I opened my door up, people were flinging beads into the house. Like they were trying to
How
get
long
into
were
the
you there?
fridge.
How long could you even live through something like that?
Yeah.
2.5 years, and that was literally like, if I would have gone 3, I would have been dead.
Dead.
Yeah, actually, the very end of the stint, I woke up to coughing because my roommate opened up the gas grill to keep the house warm.
Y'all passed out. It's rolling.
I was coughing up in the fucking room, bro. I woke up like what is going on? He's like, oh, just trying to keep the house warm. It's like I'm fucking dying here,
Dude,
bro. Like,
seriously, you're gonna kill someone.
bro,
Sounds wild.
I've been through the trenches, man. I'm like that was there was no heat in the water at that point, so we were taking cold showers in Tampa.
That's healthy. You didn't know it was healthy then.
bro.
Yeah.
I
Cold showers.
I love cold showers now.
Yeah,
Um,
there's this
I
plump.
can't do no
Let's
cold
go,
showers.
man. All
Thank
right,
you guys.
All right, yeah,
dude.
man.
Mark,
Yep.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, Mark, appreciate
Jack,
you.
Jack.
where you at?
He's over here. Look, he's like
Hey.
finally.
Hey.
Come here, bro.
Damn, the content king over here.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I can't afford him, but I'm gonna steal him from you.
Yeah,
He
man,
might
it's
leave, man. He might leave me. You know, I'm hard on him.
No, dude, I like if anything that can happen to team up here,
Yep.
like I really think this is a very cool juxtaposition because this is the point where you see something and Pivot isn't just like
It's
you,
not just
you
yeah.
bro, you've turned something mundane into something incredible.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Bro, and somebody needs to tell you because like the things that you're doing is absolutely insane. And you know, for us to be in the streetwear game and to be, this is one of my favorite podcasts, honestly, because
Yeah.
of the fact that
This has been a great
the
one.
bouncing back and forth
His
that we've
questions have
had,
been excellent. Seriously.
bro. You own a real estate company.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just this shit that's been around forever, right? That a bunch of old gray hairs usually run.
Bro,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but
But
the
you
fact
make it
that
different,
you're
clearly,
doing
yeah.
it to your level, it's gonna pivot to the next atmosphere.
So let's do something together. I'm game. I think it's all about getting eyeballs, helping each other, right? I want to see you guys
sir.
win because I know where we're going, and I want you guys to be just as like you're all in, but I want you guys to be all in from just a grit and just an animal instinct and just being just be crazy. You all just need to be crazy and mean and angry now. Like you can love people, but you need to approach your business that y'all need to be killers, man.
Yeah,
That's what y'all need every day when you wake up. Like you need to be killers. And I'm not going to kill a human, but I'm going to kill everything else.
Absolutely, bro. I'm so tired of like stepping on eggshells.
Fuck that.
You know what I mean? Because of the fact that it's just like rent's high, fucking production's low. Like how do we make this happen? So it's like it's one of those things where, but
You guys got it in you. You just who knows? Maybe a conversation like this for a few hours. Maybe there's something that comes from it for you guys.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something that trips. It's like, you know what? Okay. You know, because I'm grinding like you guys. See, that's the thing. I'm not shooting from up here. It doesn't matter the revenue we have and all that. I'm grinding every day. So
Bro,
I'm
we are dogs on the hunt, man.
Yeah,
If you don't see it,
yeah.
you need to, because me, Andrew, and Tyrell, like, we're still in the trenches, bro. Like, we're here hunting for our food every single day.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And we know that there's a bigger aspect. That's why Andrew hasn't jumped ship. That's why Tyrell hasn't jumped ship.
Don't y'all go anywhere. For the record, I mean, don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Even well, no matter what happens. I know you say you can't. No matter what happens, right? Because see, when things get real hard, this isn't the normal stuff I talk about, but when stuff gets real hard, like when we really screw up a transaction with a customer and they're real pissed and they're never going to use our company again and they want to give you a bad review on Google, they want to do all that stuff, like that's actually the moment that you can show your greatness.
100%, bro.
Because when it's just average and it just works like it's supposed to, there's nothing. It doesn't leave any marks on anybody. Yeah, man. It's just like, okay, that was fine. But when some shit's really going south, that's when you get a chance to show, like, hey, man, I'm special.
That's
I got
when you
special
shine.
stuff. That's it. And so right now, that's one of the moments for you guys.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Something good. You keep going, something good will come out of this, and you guys keep the faith. But hey, he needs some. I know you're all in it, but he needs some love and some help. The same way that the Jay of 10 years ago was doing some stuff. Like, you guys operationally are better than ever. So you pat yourself on the back with that. Like, you know how to do this better than ever. Our company went through the same type of thing. We are more efficient in processing real estate transactions, on marketing properties, on the actual sale. But what we got lazy at was business development and going out and finding customers. We got lazy at it. So I'm speaking something from my heart, not just to you guys now. We had the same thing. So we were so good at operating the business, but we took our eye off of, and we took off every day being just totally laser focused on, let me go find a deal. Let me go find somebody who wants to buy or sell a home. Let me go make a connection today. And back in the day when we had that purple carpet and we had those tan walls, that's all we talked about, and that's what's got us here.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, we've become really efficient. We're operating at a high level, and then you forgot a little bit of the grit and the grind. Everybody's not hustling quite as much, and you wake up and you're like, the market's changed, and all of a sudden you don't have the same funnel flow, and that's an issue.
Yeah.
So it's these different moments and times, right? You level up. You were talking about that earlier, right? So it's just, you got to realize, like, hey, man, even though this is the hustle and grind shit that maybe I don't want to have to do today, it is all about going out and connecting with customers, telling them your story again, holding open houses for us. We knock on doors, y'all.
Knock on doors.
Nobody gets a real estate license thinking they're going to knock on doors to
Right.
get business. No one thinks that. But that's the kind of crazy grassroots shit it takes. And I'm still teaching classes today to teach new agents to go get a community of 100 doors and go knock on doors. Yeah, it says no solicitation. Yeah, people are like, what are you doing here? Yeah, you're weird showing up my door. You might get the cops called on you. But it's about, for every 100 doors, one person's going to have an awesome conversation with you. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, you're going to wake up in a week. If you'll knock on 700 doors, you're going to find somebody that wants to sell their home.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the same type of... So I'm not sitting here preaching to you guys and telling y'all stuff about... You got to get out here and grind and tell people about your brand.
But you got to get out there and grind.
Yeah, it's the same thing for us. It's the story of the guy selling cars.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, right?
That was a really powerful message.
That guy's what we talk about. Yeah, so just go out and do it here. And I know, we think we're cool. Like, agents start making all this money. You guys have a cool brand, but man, fuck. These things aren't going to be sustainable if we aren't out here. If somebody's not out here.
Bro, we want more.
Yeah.
We want more.
Grassroots, let's fucking go.
Yes.
All right,
man.
Appreciate
guys.
you, man. Thank you so
guys.
much.
Dude.
Yep.
The necessary entrepreneur, man.
Boom.
This is,
Hey, we out here.
Look, this is 4.5 hours.
Is that your longest ever?
No, we
My-
did
my-
we did a 5-hour podcast, but it had probably 5 or 6.
There was like 9 people.
9. There was
Eight or
9.
8 or 9.
So
We did
yes,
It was all musicians.
As an individual?
So as an individual,
yes.
this is by far the longest podcast.
We did my
absolutely.
birthday. I do a birthday show podcast each year because I do one at Madison Live.
and
in
he had
July,
like
so
he had like
every
five
artist-
artists on.
Yeah, so that was like for 5 hours, but this is the longest we've had for an individual for sure.
When someone beats it, you call me, and we're going to come back, and we're going to sell some gear. The
Let's
podcast
roll,
is going to be
bro.
about all these hours about selling gear. We're going to be like, what's the stuff on TV, man, where you can buy shit off TV?
Fucking Home Shopping Network.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's what
Let's
we're-
go.
Native Shopping Network
Why don't
up
we
in
do
here
a
on
native shopping network? That would be
Yeah,
so
that'd
good.
be
We just
fire,
get on here
bro.
and we just show
Let's
the
get
items.
it.
We put the little ticker thing.
Yeah, there's
at the
only
bottom.
7 of them. Let's
Yeah.
go.
This was
Yeah.
just
Little ticker
sold.
like
the
an
last
ESPN.
one, and then you do like pricing that goes up, just like they do to us on sporting events now.
Yeah.
Home Shopping Native.
Like a
I'm
little
here
like a little
for it.
ticker like ESPN, like
Yeah.
but like a
See, we
Native
got
TV.
ideas. Let's go.
Let's
All right, I'm
go.
getting the hell out of here.
All
I'm going
right,
to
man.
work.
Mark, I love you, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you
you.
guys.
Okay.
All right, this is
Yeah.
going to wrap up another episode of the Powwow. Appreciate you guys. Man, this was a good one.
And Jack is still here.
Shout out
Where's
Jack.
Jack at, bro? Where's Jack? There he is.
Where Jack
All
at?
right, man.
Hey.
Oh,
There he is. Can we get in on this one here?
oh.
Hey.
There he is. There he is. He got him.
Jack in the building. What's going on, bro? All right, man. Appreciate you guys. My wife's, she was like, I already took my sleeping pills. I'm done for the night.
We
So-
out.
All right, we're out of here. Love you guys. We'll see you next week.
Later. Bye.
Hey. 12:30. Supposed to be home by 10.
Hey, you know.
Hey, I held my piss just for the record for 4.5 hours.
Hey, man, I'm impressed. I'm impressed because I broke the seal and it was like, no, I'm done.
Coffee.
I was even thinking, I was like, you know what, man? Maybe I should